Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Let me blast off real quick. But yeah, we shot another banger episode of the Fear M podcast. It was incredible. Okay. Absolutely incredible episode of the Fear M podcast. With the great Brace Belden and also Ms. Welch. Very stoked for you guys to watch that. But counterbalance it with cigarettes. I need crack cocaine. That's what I need. I realized how blasé I've gotten about shit like that. I was like, yeah, duh, race is gonna post racist shit. Thank you, liberals, for staying an appropriate level of outrage. Yeah. Do we have a chat? Do we have a blast off meme? Do we have a blast off meme, chat? Because if we do, I would like to use it. Christian exposed you in Austin. Gonna link with Mero while you're there? I did link with Mero. You wore that shirt 3 days ago? Yeah, I'm on a fucking extended trip, dick. Your bench numbers are a meme. Okay, we'll use this lemon one. By the way, lemon heads are uniting all around the internet today. Lemon heads are uniting all around the internet today. Why are you in New York City and not at the majority report like usual? Because I have a slammed, jam-packed, slammed ass situation here, okay? When is Felix coming on, dude? What the fuck are you doing? Okay, guys. All in due time, okay? Please. Oh my god, you guys are fucking cooking my ass for all this shit. Noah's gonna be on today. Felix probably on tomorrow. How much you weigh in kilograms? I don't know, like 109. Okay. I'm talking to Don Lemon today over the internet. I have Noah Colwyn coming on today. He'll be talking about his trip to both Colombia and Cuba, as well as some other stuff. I'm talking to Zoran and his team about seeing if we can fit him into a collabo, because I want to build off of the momentum that he currently has for a lot of the left flank candidates all around the country. I have Claire Valdez that I will be linking up with as well, most likely tomorrow. And I have the DSA slate on Sunday. I will be talking to the entire DSA slate where we'll be speed running through all the candidates on Sunday that are all running in, state assembly, New York, local office positions. And also, on top of that, what else do I have? I have Mahmoud Khalil on. I have Mahmoud Khalil on Monday. Okay? There's a lot happening. There's a lot happening in the Hasanabi broadcast, as you guys know. When I'm out here, it's pretty fucking hectic. Okay? Here it is. How will you survive this week? Damn. I don't fucking know. Because as soon as I come back to Los Angeles, I'm spending a couple days in LA and then immediately flying, like 1 or 2 days in LA, and then immediately flying to University of British Columbia, Canada. My first time in Canada. I'm not doing Trevor Noah's podcast this time. We couldn't schedule it. And I wanted to schedule Z-Way and I wanted to schedule Trevor Noah while I was here. We didn't have enough time to schedule both of those podcasts. Okay? So, yeah. God damn, dude. I'm freaking dying. A University of British Columbia Northern Line collab. I mean, I hit him up, balls in his court at this point. But he hasn't, we've talked briefly. We talked briefly about me visiting, but I don't know if we will end up linking up while I'm out there. But balls in his court. But I don't want to fucking pressure him. I'm not gonna keep like harassing him to link up. You know what I mean? Fuck. They did not clean this hotel room while I was gone this morning, so I'm a little bit cooked. Northern Line doesn't really collab. I mean, I wasn't even talking about collabing with him. I was just saying, like, if he wants to pull up. Also, he does collab. He collabs with the Yard Boys all the time. I just don't think he fucks with me like that. But it is what it is. Jake Lang's mugshot. Oh, hell yeah. Putin episode coming up. Is a hotel room? Nah. This is my brownstone. This is my brownstone that I bought. LSF banned political posts, essentially disabling PvP for thousands of unmedicated schizophrenics, and now the place feels like thumbing through leather-bound books in a Carnegie library. Yeah, it's been, I've heard. I don't really go on LSF, but I might go back on LSF now that they've fucking banned politics, because it was used basically like a sleeve to engage in fuck Hassan campaigns and like smear campaigns against the left position in general in a not so subtle way, even though it was, you got an assistant, huh? Wait, what are you talking about? It's really interesting because it was almost entirely occupied by people who would play up this notion that I was actually the one brigading it or something, even though it was just like a fuck Hassan fleshlight. And it's very funny. It's very funny that all of the people that were in it, they said ban politics, not political streamers, though. They're still going to use it to shit on you. Yeah, that's fine. But now that they've banned politics, that means that they're not going to be like, Hassan said this thing that we are taking out of context so we can make a much larger deal out of it and manufacture outrage surrounding it. You know what I mean? Yo, 2-2's my word, fam. You should have went to Toronto, my ute. I'll be in Toronto at a certain point. Don't worry. I mean, it greatly limits the amount of fuck Hassan posts they could be posting, because they were using that a million times over. So shouts out to RIP to Stale 2000. RIP to DGG's like massive, sophisticated, I will admit, sophisticated smear operation that they were running out of LSF. I'm in New York City all weekend. Yes, chatter. I'll be here until Monday. Damn, the last Hassan post was 6 days ago. Yeah, because they banned politics. They still upload posts about me on there, but they just delete those posts. So the last bastion of Focus On content will be just on Twitter, the platform for Yeet. You need to stop mentioning Northern Line on stream. Shadows who watch or like both immediately go to a stream and spam and bother him about it. Collabing with you is so fucking annoying. Yeah, don't do that, chatters. That is annoying. Anyway, where was I? I noticed less haters coming in here. That's why. Oh, that's true. I'll miss the haters. RIP to my haters. Where was I? What was I saying? Oh yeah. We blasted off. Let's get started. Going to cover Analilia Meha possibly winning a Dem primary in New Jersey. Yes. Of course I'm going to be talking about that. There was a massive primary night upset that took place last night. And it's once again going into my bracket specifically of the left position is alive and well. Yes, Austinox told me about it, but I can't be everywhere all at once. So, you know, I hope you guys understand. I'm one human being. I know it comes across like that's not the case, but I'm a single human being and I can't be everywhere all at once, especially because when I'm, what do you call it? When I'm flying to like Qatar or when I'm flying to New York, I'm bringing myself and all of my equipment with me. I'm bringing March with me. It's quite difficult. Okay. I think some people expect me to operate like I have a whole team. There's like a bunch of clones of Hasanabi Piker out there that are flying all around the world and can be everywhere all at once. This is my last $10. Hi, chat, says Justin O'Brien. Congratulations, Justin, for spending your last $10 wisely. I'm still reading YouTube chat as well. Don't forget, we're dual streaming both on YouTube and also on Twitch. But yeah, this is a fantastic primary victory for Analilia Meha. And it's a big fuck you to APAC. And I'm very excited to talk about that. So we will be talking about that. What is this?
Yes, I'm not super attracted to this person, but when am I going to meet someone?
Yeah, you want it. She checked all your boxes, but you didn't have the chemistry. You didn't have the attraction.
She checked it all, but Yeah, exactly. The
But
chemistry.
yeah, it's unspeakable sometimes. It's unspeakable. Like, for example,
then-
Hassan has been into me for quite some time, and I'm just like, Hassan, there's just no chemistry.
The fuck? The fuck's this motherfucker talking about? Wait, hey, yo, what? Excuse me.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, Hassan, it's
yeah.
just never going to happen for us.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
I told him, I said, you're just not my type. And despite how close we are as friends, I said, it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen.
Yeah.
As much as you
What does
really want.
What does Christian think about that?
I mean,
Talk to him about
Christian
almost spilled his coffee all over me.
He's really he's really secure in himself, but I think sometimes he gets a little upset at Hassan. He said, Hassan, it's not going to happen. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen. He has a man. He has a man.
He's telling Hassan that. He's not saying anything to you.
No. He's not. He confronts Hassan about it. He says, Hassan, you know. So anyway,
Christian's more my type than Austin. So I think this is a moment of jealousy from Austin because he knows me and Christian got a little thing going on the side. So that's probably what it is. A little gay sex on the side. Yeah. APAC coping over the results. Oh, hell yeah. I love that. All right. First we'll do incredibly racist Donald Trump. Guys, this might come as a surprise to all of you, as we are all Donald Trump supporters. Obviously, we are all Donald Trump. Donald Trump posted something on Truth Social. Donald Trump posted something on Truth Social, and the thing he posted was a little racist, okay? Just a little bit, you know? And it's obviously unexpected because as people who voted for Donald Trump, we all know we voted for him because he's the least racist guy out there, right? I mean, this is the least racist American, probably. Like, every American's a little racist, and Donald Trump certainly is probably the least racist out of all of them. But it was a reshare on his Truth Social that featured the Obamas. Let's take a look.
Yeah, quite the storm.
Actually, you know what? Let's watch the full thing first. Okay, I'm worried that this is going to get me copy struck on YouTube, but so I'm going to pause it every now and then. You know what? I'm going to just but you get the picture. Yeah, that's the video. You got all of these Democrats. You have all of these Democrats being depicted as animals in the jungle. And the video very just right off the fucking jump, the video is cocked and loaded. Fires off with Michelle and Barack Obama, both being depicted as apes. It's AI slop as always, as expected. And then the video shows Hakeem Jeffries as a chinchilla, and then Donald Trump as a lion. Donald Trump is a lion. There's a little Trump Pepe on the left corner here. I don't know who this pig is. Who is this pig supposed to be? Meerkat? Not a chinchilla, sorry. I'm sorry. And I don't mean this in some racist fashion at all. But this is the most Indian slop I've ever seen. Okay? He is posting like an Indian unk on WhatsApp. Like, this is literally... and I don't mean this in like a racial way at all. I just mean like I have depicted myself in an AI video as a lion and all of my enemies as various different animals that are living under my kingdom. I feel like this is the most it's Brandonization through and through. Okay. But this type of posting I have only encountered on Twitter from some of the greatest posters of all time, Indian unks on WhatsApp. This is like this goes hard on the group chat for Bangladeshi unks. You know that this is Daisy posting through and through. The depiction of the depiction of yourself as this towering being, as a lion, most commonly I see on that side of the internet, and I respect it. I think it's good posting. This is a bad version of that. Okay, this dark woke shit gotta stop. Okay, first of all, maybe my Indian unks and aunts are all right if this is what you're calling Indian unk slop. Dark. This is not like a like I'm not doing the Kyle Kalinske adjacent shit. Okay, like you can point to Indian activities, you know, South Asian activities on the internet without it being directly racialized. Yes, this is Pakistanis too. You know, don't fucking eat my ass on this. In any case, if this was Indian slop, there'd be a Xi Jinping being eaten by Lion Trump. Yes. So I was going to say, as is the case with many American retooling of much more advanced versions of this kind of slop, this is a much worse version of it. Because if this was being posted on the WhatsApp circles by Daisy Uncles, there would definitely be a moment where the lion eats the enemies that are depicted as weaker, more feeble versions of animals. And because this is the Americanized version, unfortunately, we were not able to emulate the cultural product of a million WhatsApp uncles. And once again, our variant of American nationalism is but a mere shadow of the original product. Having said that, that's not the point of contention here. I don't think anyone other than myself will be covering how not as good as the original variant of this type of posting this looks like, because obviously, understandably, every single person is talking about this element of it, which is insanely fucking racist. Also, someone informed me that this was Olivia Juliana. That makes it much funnier for me, because why the fuck do you even care about what Olivia Juliana is doing or saying? For the record, what Trump posted was another video entirely, and it swiped briefly to the beginning of this video for a split second before swiping back. I'm guessing he didn't even screen record it himself, probably just reposted someone else's thing and didn't bother to watch it till the end. Lamau. Trump posted a video from Truth Social. Oh, this is the OG video he posted. Trump posted a video on Truth Social claiming vote counting stopped in key swing states before Biden surges, comparing it to Venezuela. In the final seconds, Barack and Michelle Obama depicted as monkeys.
Initiated by a court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS-200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip.
The story gets even funnier. Okay. Does this video feature AI slop of Harry Sasson, though? I need to know. There's got to be a Harry Sasson mention in here. So this is the OG video. Oh, there is. Yep, there it is. That's my goat. Okay. Masterclass. Your MAGA schizophrenic uncle made this video and shared it with everybody. And let me tell you, this is excellent. Harry Sasson as a flamingo fanning the lion Donald Trump with a Pepe Donald Trump laying in the lap of the lion Donald Trump that is laying on a hammock with meerkat Hakeem Jeffries. Okay, Whoopi Goldberg as a hippo. All the animals are bowing down to the lion Donald Trump, which weirdly looks like an amalgamation of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, kind of, or maybe even a little bit of Joe Biden. The AI really bricked on the Trump face. I don't know what kind of inputs they added into this, but I do feel like the Donald Trump face does not necessarily look like Donald Trump all that much. It looks like it could be a combination of Joe Brandon and Benjamin Netanyahu at times. But in any case, the original video, or the video that Trump posted, was this one about this video from the patriotnewsoutlet.com about how the Democrats stole the election from him. But of course, because some fucking boomer was screen recording this video instead of downloading it, apparently at the end of the screen recording, there's a brief snapshot of Barack and Michelle Obama depicted as apes. Let's take a look at the OG video that was reposted or retruthed on the Trump Truth Social page now.
Initiated by a court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard. The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data. Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general elections, that 5 key states all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where the software, Dominion machines, ESNS machines were used, the Smartmatic, the GEMS software. So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden.
That's fucking hilarious. Like the fact that there is this like brief swipe up of this video that shows the intro of Michelle and Barack Obama, the video, the AI slot video of Michelle and Barack Obama, the video that we just watched, the full video that we just watched, adds a whole nother layer to this fucking story. Now, it's one of those crude versions of non-permissible, unfiltered racism that I like talking about all the time as as I have a PhD in racism, as you guys know. This is a big no-no. That's a big no-no. That's like, you can call black people thugs and then argue till the ends of time on whether or not it's a substitute for the N-word, which Republicans love doing all the time. But a depiction of famous black people as apes or monkeys is very unfiltered, the type of racism that everybody understands exactly what's going on, right? There's not really a lot of plausible deniability there. It's basically the equivalent of saying the N-word. So for that reason, even prominent Republicans came out and were saying this is the most racist thing I've ever seen. Now, I find that really funny that this is it. It also came between Trump honoring these black icons in quest to restore the nation, because as you guys know, you may not know this, but it is Black History Month. So that adds a little bit more insult to injury. But let's take a look at the European coverage on the story so far.
Today, and with good reason. We're not now showing the image that was posted on the president's Truth Social account at 11:45 last night. We did show it earlier because at that point it had not been deleted from the account. It was up for a good 12 hours. It's an image, as you say, which is deeply offensive. It shows Barack and Michelle Obama depicted as apes. It came at the end of a video that was posted on the president's Truth Social account, which was a video about alleged electoral fraud during the 2020 election. The video seems to be a screen recording, which then flips onto this video.
They spent the past 2 years normalizing genocide, the past week normalizing pedophilia, and now they're going to try to normalize explicit anti-black racism. Yeah, they're just like leveling up. Or if you consider it kind of like leveling down, because anti-black racism has become more sophisticated throughout time as gains have been made in terms of like civil rights and whatnot. And anti-blackness is embedded into every orifice of American culture. And that's the reason why the thug equation that I previously mentioned exists to begin with. You can't straight up say the N-word when referencing a black person. So you say different terms like urban, thug, things of that nature. That's a byproduct of like the, I guess, modicum of cultural gains that black people have fought long and hard for. But that doesn't mean that anti-blackness has gone away. It's just become more invisible, right? And it's really interesting to watch this, or ghetto is another substitute term as well. This is weird, though, because most Republican senators have now come out and condemned this. They don't condemn what he said about Somalis or when ICE kills people, but this is a step too far, I guess. Yes, because of what I've talked about. This is boundary breaking, okay? You're no longer talking about like individual black people as low IQ over and over again, which is something that Trump loves doing. You're now directly depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as apes. That is for the most racist Americans, okay? For the most racist, like normie Americans, even that's a bridge too far. It's the equivalent. It is the equivalent of saying the N-word. It is beyond the permission structure. Okay, it's the most explicit way that you can be racist. Americans have an unlimited appetite for anti-black policies that you can try and justify, and Republicans do this all the time. But when you actually drop all pretext that there is like a justification for this, and you just engage in the most classic versions of anti-black racism, so overt that it's indefensible, even the most racist guys will come out and be like, yeah, this is a bridge too far for us. This is pretty fucked up. You should apologize. Okay? Now, does this mean anything? No. I guess maybe woke is like not as bad, not as dead as we previously might have thought it was, right? There's that. Considering that he felt the need to delete this. So there's that silver lining, I guess. Having said that, this is a perfect story that explains the permissible racism phenomena that I love talking about.
The Obamas. Now, initially, as you say, the White House kind of owned the moment, didn't sort of dismiss it, didn't say they would delete it. Caroline Levitt instead saying this. This is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and the Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public. So that's the initial statement from Caroline Levitt. Since then, since that was released, there was quite a lot of outrage, as you might expect, and a new White House statement then came out. A shorter one said simply, a White House staffer erroneously made the post. It has been taken down. And
yeah. John Boyd Jr. says he was blocked from a White House meeting for farmers and told the administration is moving away from DEI and small farmers towards large white agribusiness. Let that sink in. Small farmers pushed out, black farmers shut out, power consolidated. This is Donald Trump's America. Reward the connected, erase everyone else. Happy Black History Month, everybody.
Sure enough, it has gone. So a suggestion there, which raises new questions about the fact that a White House staffer had access to the president's Truth Social account at 11:45 at night. Why would that be the case? Incidentally, between 11:45 at night and just after 5 a.m. this morning, there were more than 70 different posts on the social media account of the president about all sorts of issues, including a meme about a dog. So, read into that what you will. Quite extraordinary stuff. The statement has gone, the image has gone, but outrage, as I said, Tim Scott is the only black Republican senator, a close friend of President Trump's. He said, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I have seen out of this White House. The president should remove it. That is Tim Scott and Chuck Schumer.
Praying it was fake. Like, what the fuck do you mean praying it was fake? How could it be fake? Is real. Also, that is what he thinks about you. And you're a Republican. You already know that's what your colleagues think about you, big dog. Fuck you mean praying it was fake? This is the most racist thing I've ever seen. I swear to God, bro. These guys, the only reason why Tim Scott is saying that is because he has to engage in ass covering. Okay? The only reason why Tim Scott feels the need to say that in this very moment is because he has to engage in ass covering, because this makes his position utterly indefensible as a black Republican. Okay? That's it. In some ways, this is like the Europeans saying, like, we'd rather be happy vassals than angry slaves, right? Like, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's just like, it's too offensive to continue being the token black person for this administration, for the conservative movement, when you have the president depicting two pivotal black figures of American politics as apes.
Top Democrat, of course, said racist, vile, abhorrent. This is dangerous and degrades our country. Where are Senate Republicans? The president must immediately delete the post and apologize to the Obamas, two great Americans who make Donald Trump look like a small, envious man. So quite a lot of outrage, as you would expect. One other thing I must just tell you, Jonathan, that I think is just extraordinary and a reflection of America today. It has emerged that Donald Trump told Chuck Schumer, who we were just talking about, that he would release a massive amount of funding money to Congress if they agreed that he could rename Dulles Airport Trump Airport and that he could rename Penn Station in New York Trump Station. This after he has already renamed the Kennedy Center here in Washington the Trump Kennedy Center and the Institute for Peace, the Trump Institute for Peace. Somewhat of a cult of personality going on here in the United States.
I'm gonna keep it a $150. That's insult to injury, and I love it. Okay, I love that they just tacked that on to the end of Chuck Schumer's like, "Oh, you must delete this now, Mr. President." Like that straight up shows exactly where the Democratic Party's priorities are. Like that's not an own against Donald Trump, in my opinion. That's an own against the Democrats. The Democrats are wheeling and dealing and playing ball with Trump over some of the dumbest shit. Like conceding on some of the dumbest things you possibly could have in your laundry list of demands. And I suspect this is they showed that in this moment to just be like, this is where the Democrats' priorities are.
Hey, Jonathan.
So that's the story so far. Philip Lewis says there are no gorillas in The Lion King. Yeah. White House claims the video depicting Obama's monkeys is from an internet meme where Trump is the king of the jungle and Democrats are characters from The Lion King. Philip Lewis responds, there are no gorillas in The Lion King. Did you see this? Oh, yeah. I was going to play this in a second. Yeah. The response that they're running is that it's a mistake. It's a mistake from a staffer, which I don't know why there would be a staffer that has access to Donald Trump's. I don't know why staffers would have access to Donald Trump's account at 11:30 at night. But yeah, do I appreciate this story in the news cycle, especially because it exposes the fraudulent nature of people like Tim Scott praying it was fake. That's so funny. I'm praying it was fake. This is the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. This is it? Buddy, have you been paying attention? When Trump was saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs, you were campaigning alongside him. Okay? When Trump was saying all Somalians are parasites that must be purged from the American boundaries, you were not letting out a peep. The fuck do you think that was about? You know? What the fuck did you think that was about? What could that possibly have been about? You know? That's not my Donald. That was different. It's not, though. It's not. That was all in service of propagandizing through racial animus a scheme of putting black and brown neighbors of ours in concentration camps. So all of it is racist. The entire underpinning that is the motivation for this racialized animus is white supremacy. But of course, because liberalism is hegemonic, liberals can only understand something is racist when you hit certain cultural touch points, right? Depicting black people as monkeys or apes is one of those things. Saying the N-word is another one of those things. Like something that I've talked about quite a bit. Like Ronald Reagan was horrifyingly racist in his policies. Okay? Ronald Reagan was horrifyingly racist in his policies. But Ronald Reagan's messaging strategy didn't like directly say the N-word, but basically found different ways of disparaging black people, specifically the welfare queen strategy, right? Something that Lee Atwater, famous Republican strategist, talked about openly. Now, for a lot of liberals, the recognition that Ronald Reagan was an unimaginable racist did not come from, you know, flooding black neighborhoods with crack cocaine and doing the war on drugs or anything like that. But it actually came from Ronald Reagan having a private conversation with Richard Nixon where he said African diplomats are monkeys. That's when liberals were like, wait a minute, Ronald Reagan is racist. This was a couple of years ago. And it's like, bitch, what do you mean? This is when you realize Ronald Reagan is racist. Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, that's what it is? That's when you found out? And for a lot of liberals, this is it. Whoa, keep black people out of it? No, I'm not what do you mean? Black people, first of all, black people are a part of every conversation, even when they're not in the room. It's like the number one thing that white people love fucking shitting on for no reason. You'll have white on white violence and you'll have a guy still turn around and be like, but what about black people? I mean, Charlie Kirk was killed by a Wonder Bread ass Mormon boy. Okay. And they still, the last words that came out of Charlie Kirk's mouth is counting or not counting gang violence. The fuck do you mean keep black people out of it? White races can't keep black people out of any conversation. It's their number one thing that they love slamming into every conversation. In any case, having said that, this is the story. This is the big story that people are getting offended by. I mean, if this is what causes people to realize that Trump is a fucking racist, you know, I'll take it, I guess. Strange that this would be it, but I guess not so strange when you recognize that this is the only thing that liberals fucking respond to. The only thing at all. Perfectly explain how white libs who like Reagan act. Yeah, lots of other things are just accidents. They don't really mean what you're saying they mean. What one of us doesn't walk to the other side of the road when they see a black person. Yeah. Yeah, Donald Trump took a full page ad in the New York Times demanding that the falsely accused Central Park Five get fucking executed. Okay. I think, or anytime he talks about like a black person, a black politician, he'll be like, they're low IQ. The fuck do you think that's a substitute for? It all stems around the same racist ass bullshit. Exactly. You know, him and his father were prosecuted by the federal government for refusing to rent their properties to black people. Like, there's never been a moment where Donald Trump wasn't demonstrating white supremacist racism, specifically anti-black racism. But I don't think it's time to move the needle in that direction. Anyway, moving on from that story to some positive news. Okay, once again, the theory of Bernie-crat liberalism being the savior of the Democratic Party is real. The method is real. We are now moving on to New Jersey, my birthright, the beautiful state of Nueva Jersey. Okay.
8:40, Tom Malinowski walked into the Sweet Spot, this bar, hipster lounge here in South Orange, where supporters gathered for what was supposed to be a victory celebration. And he came in victorious, smiling. People were hugging him, cheering him on. And soon he was whisked away to the back of the room into a private room. And he never returned, never came out from that.
Ain't no way a fucking YouTube chatter just gave me a super chat saying, did you see the new racist AI video from Trump? Ain't no way. YouTube. Ain't no way. YouTube chat is now resembling Twitch chat. Down to the guy who responded to that super chat saying Hassan shocked his dog. I like that now my haters are they're tuning in to the fucking YouTube stream as well. Dog, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, and it's for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions on Twitch or your memberships on YouTube are what keep me editorially independent. Thank you for the super chats on YouTube. Thank you for the memberships on YouTube. Join the proletarian soldiers for the Piker Broadcasting Service. I have to say, though, you don't actually need to subscribe on YouTube to rewind. The rewind function works. On Twitch, you do have to subscribe to be able to utilize the rewind function. So, chatter who just gave me that super chat, you can just rewind. You don't even need to subscribe to do that. You feel me? I just got done covering it.
Why? Because Annalila Mejia, a far-left progressive activist from Glen Ridge, has basically stunned the political landscape here, the political world, by coming from virtually nowhere and leading as the night closes with almost 500 votes ahead of Malinowski, which is nobody. That was not on anybody's bingo card, frankly. And now Malinowski's people are huddling and are talking about evaluating the vote-by-mail ballots to make sure they're properly cured with proper signatures. And
now this is not done yet. Okay, it's not done yet. But my analysis on this is that this is a spectacular underdog moment here. Okay, regardless of whether or not Mejia wins. Okay, because this is like she came out of fucking nowhere for the most part. Everything was positioned against her, and yet she was able to overcome all odds. Like her overall expenditure is so marginal in comparison to everybody else. Like look at the ad support. Girl, there's a chatter on YouTube that keeps typing the N-word with a hard R. You need mods in there ASAP. We don't got nobody looking in there. I don't see it. I'm like 20 minutes behind. Love YouTube, but are you going to cover the New Jersey primary results today? That's so funny. People are throwing up question marks in the chat. They didn't even see it. Yeah, we got razor thin margins here for Mejia.
It sort of augurs what could be a very long, tedious fight. There's no one's using the word recount right now, but I think one of the big ironies of this race is that the American-Israeli Political Action, or Political Affairs Committee, the most powerful pro-Israel lobby in the United States, launched ads attacking Malinowski in this campaign, which startled many political observers around the country. The outcome of that is that...
Why is this reporter so timid? Because this is unheard of. Okay? This is an incredible upset. Like the very fact that this is contested in the ways that it is unfucking heard of. And a big part of it is because of AIPAC interference. This story basically takes all of my my arguments and turns it into proof. Even if, I mean, there's a high likelihood that she wins. Okay? But even if she did not, with these results being so close to one another, it still is the proof that I have been advocating for. This and the Texas race that took place as well are two massive W's in the left alternative position being the one that is favored by even Democrats in the fucking suburbs. Okay? You must understand, if there was a little bit more support for her, like this is why I feel somewhat responsible for like not being everywhere all at once, because I do feel like there are a lot of races out there where I don't think I have a lot of motion, right? I can't change like outcomes so dramatically, but I could certainly help a little bit more. Like this is one of those races. And I'm aware of this. Like I'm certainly aware of it. That's why I'm trying to do all this shit that I've been doing. So last night the decision desk basically gave what's his face Malinowski the victory. last night,
Everyone.
Malinowski was called, and then all of a sudden, because it's like Essex is a relatively wealthier district, a lot of straight blue voters on there. The Democratic primary here is obviously the most consequential aspect of this race, and the expectation was, Malinowski cooked it, right? He won. But out of fucking nowhere, Mejia's campaign pulled through. Mejia's campaign pulled through with this incredibly rare upset. All the cards were stacked against her. People overlooked her in general because they thought the district is too rich to go for a Bernie-crat. It's very wealthy, 97 percentile, very educated, 96 percentile, very Gen X, 97 percentile, very homeowner, 72 percentile. Okay? Or 72% home ownership rate. Truly a tremendous upset for the demographics, right? Because these are the demographics that are the reason why Bernie Sanders didn't win in the Democratic primary, for example. This is the Democratic Party's Tea Party moment coming to fruition. Okay? Not only was the voter profile, the average voter, the median voter in this district, one that is supposed to favor an establishment Democrat in the calculations of the Democratic Party does, the Essex County political machine was also not in support of Mejia. Okay? This is before we get to the other side of the story, the AIPAC aspect of the story, which I will be getting to in a second. This was, hold on, where was it? Or there's more. Oh, here. Yeah. And if you want to look at the actual ad support, Tahisha Way, which was the AIPAC candidate, got $2.6 million worth of ads from AIPAC subsidiaries. The anti-Tom Malinowski ad spend was around $1.9 million, and Tom Malinowski was supposed to be the candidate that was favored to win this race. Former congressperson, right? He had all the backing. He had the background. He was the perfect candidate for this. Okay? Malinowski had 900,000 in supportive ads. Brendan Gill had 495,000. Zach Beecher had 340,000. Ana Lilia Mejia had 215,000. And the highest spending advertiser in the contest was United Democracy Project, which I think is a AIPAC subsidiary. Okay? So basically the entire race was designed in a way where Mejia should have lost. This was her final day message that apparently resonated with a lot of voters. Let's take a look.
Morning.
While I go pee.
Up and down. Talking to people. That's how we win. I'm running for Congress. The special election is on February 5th, and I'm running because I think our government has been bought by billionaires, and we're screwed if we don't send people who aren't untethered from that kind of pressure. I agree. Well, there you go. I think corporate interests, lobbyists have bought our government.
Absolutely.
I think on both sides of the aisle, big money kind of controls both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans. And unless we send people who are like, I'm not going to be part of that machine, we're not going to get out of this mess. So I jumped into this race. I am not a politician. I am not a professional campaigner. I am an organizer. I am the kind of person who sees a problem and jumps in to fix it.
Governor Phil Murphy signed the $15 minimum wage into law.
Paid sick leave is now on the books in New Jersey.
Ana Lilia was active in my presidential campaign. She's a great organizer and somebody who is going to be an extraordinarily wonderful congresswoman for the state of New Jersey.
We need an organizer's energy in Washington to do what people of New Jersey need done.
Folks have talked about the rising cost of childcare, of housing, of healthcare. I've seen people get emotional over the idea that they don't think their kids are going to have the same opportunities that they have had.
I feel for my kids and my grandkids, and something's got to give.
Chocolate?
Chocolate's here. General trend towards less and less freedom is nauseating.
We come to Livingston, Milburn, Bloomfield, Nutley, you name it. We come to these communities because we want to raise our families in a great, friendly place. Access to the city and train lines and infrastructure. We want access to the good schools.
De no desamparar a nuestra familia en este momento donde es súper importante.
We also know that a zip code does not protect us from rising violent authoritarianism.
In a moment of rising authoritarianism, of economic insecurity, of state-sanctioned violence, any old blue just won't do. And I say, abolish ICE now! You can't reform that! It's not fixable!
I am running independent from the machine because I think big money has captured our government.
I appreciate you even within the Democratic Party recognizing that it's a problem.
Well,
And it's getting worse.
It's getting so much worse, but if we keep sending people who are, all they do is dance for that money, we're not going to get out of this situation. So I'm proposing try something different.
I like the words you use.
Okay, okay, all right. Yes, yes, that's me.
I read good things about you.
I've heard good things about you. Don't forget, February 5th, it's a Thursday. They do that on purpose.
Seemingly, this strategy resonated. The early vote versus election day split was something never seen in a New Jersey race before. Yeah, when you look at the vote by mail, Malinowski, December 20th and onwards, got 72%. But the in-person early flipped it in Mejia's, in-person early started flipping it in Mejia's favor. Okay, 51% from January 29th to February 3rd. The election day split was gangbusters for Mejia. 64% of the vote. Now, this was a phenomenal upset for that reason, and that's precisely the reason why the decision desk had already called it for Tom Malinowski. The Democrats, the DNC press, had sent out an immediate press release congratulating Democratic nominee Tom Malinowski on his victory in New Jersey 11 special election primary. This was a campaign that famously had that Bernie moment where he went on stage and said, our fight is not just with the Republicans, our fight is also against the establishment Democrats as well. If you remember, this was something I brought up briefly because it was a big point of contention for a lot of blue dog Democrats that got very frustrated. Okay? I saw a clip of your Billie Eilish coverage. I'm a Tongva tribal member, and it's been super annoying, but I will say that landbag and indigenous people are a major blind spot in left circles. I think having some native community leaders on your stream would be great for your audience and the larger left politics. Sure. Except the Tongva tribes literally thanked Billie Eilish, no? Am I crazy? I was talking mostly about how they were using and abusing the reputation and the name of the Tongva tribe to attack Billie Eilish in the most cynical way possible. Money is just not as effective as it used to be. It's why the establishment is trying to buy off creators with a chorus program. Yeah. The votes versus ad spend campaign for New Jersey 11. Ana Lilia Mejia's cost per vote was just $12. That's 4 times better than Malinowski, which cost $55 per vote, and 19 times better than Waze, which was $237 per vote. That efficiency is massive organic left-wing support from voters. But we still haven't talked about my ops, the United Democracy Project, which is an AIPAC subsidiary, AIPAC by a different name. Now, this gives me a lot of confidence because I was worried that people would just laser in on AIPAC and AIPAC alone, which has the highest name recognition, and not see that as a catch-all for the Israeli lobby or numerous other entities affiliated with the pro-Israeli position. I was also worried that AIPAC never actually makes Israel the primary focus in these sorts of ad spend campaigns when they're going up against the candidate, but instead find other identifiable features that they know is much more prescient, much more salient to attack, right? Because if you recall, I covered this extensively when AIPAC dumped $30 million into Cori Bush's race and Jamal Bowman's race. They never talked about their Israel position, because if they had run any ads, on the Israel position, that would have actually favored Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush respectively, right? The real purpose of the AIPAC ads, AIPAC backed ads, were actually to, in the Democratic primary, separate Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman as bad Democrats that don't play ball. It's a very cynical way that these guys operate, but they already know better than anybody else that the pro-Israeli position is not a favorable position, especially in the Democratic Party's base of support. So they never run pro or anti-Israel ads. They always run ads that are pertinent to whatever the individual race is. Now, a lot of people don't understand that AIPAC has always done this, by the way. This is not new. So this person says, it's so fucking funny that AIPAC tried to play it clever by flooding the zone with Tom Malinowski isn't progressive enough ads without ever considering that it'd make voters Google who's the progressive for New Jersey 11.
The special election to fill Mikey Sherrill's House seat. Tom Malinowski says he'll stand up to Trump. But hold on. In 2019, Tom Malinowski voted with Trump and the Republicans to fund ICE.
Like, think about this. You have to remember, these guys are 100%, like AIPAC and all these other ad groups, like all these other like lobbyist groups, 501c4s, these PACs, they are policy agnostic in their ad campaign. Like, they will literally run a Tom Malinowski is not sufficiently anti-ICE ad because they thought Tom Malinowski is the guy to beat here, right? The reason why they cynically attack Tom Malinowski is because they did not even consider that Ana Lilia Mejia would have any shot at winning this race, which is why they beat the shit out of Tom Malinowski with these attack ads that presented him as a fake anti-ICE candidate, because they understand that the appetite there was for a true abolish ICE candidate. Okay? Understand this. Something that the Democratic Party at the national level refuses to reckon with, or perhaps they are aware of it, but they actively try to suppress this demand from their voters. Okay? 27K on a Friday. Yeah, you're washed, Unk. You're right, angry Mexican. I only have 17,000 on YouTube and 27,000 on Twitch. I should probably kill myself. I should probably stop streaming. All right. Thank you, angry Mexican. 47-month subscriber. That's it. All right. So good run. Good run. It's over. I should quit while I'm ahead. So there's a couple different things that AIPAC is doing, obviously, in their coordinated efforts to pump up certain candidates, in their coordinated efforts to attack certain candidates, right? If a candidate is like anti-Israel, they go after them pretty hard. Tom Malinowski is not exactly anti-Israel, right? I mean, he has a position that's closer to liberal Zionism. He is the one who wanted to condition aid to Israel, right? Like, he has talked about conditioning aid to Israel, which garnered a lot of attention and enmity from AIPAC. That is precisely the reason why they were trying to make sure that he doesn't win the race. And all this ended up doing was actually make people Google who the true progressive candidate was.
200 million.
They attacked Malinowski by bringing up his records on ICE, because Tom Malinowski was also trying to do the anti-ICE pivot, right?
Force. 200 million that got us this? Democrats called Malinowski's vote a blank check for the Trump administration and a betrayal. We can't trust Tom Malinowski. UDP is responsible for the content of this.
Yeah. Here's what this was a spectacular backfire, right? Because Mejia was the anti-ICE candidate. She was an activist. She was a true progressive. She was backed by Bernie Sanders and AOC. She was a Bernie-crat, right? A left flank Democrat, as I like to call them, or a Bernie-crat. So UDP is the AIPAC subsidiary that was running these ads. They didn't put the AIPAC name on it. It was just basically the United Democracy Project. That's what they call themselves. You got the Democratic Majority for Israel, United Democracy Project. There's numerous subsidiaries under AIPAC that just like obviously don't want to have the association with the nation state of Israel, even though they are operating at the behest of the nation state of Israel. Okay? So, because this ad campaign rightfully called out the inconsistencies of Malinowski, a lot of people actually chose the true progressive alternative. And Mejia rose from that fight. What's also interesting, as I talked about with the ad spend here, was the fact that Tahisha Way, which was the AIPAC-backed candidate, barely secured the third place position. Okay? This is basically a combination of all of the arguments that I present. That the anti-Israel position is incredibly favorable, which is precisely the reason why AIPAC and its subsidiaries that don't even have the name Israel in them will never talk about the candidates' Israel positions, but instead other things. This also proves once again that the voter, the base of support within the Democratic Party, regardless of their demographics, regardless of their median voter net worth, income, still want a real fighter, a true progressive, and they see the best possible candidate as the most left-leaning candidate in these races. Okay? This is just proof that that is the case. There is no other way to describe how little money was spent on the Mejia camp that caused her to get this incredible upset. Here's AOC's statement on AIPAC expenditure here. I hope Dems begin to see that moderate or progressive AIPAC is not our friend. They endorse January 6th insurrectionists. Yet if you so much as suggest the U.S. uphold its own Leahy laws, no matter your record, they will work against you. They are a right-wing organization that undermines democracy. They have zero tolerance for any diversity of thought from their line and pressure elected officials to increasingly place themselves at odds with our responsibility to represent the electorate and the views of the majority of Americans who find the genocide in Gaza an appalling affront to American values and do not want to see U.S. taxpayer-funded weapons used to perpetuate it. AIPAC also knows this. That's why none of their political ads discuss the actual issue at all, and why they vaguely use vaguely named super PACs so people don't connect them with their own stated political mission and intent. You understand? There are multiple reasons as to why this took place. One of them is obviously the anti-AIPAC position, the anti-corporate PAC and super PAC position in general. Why are people saying this? Why are there hella people saying 27K bro fell off? Do you guys want me to like quit live streaming on YouTube? Is that what it is? Are you jealous that my attention is split between both YouTube and Twitch? Is that why you keep repeating this over and over again? What is this new meta? Probably admin chatters? No, they're not admin chatters. These are like long-term community members. I don't understand. Where the fuck are these people coming from? The same chatter said this, YouTube neglected. Just people being really dumb. I don't care. Yeah, there's 45,000 combined viewers on the broadcast currently. I'm just a little confused that it's because we're all cringe and only know 3 jokes. What? Think before you sleep from Twitter? What is think before you sleep? Anyway, to the YouTube chatters, once again, don't forget to like the YouTube live stream. And let's continue with the commentary. Okay. I think it's important that people realize people don't know if they're supporting or opposing AIPAC simply because they run ads under a different name. They're absorbing the content, and yesterday it meant weakening Malinowski. Yesterday was more about strategic blunder by AIPAC and less people finally turning on them. AIPAC's preferred candidate got 17%, but I don't think most people knew that she was backed by AIPAC. There's also some truth to this as well. It was definitely more so an AIPAC blunder because they tried to undermine Malinowski. And they tried to highlight their specific candidate, but their specific candidate had no motion. Okay? But it's still a massive fucking W, especially considering how much, why undermining him? Because they thought he was stepping out of line. Okay? Because Malinowski had said that he would condition aid to Israel, and they didn't even consider Mejia as a threat. Okay? Do you understand? Hassan treats YouTube like the second-class viewers. No, I don't. And if you want more attention, go like the stream. In any case, There's also this element. I grew up in this district. These voters are not socialists and they're not particularly far left. Instead, they're normie Dems who are mad, like mad. And the progressive left is the only movement on the Dem side capable of channeling this level of anger. Exactly. This is the opportunity here. These guys are not card-carrying socialists. Many of them actually probably are terrified of the moniker of socialism, even if they actually have a lot of sympathetic views to what you would consider to be socialism in the United States of America in 2026. Having said that, however, if you were to be like, do you self-identify as a socialist? They'd be like, oh, absolutely not. But the reason why they want a socialist alternative is because they're slowly but surely beginning to recognize that the Democratic Party's description of progressive values oftentimes revolves around or is perfectly demonstrated by candidates who happen to be either socialist or socialist adjacent. Okay? That's it. That's it. What is this? Like this? Yes, it's my own tweet. What about it? I mean, yeah, this is what happened. The voters are mad at the status quo. They are mad at the status quo being represented by the Democratic Party because the status quo on the Democratic Party is doing nothing against the onslaught of fascism coming from the Republican Party. So any candidate that says, I'm going to take it to them, I'm going to fight against the lackluster, do-nothing position that the Democrats are representing, is going to be a candidate that actually wins a lot of favor with this base of support. There is no more loyalty to establishment Democratic Party politics like there was back in the fucking day. Nowadays, when the Democratic Party's establishment candidates say, oh, we are the real establishment, we are the real electability pick, you must vote for us, most Democratic Party voters do not respond positively to that sort of thing. You understand? They don't. They want something more. Zoran is only one part of the story. Okay? There are many more candidates out there that are running on this ticket that are not shying away from saying fuck the establishment Democrats as well as the Republicans. That is not a bad thing. That is a good thing. Here's Julie Rodzinski, who ran the super PAC in support of Tom Malinowski's campaign. I'm also a pro-Israel Jew. What AIPAC did in this race is bad for Jews, bad for Israel, and bad for having bipartisan congressional support for the very issue AIPAC claims to care about. Leftists have said Zoran endorsed Hochul. A totally valid thing to be frustrated with. I am also one of those people. Okay? I'll get to that in a little bit. Let's talk about something positive for a change before we talk about, another moment that I think is a misstep. Cheps says, come back to Qatar. We want to use you as a deterrence. A deterrence from what? I don't think anyone in the region is that fond of me. I think they won't shy away from bombing Qatar because I'm there. You mean Iran? Anyway, AIPAC, the Alliance Super PAC, spent millions to defeat Tom Malinowski for backing conditions on U.S. aid to Israel. As I said, they may help elect Analilia Mejia, a more progressive candidate who deems Israel's actions a genocide. Race is too close to call a spectacular own goal. Okay? There's another aspect to this story that I'm going to be mentioning here as well. Malinowski was a staunchly pro-Israel vote in Congress, but he said he wouldn't guarantee he would always vote unconditionally to send tax dollars to Israel in the future, and pro-Israel groups wanted to send a message to Dems that even their new balancing act will make them a target. And it fucking cooked them. Okay? Good job. There's also more positive news. For the first time, GOP strategists are telling Axios that losing the Senate, where Republicans have a 53 to 47 majority, is a distinct possibility. The House is already expected to be lost based on history. This is happening in spite. I need you to understand. This is happening in spite of the National Democratic Party, led by establishment Democrats, are doing everything in their fucking power to tarnish the left flank, to basically shut the doors to actual Democrats with real grassroots support. Okay? Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are basically terrified of this prospect, or at least they're moving as though they're terrified of this fucking prospect. And yet, the Democrats have the motion. or at least the left flank candidates, create real grassroots support around the Democratic Party. But once again, the last thing I want to say about the Mejia race, the last two things I want to mention with the Mejia race is that the abolish ICE position is spectacularly popular. Okay? No matter what Hakeem Jeffries and stupid ass Chuck Schumer try to present, the abolish ICE position is the fucking position. Democrats that are running for Congress, remember this. Okay? Remember this. I talked to two Democrats earlier today who told me about voters telling them they had planned to vote for Malinowski, but were either swayed against it or wavering because he had voted to fund ICE. Clearly getting that from Apex ads. And right now, as it stands, Mejia currently leads by just under 500 votes in New Jersey 11. Based on this outstanding vote, a rough estimate for net gain is remaining E-Day, election day, Mejia getting 100 plus votes. From provisionals, Mejia getting 350 plus votes. And the late vote by mail tabulations putting Malinowski at 600 plus votes, with the final margin, a rough estimate with Mejia being plus 350 votes. A razor-thin majority for Mejia, okay? That is where the fuck we're at. And that's the reason why this man was covering the story in the way that he was covering it, almost teary-eyed.
Malinowski may have lost, but they have also may have paved the way for a Mejia who is a critic of Israel. It's like maybe their worst nightmare. So we're going to have to see how this all plays out in the next couple days. I'm Charlie Style of The Record.
Now let's get to Governor Kathy Hochul winning big off of Zoran's momentum. Okay? As you guys know, Zoran is tremendously popular. Okay? There's no other way to cover it. He is developing very quickly a cult of personality around him. He's incredibly popular, partially because he was able to secure universal pre-K by the 8th day of his administration, of his mayoralty. Okay? 8 days in. Having said that, while he is doing a great job as a mayor, my expectation of Zoran and the expectation of many others like myself of Zoran is not that he would be a great mayor and basically fix the reputation of the Democratic Party, but also simultaneously be such a great mayor and a movement guy that he actually is the pivotal person that promotes the building and the organizational capabilities of socialism in the United States of America. Okay? Democratic Socialists of America. He is a movement guy himself. He is a real DSA guy. AOC was DSA endorsed, but did not spend, if I'm not mistaken, nearly as much time as Zoran has spent within the ranks of the Democratic Socialists of America in New York City. Zoran also has an activist background. Okay? There's a reason why I said he is the real deal. Because he created the Students for Justice in Palestine chapter in Bowdoin, however you say it. Okay? You don't do that kind of stuff if you're fake, if you're phony. You don't do that kind of stuff at a time when this is the third rail of American politics if you have ambitions of higher office. Before people say Zobama, there is no comparison between Obama and Zoran in that regard. If you look at his activist background, that's not what that shows. You need to understand something. No one who has ambitions of higher office is spending any fucking time near Students for Justice, SJP, way back in the fucking day. Okay? A lot of you have the perspective of today on the issue of Israel-Palestine, so you have no comparison. You have no comprehension of what a pro-Palestinian, anti-Zionist, anti-genocide position used to look like for your career ambitions. Okay? This is why maybe decisions like this one are even worse, in my opinion.
On the eve of her formal nomination as the Democratic candidate for governor, Kathy Hochul notches the long-expected endorsement of Mayor Mamdani.
And it's giving her...
For me, I will admit, this is a ginormous disappointment. Okay? Straight up. If this cooks my chances of linking up with Zoran while I'm out here or in the future, so be it. I have to fucking stay honest. And I have to say my piece. Okay? This is, once again, a ridiculous moment. Okay? Totally unacceptable. Especially considering that it didn't have to come so fucking early. Okay? The reason why I say this is because Hochul was called a disgusting genocide apologist by Zoran Mamdani himself, both early on into the genocide, all the way back in the December of 2023, and then once again, I believe in July of 2024. Not only that, but also, while Hochul has signed off on universal pre-K, there's a lot more in Zoran's agenda that she must sign off on, especially as it pertains to a wealth tax that he wants to apply in the city of New York. And I'm not so certain that that assurance has come from Kathy Hochul. We can argue on whether or not that's the appropriate thing to do regardless, instead of putting in, quote unquote, our guy, Delgado, former lieutenant governor, who is the progressive choice in this, in the gubernatorial race. Having said that, I don't think there's any fucking reason to hit this early pro-Hochul line and kind of humiliate your closest allies, including people that know Zoran very well, a lot better than I do. Let's be real, okay? But I see the other side of this as well, as I've talked about with the Chiose primary efforts being thwarted before it was ever launched. The reason why Delgado was backed by DSA affiliates and DSA other DSA candidates and people who are very close to Zoran Mamdani is because Delgado himself is not exactly a socialist either. Okay? Zoran gave his endorsement in The Nation pretty much after spelling it out a week prior to this, but still gave his endorsement in The Nation, saying, I'm endorsing Governor Kathy Hochul because she's someone willing to engage in honest dialogue that delivers results. Along with the movement that powered our campaign is how we secured a historic agreement on childcare, and we're just getting started. Here's the thing. Hochul, or Hochul, however you fucking say it, is an opportunist. And you can work with an opportunist. Okay? We got a taste of that with the New York, far before Zoran even became a nationally known figure in New York politics or in the Democratic Party. Hochul was anti-congestion pricing, and once that was actually forced through, she very quickly became the champion of congestion pricing in New York. That was the first indication that she's willing to fight tooth and nail up until the very moment where something passes, and then she'll be the biggest fucking champion of it. Rather than thwart the initiative and efforts all the way to the best of her ability, she is malleable. It's okay. Hasana's still learning the limitations of working within the Democratic Party. He needs 15 more cycles to be patient. Man, shut your bitch ass up, okay? Go fucking build communism in the United States of America, and then you can come back to me and do this cynical ass bullshit like I don't fucking know that this is still the Democratic Party is a fucking liberal capitalist party that has set up hurdles in front of any sort of left momentum, as though that's not a primary part of my fucking commentary. Shut the fuck up, okay? You're not brilliant. You're not making a brilliant fucking assessment. You are just a fucking moron that is relitigating the same things that I talk about with regular fucking frequency, okay? God damn it. It is one of the most annoying things I hear all the fucking time. Build communism now. Build it now. Build communism now. It's time for the vanguard. It's time for siege communism. Build it now. Build it now or shut the fuck up. You're not doing anything. A lot of you fucking morons act like there's a build communism button that I just refuse to fucking press. Okay? Jesus Christ. Shut up. Oh. I will be building communism tomorrow. How will I do it? By going and yelling at the largest fucking socialist content creator in North America in his Twitch chat. This is how I'm building the vanguard, okay? Hassan is the only hurdle against building communism tomorrow. If Hassan did not exist, we would have built the third-party communist momentum tomorrow. Hassan's entire purpose is to shepherd the actual revolutionary communists that are ready to fucking go back into the Democratic Party's, back into the comfortable bosom of the Democratic Party. He is a shepherd. He is an enemy. He is an op. If these are the type of opinions that you have, if you do not understand what I'm trying to do here, especially in this moment where I'm quite literally criticizing Zohran Mamdani for not playing a role in being the guy, being the movement builder that he is supposed to be, a responsibility that I think he understands that he carries, and the disappointment that I have in this very moment, okay? The disagreement that I have, you are a fucking moron. The purity testers legit need to be left behind woke 1.0. No. The problem is these guys don't understand where the fuck I'm coming from. Okay? These guys don't understand where I'm coming from. I have the same opinion that they do. We have different methods. And in the absence of an alternative, in the absence of a fucking alternative, you don't have anything. You're just yelling at a guy trying to do something that you disagree with. Okay? I'm one person. I'm one singular person. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Okay? I try to use the platform that I've been able to develop for good to the best of my ability in terms of building socialism in this fucking country. And you think I'm the fucking opposition here. Okay? I thought that we would, at this point, we would be a little bit more aware of what this looks like, okay? Working within the confines of availability, the opportunity where there's an election machine in one of the two parties that is unfathomably weak right now because it's not fucking standing in opposition to the Republican fascists, using that as an opportunity to show that the left position is the more viable position to as many Americans as fucking possible, especially considering that a big part of this nation is still a bunch of small business Hitlerites and Treatlerites of different variety that have the most reactionary position on socialism because they're fucking oblivious about what socialism actually is, what communism actually is. Like, you have to use whatever fucking options are given to you, okay? A lot of you are completely fucking delusional. I'm the biggest socialist on the internet. Also, I'm just a small bean. No, this is your weakest argument. That's no one's argument. Stop strawmanning. We told you this would happen. Stop backing Democrats. Shut the fuck up. Shut up and build communism now. Shut up and build communism now. I'm banning you so you can go out there and actually fucking engage in the revolutionary organizing. Okay? Go out there and build communism right the fuck now. You're not doing it in this chat by yelling at me. Okay? Build communism yesterday. Build communism yesterday. Do it. The American working class does not see themselves as working class. They do not organize around their class position. Okay? We do not have the organizational tools to even apply real pressure to the Democratic Party at this point. Okay? When I ban you, think of it as though I am sending you to the fucking countryside to go and organize the revolutionary masses that have that potential. Okay? The American peasant class. A lot of you see any movement in the socialist direction and then go, okay, the time is now. Everyone is ready. They got a fucking copy of the Red Book in their pocket, in their chest pocket. They're armed. They're ready to fucking go. It's so funny that they're doing this at a moment when I'm also criticizing Zohran Mamdani's endorsement. And it's just, everyone is like so fucking invested in this like idiotic I told you so moment with no fucking alternative. You have no alternative. You've done nothing. You think if you fucking chirp in this Twitch chat that is your absolute fucking best move in the direction of building a proletarian vanguard that is armed and ready to go, armed with the ideological backing of Marxist Leninist principles and ready to fucking build this revolution overnight. You are fucking delusional because you don't talk to anyone in the fucking real world. You do not talk to the average person. You do not organize. You do not see the normal person and how they still in this day and age, how they fucking operate when they hear about socialism or communism. Okay? You have direct access to Zoran. We do not. I'm sure you understand what the argument is. You're just assuming people aren't doing the work in the real world. No, dumbass. If they're doing the fucking work in the real world, they wouldn't be in here chirping. That's the point I'm making. Okay? Because if they were doing the work in the real world, they would have already seen how people react to socialism still to this fucking day. It's not there yet. Having said that, this is still a bad decision from Zoran Mamdani. The reason why I consider this to be a bad decision by Zoran Mamdani, here, let's just fucking listen
Zoran
to the
Mamdani.
article.
Why I am endorsing Kathy Hochul by Zoran Mamdani.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. People say about drivers save hundreds, save for situations.
Mayoral campaign. It is the foundation of my administration. It is also what Governor Kathy Hochul said as we celebrated an agreement to deliver universal child care, one of the largest expansions of the social safety net in our city's history. It is as consequential a policy victory as our movement has seen in quite some time. A burden of more than $22,500 lifted. The difference between whether or not a family can stay in the city they love with the children they want to raise. It was made possible by the nearly 100,000 volunteers who talked to millions of New Yorkers at their doors. But it would not have happened just 8 days into our administration, without Governor Hochul moving to provide more than $1 billion in state funding. We delivered this historic win together. Together we have fought to protect New Yorkers from ICE. Together we have defended our party, our democracy, and the ability of working New Yorkers to raise a family in the city they love. And together, we have forged a new era in the relationship between Albany and City Hall after too many years defined by pettiness instead of productivity. At a moment of crisis, we chose a different path. We respected one another's perspectives and committed to the idea that government should and must work even when it is hard. The governor and I do not agree on everything. We have real differences, particularly when it comes to taxation of the wealthiest. At a moment defined by profound income inequality, I continue to believe that the wealthiest among us can afford to pay just a little bit more. But for too long, our politics has been defined by a familiar cycle. Big promises, bitter fights, and little tangible progress. This stagnation has taken a toll. People are struggling to afford childcare, housing, and public transit. They are tired of being told to wait while they are crushed by an affordability crisis that drives out the very people who built this city.
Basically, the calculation here for Zoran is, do I actually lean in? Do I actually lean into Delgado, who is not a safe pick, or do I stand by with a governor that I've already been able to work with, that I've already gotten something done with, and hope that she will maintain her interest in defending the Zoran agenda? Okay, defending the left agenda. I think this is not the, I don't think this is the smart move. There is no guarantee that Kathy Hochul will, once she actually secures power once again, when the election is over and wins, is going to actually turn around and do anything for Zoran. And that if she doesn't do that, Zoran will just fucking fall flat on his face. Hochul is an opportunist and Delgado is an opportunist, but Hochul is an opportunist who is much more likely to win and who he has to work with at least through the next year. If he didn't back her, he would have to put up a hostile relationship for at least a year and most likely his whole term. Maybe you question the timing, though. That's precisely what I'm questioning. Because if you want to fucking secure leverage, you need to get more assurances from Kathy Hochul rather than immediately going in. If you take your sweet time in your endorsement of Kathy Hochul, what you can at least do is apply more pressure through Delgado. The pragmatic solution here is to see where Delgado goes, instead of cutting the wind off of Delgado's sails with the incredible momentum that the DSA slate has in these elections. The appropriate and smart choice, the Machiavellian choice in this moment, would once again still be to wait and fucking see. It's not like Delgado is the socialist candidate, right? And that Zoran is like choosing Hochul over the socialist candidate. What I'm frustrated by from my position is this. I want to be fucking radically transparent, radically honest in this moment. Okay? Because it's much easier for me to sit around and just be like, Zoran is my guy. He's doing the right thing. He's doing the best thing, and just glaze him. Okay? But I have to be fucking honest here. What I worry about, as someone who has not only endorsed Zoran and has said like he's the real deal over and over again, my hopes, my dreams for Zoran Mamdani is that he utilizes the Democratic Party to build socialism, and that he doesn't become a person that utilizes the DSA as a door-knocking operation to build the Zoran brand and build the Democratic Party. Okay? These sorts of initiatives make me question whether or not he is building socialism or if he's just simply building the base of support for the Democratic Party. The goal here should not be to build the brand reputation of the Democratic Party, as the Democrats are doing everything in their fucking power to attack the left flank candidates over and over again. That's it. My expectation is not to for Zoran Mamdani to do like pie in the sky idealism either. At the end of the day, if it became clear that Kathy Hochul was going to absolutely fucking win, then of course Zoran should endorse Kathy Hochul. But every moment up until that endorsement is an opportunity to secure more concessions. Okay? That's it. Hassan, you act as if we have yet to build a revolutionary vanguard, but I and my comrades have already seized an American military base and munition stockpile in Wyoming and are currently marching on the nearby nuclear launch silo in order to put the fear of nuclear fire in the hearts of the global capitalist class. Let's go. Let's fucking go. If Zoran waits in this moment, he can take advantage of Delgado putting pressure on Hochul to assume more left-wing positions. And yes, I do think Zoran Mamdani has that level of political capital. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. 100%. I don't know if it's the insecurity that he feels, like he's too green, like he doesn't have the fucking momentum behind him. Maybe he doesn't recognize it, but he does have it. Okay? He does. He has it. I don't fucking believe Hochul, without like an appropriate shellacking, is actually going to lean into Zoran out of the kindness of her fucking heart. It's just not going to happen. It has never happened. Okay? Even if you don't trust Delgado, and that is part of the reason, that is part of this this like quote unquote betrayal. Doing this amidst a massive nurse strike where 15,000 nurses in New York City, one, got arrested yesterday for their participation in the work stoppage, at a time when Hochul is also extending the emergency in an effort to continue not leaning into the demands being made by the fucking nurses. Like, doing this in this very moment is like unimaginably bad from even from the perspective of like New York politics, pro-labor politics in the fucking state of New York, in the city of New York. Okay? A lot of you that want to lean into this are doing so because you like Zoran. And I love Zoran. Okay? But the reasons why I like Zoran is because he's supposed to be fucking brave. He's supposed to be a representative of a different type of politics, not one that forcibly revitalizes the image of the Democratic Party, but the one that forces the Democratic Party to reckon with his position, a socialist position. Okay? The goal of the Bernie-crats must not be to defend the sanctity and the viability of the Democratic Party. The goal of the Democrats, the left flank Democrats, the Bernie-crats, should be to advance the agenda, okay? By force, by pure, raw, grassroots power. Whether that agenda be universal pre-K, universal child care, or whether that agenda be a wealth tax on some of the wealthiest individuals in New York City, we must not shy away from bullying establishment Democrats. It's not just about winning elections. It's about how you legislate beyond the elections, which is part of the reason why I wanted to come out here to New York City to show that Zoran's momentum as a competent administrator, to show that leftists are not these pie in the sky idealists that are silly and they get cast aside when they actually win power, but actually do deliver on the promises that they make and fight to achieve their agenda. Okay? Here's a DSA nurse that is striking in a tough spot. Mayor and support Trevor, a nursing student in New York City DSA, and Bread and Roses, who's helping coordinate strike support, told the call that there were Zaddy, please save us signs at Sinai West when Zoran came to speak. However, given Zoran's endorsement of Hochul, he says it's going to be whiplash for a lot of rank and file now that it's clear that that won't happen. Trevor laments that the timing of this could not be more embarrassing to our movement. Zoran is in every ad for DSA on Instagram. I don't know how I can proudly tell nurses on the line that I'm a DSA member. In the labor movement, we have the saying, which side are you on? Zoran chose wrong. Even the Brooklyn Democrats retracted their endorsement of Hochul over her running mate Pig. Point is, Zoran's endorsement was unreasonably early and folded under zero pressure from local orgs. It doesn't end there, because some people might be making the calculation that Zoran Mamdani is doing this because he's singularly focused on delivering the affordability agenda in New York. But this is not even good for being singularly focused on delivering the affordability agenda in New York. Because out of the 5-point plan, he only secured very early on universal pre-K. The point is, Zoran Mamdani must not be another Bill de Blasio, okay? The point is, Zoran Mamdani is supposed to be a socialist, a democratic socialist. Sure, his campaign that he's running on is a modest expansion of already existing social safety nets, you know, fixing some of the issues within New York public transit. But the most ambitious aspect of his otherwise still modest social democratic agenda is the wealthy tax on the super wealthy in New York City. That's the most consequential part of his policy making, especially when there's a fucking huge budget shortfall that he has to deal with as a consequence of Eric Adams's ineptitude or rank corruption. Let's be real. It's not even ineptitude. Bill de Blasio fought with the governor too much. Bill de Blasio did not have the same motion that Zoran Mamdani had. That's the difference. And Kathy Hochul is not Andrew Cuomo, a dynastic name that time and time again aligned with the New York Republicans in an effort to solidify his position of prominence in the fucking New York State legislature. Kathy Hochul is much weaker, especially with an election coming up, than Andrew Cuomo ever was. Zoran Mamdani is much more popular than Bill de Blasio ever was. The leverage is on the side of Zoran. The chips are in his hands. That's it. It sucks because I know that the social democrat position in this is to just shut the fuck up and say this is a good idea. Oh, everything that Zoran is doing is good. Let him cook. That's what people want me to say. I know for a fact that plenty of people will go, oh, here we go again. Hassan is not happy with anything that anybody ever does. But I am talking about strategy. And I hope you guys can understand that. My expectation is not that Zoran Mamdani lead the revolutionary vanguard. Okay? This is purely strategic. And it doesn't end there. AOC's endorsement of Hochul basically destroys any sort of pressure point that Hochul would have to withstand and make campaign promises on. It makes no sense.
an opportunity to attach herself to his star power and enthusiastic base of young left-of-center supporters. Political reporter Marcia Kramer is here now with more. Marcia.
Okay, Jay, it's clear from the way Kathy Hochul has structured the rollout of her campaign for re-election that she's hoping to appeal to both progressives and more middle-of-the-road voters, balancing her choice of a more moderate running mate in Adrian Adams with the endorsement of Mayor Mamdani.
This is an endorsement that reflects a sincere belief in the partnership that we have been building.
Mayor Mamdani explaining his decision to back Kathy Hochul's re-election after he formally endorsed her in a long essay in The Nation. He played up the fact that even people from opposing wings of the party can forge a fruitful working relationship. The governor and I do not agree on everything. We have real differences, particularly when it comes to taxation of the wealthiest, Mamdani said, adding that we must be able to disagree honestly while still delivering for the people we serve. Over the past 6 months, Governor Hochul and I have done exactly that. The endorsement came as Kathy Hochul was appearing in Syracuse with her newly selected running mate, former City Council Speaker Adrian Adams, giving her the ability to corral the yin and the yang of the party. Mamdani.
The worst part about it is that the dual ticket here for Delgado comes with India Walton, who is the DSA choice, who was the Zohran Mamdani before Zohran Mamdani ever existed. India Walton, who I've obviously met at the Zohran Mamdani election victory party, was the famous socialist mayor that won the Buffalo Buffalo mayoral primary, who then the entire state Democratic Party apparatus came down on with a fucking last-second write-in candidacy for the establishment Democrat, who was the incumbent, who then literally fucking won with the write-in candidacy in the general, and then left the position after selling off rights to a fucking casino. A lot of you are probably unfamiliar with the history of the New York DSA. Byron Brown won back the incumbency with a write-in candidacy after he lost the primary to Buffalo, the Buffalo primary to India Walton. Okay, India Walton is Delgado's lieutenant governor on the pick.
His progressive base and the more moderate outer borough supporters of Adams.
This job is not about our egos. It is not. It is about how we put our own desires and ambitions aside and put the people of this great state, 20 million people who look to us every day to help them get out of their circumstance. You put that first.
But Republicans immediately tried to turn the coveted endorsement against her, labeling Mamdani, quote, an anti-Semitic communist who stands against everything America stands for. State Party spokesman David Laska adding, quote, what new taxes and radical proposals did Kathy Hochul promise Zohran Mamdani in exchange for his support? Law professor J.C. Polanco says it's now up to expected Republican nominee Bruce Blakeman to pick a running mate that creates an exciting ticket for his party.
And I'm not here to give advice to Bruce Blakeman, but you have to play chess here. Governor Hochul is playing chess. She understands the map. She's from Western New York. She picks someone from Queens, a woman, first black woman speaker of the city council who's a centrist. Your job now, County Executive Blakeman, is how can you compete with that?
Now, J.C. Polanco suggested a few possible Republican running mates, including former Council Minority Leader Joe Barone.
I wonder if Mamdani's betting on the fact that Delgado can win without his endorsement. No, Delgado was not a fucking... Delgado was a long shot even with Zohran's endorsement. I still believe that if like AOC and the Bernie-crats and Zohran Mamdani backed Delgado, he would have at least had a shot of unseating Kathy Hochul. It's just that they didn't want to fight that fight. It's very obvious that they're playing really scared. Okay? They're moving not like a unit that has all the fucking momentum, but they're moving as though they don't want any sort of blemish on the agenda. Okay? That's it. That's it. They don't want to fight any fights. It's the same principle behind cutting Chiose out from ever running against Hakeem Jeffries. And even if there was more, like even if it was a more understandable argument from Zohran Mamdani at that point for that specific disruptive candidacy by Chiose. This one is, in my opinion, even crazier than that. Okay? And I did not like the timing of that like anti-endorsement against Chiose from the start. And I was very open about my criticisms then. But this is even worse than that, in my opinion. If Hochul had run with India Walton, what would that look like? I mean, that would never happen because if I'm not mistaken, someone was saying in the chat that Hochul's husband was in opposition to India Walton, and Hochul herself was in opposition to India Walton. And Hochul's husband is like a beneficiary of the casino corporation that Byron, the incumbent in Buffalo, ended up working for, and maintained his position of power as the Buffalo mayor, specifically so that he could offer favorable contracts to the casino that he ended up resigning and going to work for, by the way. Hochul herself refused to endorse Walton for mayor when she won her primary in Buffalo. She lost because of an establishment organized writing campaign. I know, I talked about it already. There was no good option here. Delgado is not better than Hochul and has damaged credibility in Albany. Hochul sucks, but is currently in power, and no matter who said what is more likely to win. We don't know what happened behind closed doors. I think he's earned at least some charitability, but the leash is short. Yeah. I think the most fucked up aspect of this is the timing, okay? That's it. Adam Carlson says, I genuinely can't envision a path of victory for Antonio Delgado at this point. Before this, there was a slight chance he could harness progressive lefty anger at Hochul for not taxing the rich, etc. Things that got testy with Mamdani, but now it feels like the door is officially closed. This, in my opinion, this kills the taxing the wealthy momentum. That's why I'm frustrated, okay? I'm frustrated for 3 different major reasons. Number one, this, in my opinion, makes launching the most important aspect of Zoran's agenda way, way more fucking difficult. Okay? That's number one. It makes taxing the wealthy harder. Okay? Because there is no more leverage and no more pressure point to apply on Hochul to literally come out and say she's on board with this. Okay? Buying goodwill is not going to be enough for people like this when their primary purpose is to rat fuck the likes of Zoran and everybody else. That's number one. Okay? You don't win power by getting a good-natured, closed-door handshake agreement. You win power by forcing these guys to concede on those positions publicly. And there's never been a moment where she said she's down for this. Okay? Number two, if you're supposed to be the face of a movement, if you're supposed to be the movement guy, your job shouldn't be to build the Democratic Party's prestige. Okay? Your job is to create more opportunities to apply pressure on the Democratic Party by winning additional seats for people who are more pliant, for people who are going to be your loyal servants, your loyal soldiers in positions of power. This means getting allies elected. This means sometimes fucking fighting against the establishment candidates. And last but not least, okay, but when does Zoran say he was the face of the movement? Okay, dude, what the fuck kind of argument is this? What the fuck kind of argument is this? You think Zoran Mamdani ran to just be the mayor? Is that what you think? Really? If that was the case, why didn't he run like Brad Lander? He could have easily fucking skirted by being more dynamic and younger than Brad Lander, and he would have been fine. There's a reason why he won and not Brad Lander. Okay? Being a good mayor does a lot more for the movement than picking a fight with the governor. You're not picking a fight with the governor. You're forcing the governor to reckon with the amount of motion that you fucking have. I disagree with you. Zoran's endorsement or non-endorsement or even delayed timing doesn't really pressure Hochul on the tax on the wealth. Zoran is a smart guy. Why do we always assume our electeds are being fleeced? What actually will pressure on tax increases? DSA winning all 8 of our elections in the New York DSA slate. They're going to meet on Sunday. Zoran's approval rating will help them get elected. Chatter, that's a totally separate thing, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. Those two things align with one another. Obviously, you know where I stand on this, considering that you know the fact that I assume you're a New York DSA person, okay? I'm going to be fucking doing the DSA slate on Sunday. Jesus fucking Christ. Listen, I like when you have a charismatic figure who is making unilateral decisions. Okay. I don't like that the New York DSA does not have any sort of like punishment mechanism or a protocol to keep electeds in check. They don't. That's just the case. They don't. And I actually do like that people make unilateral decisions because unfortunately our movement is disorganized. Okay. And although I'm not a part of New York DSA, I'm saying our movement. Okay. That's it. Having said that, when someone is making unilateral decisions, I wish that they would be making unilateral decisions that actually apply more pressure to the people in positions of power and have more confidence in their momentum and have more confidence in their fucking movement, rather than one that they predict will make things easier for them to govern as a mayor. Zoran Mamdani is not just a fucking mayor. Okay? He's not. There's a reason why he is an internationally known figure now. You're talking about this like Zoran didn't understand the strategy here and was just incompetent. He knew, which is why this sucks so much. I know. Do you want the DSA to be a fucking door-knocking operation for electeds that make a prominent, become like prominent national and sometimes international figures? Or do you want this to be the beginnings of a robust socialist organizational movement? Which one is it? What do you want? If you want to keep door knocking for candidates, then yeah, great. This is awesome. He's going to fucking kill as the mayor. And then maybe down the line, there will be more people that will vote vote for Democratic Socialists. And then once those Democratic Socialists are elected, you know, they'll do their very best to highlight and identify and defend non-socialist electeds who are actually a stopgap measure for more socialists being elected or even socialist policy being implemented. If Z waits a year for wins, he's definitely going the de Blasio way. His strategy here is definitely right. Delgado is no less opportunistic, and Hochul has a lot of power to help or hurt Zoran immediately. He can alienate her and get nothing done for a year and then maybe have an ally, but maybe not. Two ways to miss, Delgado being risky, or he can go with the person who seems game to make him their opportunity and take it from there. Oh, there is no reason, in my opinion, this is a miscalculation, and there is no reason to fucking endorse this early, in my opinion. This whole conversation is just this. This art from the New Yorker really sparked a lot of debate, and I want to know what you think about. Is it right? We are assigning a role to Zoran he never set out to have. That's not true. That's not true. You're wrong about that. Okay? You're wrong. He's focused on New York City. He will never prioritize a national movement over that. I think it's been clear in his politics since he started running, but a lot of people have thought of him as something bigger than he sees himself as. It sucks, but I don't think it should be surprising. No, that's literally not true. You're not right. You're wrong. Okay? That's it. If that was the case, he would be, and I don't have, look, he would be anti-Zionist Brad Lander if that was the case. Okay? You're wrong. New York City politics has always had national implications. Even when it was fucking Eric Adams, it was even more transparent that New York City politics was supposed to have national implications because the Democratic Party was, you know, really pumping Eric Adams as like the face of the movement. The reason why Zoran has international implications is because of who he is and what he represents. Anyone that says that that's not the case, is missing the forest for the fucking trees. What's your general take on the Hochul endorsement? Like, I understand the calculation that he's making. I think it's wrong. That's it. Especially what the time calls for, what today calls for. It's not like I'm saying, build communism now, build communism tomorrow. But these kinds of moves are, in my opinion, short-sighted. It offers more defense for the Democratic Party, establishment Democrats in particular, because you assume that they're going to be pliant because you're playing ball with them, than it does winning that power by making pressure stick. Those of us entrusted with the sacred oath of service must heed that call and work together to honor it. That requires not the absence of disagreement, but the presence of trust. We must be able to disagree honestly while still delivering for people that we serve. Well, that's what I think too about my criticisms of Zoran Mamdani here. Over the past 6 months, Governor Hochul and I have done exactly that. This experience matters because the challenges ahead are real. New York City faces budget hardships, an affordability crisis that rages on, and an urgent need for government to deliver. The temptation is to allow difference to turn into distrust. But over the course of our relationship, I have come to trust Governor Hochul as someone willing to engage in an honest dialogue that leads to results. Okay? As we face threats from Washington, she has defended our social safety net and protected funding from critical infrastructure projects. At its best, the Democratic Party has been a big tent, not because it avoids conflict, but because it channels conflict towards progress. A party united by, not by conformity, but by a commitment to structural change and to the work required to achieve it. I've seen a model for what that can look like with my collaboration with Governor Hochul, a relationship built on candor, a shared commitment to a government that is equal parts competent and trustworthy, and results that working people can feel in their day-to-day lives. The success of our movement will be defined by the success of our government. New Yorkers deserve leaders who believe in that transformation, leaders who understand that hope is inspired by a vision and sustained by change. Governor Kathy Hochul has earned my endorsement because she has chosen to govern in that spirit, and in this moment, that choice matters. Can you clarify that if you're more upset by the timing of this endorsement and not holding out for more concessions or just endorsing Kathy in general? Yes. It's the timing of this endorsement, in my opinion, that is the massive mistake. Because given how Delgado moved, right? Given how Delgado moved, even the protective endorsement should come much later down the line. Okay? Where do you get the idea that Zoran sees himself as a movement leader and has aspirations of being a national figure? Oh, I think whether or not he sees himself as that, which I do think he sees himself as that, it doesn't fucking matter. He is that. Okay? Zoran was an advocate for the 1, 2, 3, 4 plan in New York City, which didn't pass back in the day. He absolutely has a vision for DSA, but there are so many contradictions that he has to face now with executive power. If we're being honest, the campaign went better than expected. I don't think there was a clear plan on how to actually govern as a socialist without a legislative mandate, especially considering a tit-for-tat measure here. The reality of the matter is, considering how all of these figures that he is now sitting around and defending unconditionally took their sweet-ass time to fucking defend Zoran or endorse Zoran, he has every opportunity to wait, okay? That's it. Hochul. Say Hochul. You're saying it wrong. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Now, this in and of itself is not me, like, pulling out the fucking ripcord and being like, fuck Zoran, he's compromised, Zoran Musadani. I have a lot more room for disagreement with, electeds that are closest to me ideologically than many chatters do. Let's be real. That's why they call me the fucking sheepdog of the Democratic Party around these parts, and say that I'm actually in opposition to real revolutionary politics in this country. Okay? Same goes for Bernard Sanders, same goes for AOC, and same goes for Zoran Mamdani. Okay? No one calls you that, Lamau. No, the fucking the real revolutionary figures in my chat who have actually overtaken forward operating bases in the United States of America, that are ready to build the peasant revolution, the peasant rebellion in the United States of America, are in the fucking trenches, armed with AK-47s. They're ready to storm. They're ready to storm the fucking barracks. Okay. They're ready to storm the barracks, armed with a copy of the fucking Red Book on one hand and an AK-47 on the other. Okay? And I'm holding them back, and I'm telling them, please vote blue no matter who, obviously. The reason why they say that is because I take this approach where I am, I guess, much more forgiving to socialist and social democrat electeds than, random fucking YouTubers are in general. They think I'm doing that because I want to boost my fucking profile, boost my platform in the national front, and only care about, I'm only self-interested. I do it because, once again, I think that there is a pathway to build real change in this fucking country's politics, a country's politics that is at least aware, or at least factors in its analysis how fucking reactionary the average working class person is. Okay? All I ask for clear explanation on seemingly counterproductive decisions. He owes that to his base. I'm not New York City DSA, but I am DSA, and this just doesn't make any sense, especially considering how galvanizing fighting for policies and principles that were already elected into office can be. Yeah, Zoran Mamdani won, not because he moderated. Zoran Mamdani won because he stood strong and proud on specifically his anti-Israel position, for example. Another area that he has seemingly not fully conceded on, but certainly has tried to play ball with, like, these people who will never actually never actually feel satiated by his like, I'm combating anti-Semitism position. I'm sure Zoran recognizes his position as a new face of American socialism. I just don't think he'll prioritize it over what he sees as accomplishing internal city politics. Now that's something we can criticize him on, but I think that's his perspective. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed this, but my criticisms have also not only been about him being a movement guy or the face of a movement, but also a guy who could do both at the same time by holding out on his fucking endorsement of Kathy Hochul. Do you notice that I said that it's the timing of this endorsement? It's not that like he would ever endorse Kathy Hochul. It's the fact that he endorsed Kathy Hochul early on without seeing whichever way the winds would blow with Delgado. Do you notice that that was my main point of contention here? Especially considering that a Hochul endorsement could come down the line, especially if it was very obvious that Delgado had no fucking path towards winning. He could utilize the DSA to keep pumping Delgado, to keep door knocking for Delgado, to keep pumping for Delgado, and see how he decides when it's a little bit fucking closer. Because I think in the absence of his endorsement of Kathy Hochul, there is a real room for unseating Kathy Hochul with a much more pliant Delgado. Okay? And if that's not happening, if there was no opportunity for Delgado, then he fucking says, hey, I'm endorsing Kathy Hochul. We've had a great back and forth so far, very productive so far. Kathy Hochul has the same fucking vision for the future of the Democrats that I do, you know? That's it. On the one hand, you can't celebrate Zohran Mamdani's upset victory in the New York primaries, in the New York mayoral primaries, and then be like, well, there's no other options. Now it's time to play safe. You're being fucking ridiculous. It's the exact same energy. My commentary on the issue is for nothing if you also are playing scared. Okay? My commentary on this issue is irrelevant, is utterly irrelevant if we are going to then justify playing scared. Scared money don't make no money, okay? Anyway, now we're going to switch gears and I'm going to talk to Don Lemon, a newly minted folk hero, Don Lemon, about his arrest and numerous other things that are going on, okay? But let me finish this off real quick, and I got to go pee real quick as well.
And Brooklyn Councilwoman Ina Vernikov. Personally, I think he needs to pick a mom because Hochul is laying claim to running on a two-mom ticket. So, guys, both of you are moms. Anybody interested?
Oh, no, thank you.
No. Politics, not
You're
on the
a mom,
radar.
too.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you know what? We'll see what the next chess move is, right?
We will.
Okay, thank you, Marcia.
Across this country, day after day, we bear witness to cruelty that staggers the conscience. Masked agents paid by our own tax dollars violate the Constitution and visit terror upon our neighbors. They arrive as if atop a pale horse, and they leave a path of wreckage in their wake. People ripped from their cars, guns drawn against the unarmed, families torn apart, lives shattered, quietly, swiftly, brutally. If these are not attacks upon the stranger among us, what is? This cruelty is no faraway concept. ICE operates.
God, his team is so solid, by the way. Even the fucking Nation article is so well written. I mean, I just, it makes me extra upset because I feel like it literally is going to waste for Kathy Hochul this early on. You know what I mean? Washing the bead with Don Lemon. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing right now. Hold on, let me get in here. Entering the studio. Hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Wait, fuck. The virtual camera has like all this shit. Hold on. Program default. No. I'm gonna go with scene. No, I'm gonna go with source. Okay, boom. All right, virtual camera. Stream input is chat input. No, that's not it. Microphone. Hello. Allow while visiting the site. Your browser can't access your devices. Wait, what the fuck? Hello? Wait, I just allowed it. Why isn't it fucking letting me access the devices? Enter the studio one more time. Let's see if it works. Hopefully it'll work. Uh-oh. Browser can't access your devices. Close any applications that might be using your camera mic. Wait, what the fuck is the virtual camera? Hello, 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 hello. Oh, Jesus Christ. We are so cooked. Stream input, maybe. Nope, that's not working. Fuck. Yes, virtual camera. March help? There's nothing March can do. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm on Chrome, and it's not Zoom. Is it Control R that refreshes like fully? Hopefully. No. I'm refreshing the browser and it's not working. Hold on. I'm going to restart it entirely. Hopefully this time it'll work. Because if not, we are fucking cooked. Okay. I'm turning off the browser. Okay. Control Shift R. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Nope, it's not doing it. God damn it. Why won't it let me fucking access the browser? I already gave permissions to Google Chrome. Click the gear icon on the left of the URL in Chrome and you can adjust settings that allow your mic and cam. I did that already. Wait, what? Autofill performance, maybe? You might need to cut stream, set it up, and then redo stream. I can't do that. Right click on the page and press inspect, then you can Control Shift R. I already did that. God damn it. Oh no. Settings. Check settings, microphone. Use Steam browser. Let's see. I'm going to try something crazy here. Nope. Didn't work. Fuck. It's not letting me turn on the camera and it's not letting me unmute. Okay, this is not good at all. I am fucked. God damn it. What the hell, man? What the freaking hell? Oh no. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. I'm so goddamn mad right now. How is this StreamYard shit's not working? Is there like a Zoom option here? Is not letting me use mic and cam even when I turn off OBS and single source it to StreamYard. Quit Discord? Wait, that might be an option here. Let's see. Let's quit Discord. Let's try one more time. No, it's not even letting me use the microphone, dude. It's fucking nuts. Like, I don't want to leak the address of the it's not even letting me use the microphone, chat. Like, it's totally cooked. Hold on, I'm going to turn off everything one more time and then hopefully it works this time. Hello. Maybe I can try without the microphone and shit. Oh, god damn it. Why the fuck? Sent a link in mod chat. Yeah, it's not. The mics don't work, and the speakers, nothing works. Yo, I see it. I turned off Discord and then I turned it back on, and it's still like the browser permissions are supposed to work. I gave it the browser permissions, and they're seemingly not working for some reason. Sites can use the camera, customize behaviors, camera allow, microphone allow, notifications as default, all this shit. Yeah, I have all the permissions unlocked, but it's not letting me do it. Can you try downloading the app instead? Wait, is there an app download? Turn off your cam and OBS. You don't have to end stream. Delete the cam as a source and then capture from whatever you're conducting a call with. Same with the mic. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not working. Like, if you want to try, go ahead. But even the fact that it won't let you unmute the microphone, I gave it all the permissions, right? Wait, hold on. Let me reload one more time. Maybe this will work randomly. Yeah, see? Look. All right. Have you done StreamYard before?
I've not, but I'm sure.
It's the same.
Try a couple of things.
I don't have. It's not working. Where's the? You know where the shutter?
And try to enter it with your laptop camera.
Yeah, but then I don't have the fucking. Yeah, it's not working either. Like, it's not giving any permissions, even though I gave it the permissions initially. I did all of that. Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay. Oh fuck. Where is there's a StreamYard app potentially that I can use. Let's see if I can download the StreamYard app. No, there isn't. I lied. My bad, bro. Fuck. Okay, well, then we're fucked. Turn off your cam and OBS. I mean, but then it doesn't matter. I turned off my OBS before, and it still didn't allow me to use the StreamYard application. Like, I hit the OBS. I did everything. I reset everything, chatter. Oni Spumoni. I reset everything. I put BRB. I turned off Discord. I turned off fucking, like, I tried all that shit. Try a different browser. Do I have a different browser? Internet Explorer, I guess. Microsoft Edge. Fuck. Let's see. Yeah, your browser can't access your devices. I give it all of the permissions and it won't. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, let's see. No, see, okay, no, it's not. Yeah, it's the same shit. Hello, hello? Oh, but this is what happened before. This is what happened before. Hold on. Audio side. Wait, maybe it worked. Hold on. Hello, hello, hello. No, see, Rode Unify. It's just like it won't do it. It won't do default Rode Unify, stream input, chat input, Rode Unify. Hello, hello, hello. No, it's not working. Digital audio interface, stream input, Rode Unify, communications chat input, Rode Unify. Yeah, see? Yeah, see, now neither are working. This exact same thing happened last time. I don't know why. It's like, it's not complying at all. Like it works for 1 second and then it fucking gets cooked. Let's see. Oh God, Microsoft Edge is so ass. Plugging into the internet works better. Send another link in the mod chat, but it's a Hail Mary. See? It's like, it looks like it's supposed to be working, but the mic is literally refusing to pick up.
Maybe try your laptop.
Like this? Yeah, it's gonna sound like shit.
For them.
Yeah. But I don't want it to sound like shit, you know? I mean, I can do it like this.
And they need to be called out very plain and very simply. Okay? So I am joined by some esteemed guests. I'm so happy to have Hassan Piker is here. He's a political commentator, a content creator who live streams daily on Twitch and on YouTube. And I am a huge fan, and I can only learn from his greatness here in the streaming world. Also joining us is Akilah Hughes. She's a writer, a comedian, and the host of the Rebel Spirit podcast. And then a little bit later on, Godfrey is going to join us, a comedian and actor, a dear friend of the Don Lemon Show. After that, Katie Fang is going to join us. She's an attorney, a legal analyst, and the host of the Katie Fang Show right here on YouTube. Charles Coleman is an MSNBC legal analyst, former prosecutor, and a civil rights attorney, will join us in a bit. Anna Navarro is a host of The View. She's going to be on. Sunny Hostin, a host of The View, will be on as well. So thank you for joining. You have been sitting patiently, Akilah. Hassan, you have been sitting here patiently.
I've had a lot of technical issues. Sorry.
That's okay. So, Akilah, there's no debating what this is.
Yeah, this is explicit racism. I don't think that it's even a new form of racism. It's actually kind of the oldest American racism, is comparing Black people to apes and monkeys. So I really appreciate you saying we're not going to split hairs on whether it's racist or not, because it's a waste of everyone's fucking time. It's racist. Somebody said hello in the comments. Hi. But I think what really struck me was how lazy Caroline Leavitt's lie was today. Like saying it's a frame from The Lion King, when The Lion King for a very long time, most of my life, was the highest grossing animated film. I don't know a single soul who hasn't seen it. We all know that there aren't gorillas in it, and there certainly aren't palm trees that look like that. It's just so stupid. And she, really boasts about being a young mother and being pregnant and having a kid on the way. And I'm like, well, do you watch the movies your kids are watching? Because this is the most popular animated film, before Frozen, and I guess most recently Zootopia 2. So I think it's like actually damning to come up with a very lazy lie, which also, like, to your point, makes it easy for the president to undermine her and say, well, it's just another person who works here, without naming that person, without calling for them to be fired, without a real apology, just more of the same. And so I think, especially in Black History Month, it's like a real slap in the face to Black people in this country. But, it's just more of the same from this racist administration.
Hassan, what do you say?
I mean, I think as the white guy on the panel, it's probably not my place to say this, but I have this theory of permissible racism, that the broad majorities of white people who might share racialized animus might consider to be like somewhat permissible, because anti-blackness is baked into every orifice of American society, and there are a couple things that you can't touch, right? There's a couple of things that when you do it, even other racist white people will go, ooh, that's a little bit too much for me. And I feel like obviously the most the classic example of this is perhaps best demonstrated by Lee Atwater, famous Republican strategist Lee Atwater, that said you can't say the N-word anymore after the civil rights movement. So you like find different ways of analogizing the N-word by attacking black people from the point of welfare, claiming that black people are welfare queens, things like that Ronald Reagan did. This is like we all know that Donald Trump is racist. We all know that he is deeply invested in anti-blackness as a primary part of his politics. I mean, this is the same person that took out a full-page ad in the New York Times to demand the execution of the Central Park Five. This is a person whose family was prosecuted by the federal government for refusing to rent out their properties to black people. So we already knew this, and yet the Republicans are acting as though they're shocked now because he has finally touched on this like untouchable position where he is depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as apes is completely unacceptable. But I think it should maybe hopefully serve as a wake-up call for a lot of Americans who are still questioning whether or not he's racist. But I think at this point we all know, like, I mean, he is. I mean, he's been calling, he ran and campaigned on saying that Haitians were eating cats and dogs, which I thought would have been a turning point or a wake-up call for many Americans to go, wait a minute, you're talking about a bunch of black immigrants that have temporary protected status that you gave them, actually, living in Springfield, Ohio, boosting the economy of Springfield, Ohio, and you're just saying that they're eating, you're using incredibly racialized narratives about black people in that regard. You've said Somalis are a parasitic force that must be forcibly excised from the country, even though 95% of Somalis are American citizens. So there is no anti-immigrant advocacy there. There is no ICE action that is justified at all in that circumstance. These are all very clear demonstrations of anti-blackness that is, I think, foundational to the Republican Party's politics. And this is completely indefensible even by other racists.
Well, Hassan, this is also the party of even black people and brown people who say that, you know, there is no racism or systemic racism in America.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just this is a big part of the Republican strategy is to deny the very real racial wrongs that have been committed in this country on the basis of blackness, like directly on the basis of blackness. And the solution, of course, is also going to be on the basis of blackness as well. And yet any kind of recognition of this historic wrong is considered to be the real racism, or what they love to say is reverse racism.
Right.
Yeah. I want to bring in now Katie Fang. Katie Fang is an attorney, a legal analyst, and the host of the Katie Fang Show right here on YouTube. Katie, thank you very much for joining us. When you saw this, I mean, we've got three folks. I know Hassan said he's the white guy, but Hassan is you know, he's not the white guy. If you guys know what that
he's
means.
not exactly Harry, but
he's not. Yeah.
He's not Henry, but it's all right.
And this is a diverse panel of people who come from backgrounds that are not part of the larger culture. So what say you, when you saw this? I wasn't shocked. I was a bit surprised that he did it, but not shocked.
But that's the problem, isn't it? The fact that well, not us, right? Because we give a shit and we still care. But a lot of people like shrug their shoulders these days. They're like, oh, it's Donald Trump. He's just doing it. That type of numbness, that kind of permissive, like, oh, he gets the pass because we all know he's a racist, let's move on with our day. That's what's wrong right now. That kind of window of what they call it, the Overton window. I think that's the phrase, right? This idea of normalcy has now been shifted so fucking far away from what is decent that there are several of us that I was getting shit today because people are like, well, you know, there's other stuff going on. I'm like, no. This frames the way that everything is rolling out in this country these days. I had an amazing conversation with our good friend Danielle Moody today, and she calls it the economy of racism. And she's right? Because if you look at it, racism is a part of everything. That's what Hassan said, right? It is so imbued in the DNA of what is happening in this country right now that we look at this and it's horrific. And, you know, Caroline Levitt can give this like half-assed explanation in defense of it. And then are we just supposed to move on in the news cycle when they blame some unidentified staffer who, by the way, they didn't say was fired. They didn't say that they were sorry that this person hijacked a Truth Social account, which Trump himself says that only him and Dan Scavino have access to, right? Like, come on, we're not idiots. But when you do this, and you just allow it to move on in the news cycle, I'm grateful that we're continuing to talk about it today and on your show, Don, because I do feel like it has become so ingrained in what we anticipate and expect that I think people are now just kind of letting it go, and we should never let it go.
So, look, you mentioned Donald Trump saying that only he and Dan Scavino have access to the account. This is him saying it, and then I want the rest of the folks to weigh in because there's a timeline here, and I don't think it would be that hard to figure out who it is, considering Donald Trump said this. Here it is.
You know, it started off with Dan Scavino. I said, Dan, how do you work this thing? And I started dictating. I began by dictating to Dan and a couple of other people that we had, but they weren't Dan. And I'd dictate something. And all of a sudden, people started following. And then on occasion, like about once every 3 years, Dan wouldn't be around because he was Ozer. I couldn't get rid of this guy. I call him the most powerful man in politics because he's the only one that has my number. He could say, I don't like you, voters. I don't like you at all. I'm fed up with you. I can't stand you. And that's the end of my political career. Dan's the only one that can do that. Where are you, Dan? Most powerful man in politics, I say. The most powerful.
Why is some low levels?
He can press it. Linda, he's got the number. Even Linda doesn't have it, although I'd give it to you. I trust you implicitly. I'd give it to you. But Dan could say something horrible. He could say something very sexually oriented. And that would end it, okay? That would end it. But he hasn't done that, and he won't do it.
I saw your face, Akilah. The thing is that he's telling them stuff. There's always a video with these folks, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it started in the very beginning with the grab him by the pussy video, and that was locker room talk. But every time they say something, every accusation is a confession. Finally, what he said did happen. It wasn't sexual. It just turns out to be racist, or at least a little bit more racist than the stuff that he posts on a daily basis. But I don't know. Is this even the most racist thing that he's posted? Akilah, I saw your face as he was talking there.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, the fact that we could have a list of most racist things said by a president is ridiculous. I don't know another president that I could do that for and be like confident that I have 10, maybe Ronald Reagan, but at least he was smart enough to code it. Like, this is just blatant racism. I think what shocks me about this entire situation is just how they're really relying on the idea that people are so horrible these days, that they would allow this to go unchecked, that people will just continue on. I mean, I love the Olympics. The opening ceremony for the Winter Olympics just happened. And I was like, wow, what a celebration of humanity across the globe. And this for the first time, I think, in my life, watching Team USA come out, who I am rooting for, I was just like, I feel bad for them. Like, it sucks that this is what they have to represent. And I wish that Dan Scavino would just end Donald Trump's career already. If he has that power, use the power, Dan.
I don't know if this ends his career, because I think that even though the Republicans, and we'll play some of it or show some of it, there are more than normal. They're denouncing it, but I don't know if the MAGA base even really cares about this, because, I don't think if he even, I said, I told my team, what's next? The N-word, and would they even care about the N-word?
No, they would not care.
No, I don't think they would. Let's be real. I think in the absence of any sort of real material change that Donald Trump said he was going to bring, right? Because he ran on and won on a historic unpopularity around the economy, right? There were a lot of people who were frustrated with the way things were going. They experienced a year and a half of negative real wage growth under Joe Biden. And they never forgot about that, and they wanted to, I guess, that paired up with the racialized animus, wanted to vote for Donald Trump once again. And now that he's not delivering on that agenda, the only thing he can do is weaponize ICE as a Gestapo force on blue cities, punish Democratic leadership all around the country in any way, shape, or form he can, and really beef up the white nativist anti-migrant strategy, and also engage in unvarnished, vulgar white supremacist sentiment like this. So there is an expectation from the base that he does this, but it's I guess the advantage here, or the silver lining here, if you can even find one, is that that base of support is diminishing. It's like around 20%, I would say, of the diehard ultra MAGA loyalists that want this, I like to call it vice signaling from the president, because they have nothing else to look forward to. So they want groups of people to look down upon. That famous LBJ quote comes to mind, right? And that's precisely the only thing that these people are clinging on to. So I say, I mean, let go of that 20% base that is purely reactionary, and try to focus on organizing around the rest of the country with the 80%, specifically around issues that pertain to their material realities, and hopefully launch a stronger opposition against Donald Trump to the best of our ability, and continue engaging in community defense.
To that point about his supporters, Hassan, I often, you're a better man than I, because I often see you on these panels fighting with these people, and I can't do it. But you're connected to the folks in the manosphere, and you have people like Andrew Schultz who are now saying, "Oh, this is awful," and he's trampling on the Constitution, or shitting on it, or whatever, or wiping his, I'm paraphrasing here, but it's a quote kind of like that. Didn't they know? And how is this playing in the manosphere today? Because I haven't had a chance to check it out.
I think there's two different angles on the manosphere side. Obviously, the expected result of Donald Trump's popularity waning has caused a lot of people who weren't like super diehard invested in the ideological movement that he represents to pull out, because for some of them it's just clout, right? They were like, oh, Donald Trump represents clout. I get clicks. I get a lot of eyeballs. I get a lot of attention. That's good. I'm also privileged enough not to care if he wins, right? And they're reconsidering that calculation now that he's unpopular. There are also some who were, I guess, somewhat apolitical, or present themselves as apolitical, even though they're clearly not. And one of the things that I've seen, at least in the manosphere side of things, has been Donald Trump's dealings with Israel in particular. That has actually caused a big fissure. For some, it has actually led to a momentum behind anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic tendencies as well. But for many others, like there were people who falsely believed in his anti-war narratives, that they thought that there were people, at least among the podcaster base, that are like, oh, he would represent a change of attitude from the previous administrations and actually move in the anti-war direction. Now, I personally thought that was silly from the beginning, because I was there when Donald Trump was president for the first 4 years of his presidency, when he very clearly wasn't the anti-war president at all. And as a matter of fact, I think Joe Biden actually presented before October 7 a truer path towards being the anti-war candidate when he pulled out of Afghanistan, which was objectively a courageous thing to do, even though he was endlessly bullied for that perspective that he maintained. So do I think that this actually is like a real change in attitude? No, I think it's more reflective of the base actually moving away, the independents moving away, the people that took a shot in the dark at Donald Trump, who were privileged enough to believe that Donald Trump could represent this seismic shift in establishment politics, who very quickly recognized that he is not representing this change at all. People who thought maybe if he deports enough undocumented migrants, the criminal undocumented migrants as Donald Trump presented it, which was built around a lie to begin with, but that's a whole different story, that the economy would improve. Now that the economy is not improving, they're realizing, okay, well, this is same old business as usual politics, and also more chaotic than and at least the stability to a certain degree that the Democrats offered. So they're recalculating, and I think the podcasters are responding to that change in attitude from the base of support.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, have we heard anything from the Obamas? I don't think the Obamas have responded to this, and I don't think the Clintons or anybody else has responded to this. But Democratic leadership now, they're responding. Now, I want to play this. Let me just play it, and then we'll see. This is the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries.
This disgusting video posted by the so-called president was done intentionally. Donald Trump and his vile, racist, and malignant behavior. This guy is an unhinged bottom feeder. President Obama and Michelle Obama are brilliant, caring, and patriotic Americans. They represent the best of this country. It's time for John Thune, Mike Johnson, and Republicans to denounce this serial fraudster who's sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue pretending to be the President of the United States.
All right, there you go. I know you guys want to weigh in. I know you want to weigh in, but first we're going to get a word from our sponsors. And first up, everybody's going to get in, but Hassan really had a reaction there, so stand by. Let me say something very plainly to everybody here today. There's a lot, that we discuss, okay? A lot that we discuss on this show. And we talk about all of the bad things that happen, and stand by here. We talk about all of the bad things that happen and all of the things that we that we discuss. Sometimes it ticks people off, sometimes it doesn't. But this is something that I think we all are going to need some help with, and many Americans are needing help with right now. So let me just say this, because February can be a lot for a lot of people. A lot of people are dealing with issues, especially now with this administration. Everywhere you look, like this month, they're going to be flowers, candies, couples, and this feeling that everyone else has their life perfectly figured out, the perfect relationship, the perfect timeline, the perfect story. But here is the truth. Most of us are still figuring it out. And that's where BetterHelp comes in. They connect you with fully licensed therapists who fit your needs. You fill out a quick questionnaire, and if it is not the right match, you can switch at any time. So if you've been feeling stuck or overwhelmed, this could be a step toward clarity. So you get 10% off at betterhelp.com/DonLemon. That's betterhelp.com/DonLemon. Support for the show also comes from something that has been very helpful to us and me building my business. When I first started the Don Lemon Show, I thought I had it all figured out. And, everything was just, going to come. I didn't think it was going to be easy, but that was harder than I thought. Scripts, cameras, branding, merch, 1,000 decisions every single day. And when you're building something from scratch, your to-do list can start to run your life. So what changed everything for us was finding the right tool for millions of businesses. That tool is Shopify. Shopify powers millions of brands around the world. And yes, we use Shopify here to bring you the merch that you love. And it helps you build a beautiful online store, manage inventory, connect with customers, and even use AI to write product descriptions and sharpen your visuals. And if you are worried people won't find your brand, Shopify helps you to reach them with email and social tools built right in. So if you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. So start your $1 per month trial at shopify.com/lemon. That's shopify.com/lemon. Thank you so much to our sponsors. Back now to the panel. Hakeem Jeffries out here dropping F-bombs. The biggest reaction from that was Hassan Piker. Hassan, you first, and then the rest of the group.
I've been yapping too much. I think the lemon heads have heard too much from me. But I'll just say, look, I want Hakeem Jeffries to fight back against Donald Trump. Hopefully, this will be a pivotal point in what I would rank as somewhat weaker leadership role that Hakeem Jeffries has taken on in the oppositional framework that he's supposed to be advancing. So this hopefully this lights a little bit more fire under him. And he leans into the momentum that's coming from the base of the Democratic Party, where a lot of Democratic Party voters want Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer to fight back in more aggressive ways.
Yeah, I believe that the momentum, as you say, and that the energy and the folks who are animated on the progressive side of the party, and they need to wake up and recognize that. Akilah, what do you say? I mean, hey, Hakeem Jeffries, I don't think I've ever heard the man say a curse word.
I know. I mean, I'm kind of excited that fuck Donald Trump is the moderate position now. Like, if we can move the Overton window in that direction, that's pretty good. But I will also say, like, there's just something so polished about, the representatives from the DNC and the hands and the gestures that it feels to like he's still delivering the speech. So I don't know.
In a jacket, in the park.
Yes. right, in a park, which feels like he just got out of a car to get it, and he's going to get back in the car. But so that's the thing. It's like I guess like for the people it's supposed to play to, who are probably his donors, you know, I'm glad that he actually said something that's worthwhile to me. I just think that like the internet is so far beyond that delivery method that it's like, okay, well, he did his thing, and we'll take it from here. We're on the Don Lemon Show. I'll say it. Fuck Donald Trump. He's a racist.
Katie Fang, stand by. I just want to bring someone in. Anna Navarro is here. Anna Navarro is a host of The View and a co-host of The View and one of my dearest friends in the whole world. Anna, thank you so much for joining us. Give 2 seconds. I just want Katie to weigh in on the F-bomb, and then we're going to get Anna in.
I like where we were, Don. I don't even want to. I can end it with.
Okay. Wait, I did not hear that. Are you muted? What did you say?
Am I muted? It would be the first time in my life I'm muted. Am I muted?
No, I think you need to get closer to the microphone, but go ahead.
I said that I loved where this thing was ending. I don't think I need to do anything else. I can just sit here and hear Akilah go say it over and over again.
Yeah.
So I'm grateful for the passion. It seemed a little bit forced, to Akilah's point. What I would have loved to have heard, though, was a little bit less outrage about the racism and a little bit matching outrage about the lies that were a part of the bigger post. I mean, you know, coming on the heels of them raiding Fulton County last week, coming on the heels of Steve Bannon and Caroline Leavitt saying, expect ICE at the polls in November. The fact that the video was being used to let people think that 2020 was a stolen election and that there's something defective about our voting machines is a real problem. And so in some ways, it was a pretty smart delivery vehicle for Donald Trump. It forces, a lot of people will go and watch that video. They'll see the bullshit and lies and the conspiracy about a stolen election and about machines that have been hijacked to give the election to Joe Biden in 2020. And then they'll also get their rocks off by watching a racist clip. So in some way, maybe this was a part of a bigger scheme and a plan to be able to satisfy and throw red meat to this base. But Don, you know, they probably should kind of walk and chew gum at the same time, deal with the racism, which we all expect from Donald Trump, but also say, don't believe the lies that are coming about the stolen election.
Yeah. Charles, I'm just told by my team that you've been in the back in the green room for about 10 minutes. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were in the green room. Charles Coleman is joining us as MSNBC legal analyst and the former prosecutor and the civil rights attorney. Charles, you have been listening to this, and I don't know if you saw Hakeem Jeffries, but overall, you can talk about that or what you thought when you saw this horrific meme come out and their excuses about it, which make no sense.
I thank you for bringing me in, Don. I have watched everybody cook, and so I'm about to get on the stove real quick. First things first. I think everyone can agree that it literally does not matter that this was deleted, and so if anyone is combated with that, like, oh well, he deleted it, it does not matter, because the one thing, despite Caroline Leavitt's attempt to first blame another staffer and then to first sort of downplay the notion of it and saying that he's king of the jungle, and then second, to blame a staffer, even with the deletion, there's one thing that did not occur from this administration that should not be surprising. There was never an apology, and there was never an acknowledgement of how offensive this actually was and how inappropriate it was. And so if there's any expectation that there was going to be a mea culpa around this, you should understand that this is an administration, and particularly a president, who thrives on the notion of being defiant and in what we in our community say, loud and wrong. Like and so we have not seen an apology, and keep that in mind. So the fact that it was deleted means absolutely nothing, because it should have been there in the first place. The second thing that I want to say is we have to, at this point, if we haven't already, understand that for those people who continue to say, this is not America, this is not America, this is so un-American, this is yet another example that reflects that Donald Trump has taken a sledgehammer to the American veneer, the veneer that has allowed so many people to turn a blind eye and maintain the lie or the notion that this is not America. This is exactly the America that we have been telling people exists and has existed since 1776. So as we're in our 250th year, having a great time in Magaland, understand that this is very much so part and parcel of America, and that this is not America because Donald Trump is the president. Donald Trump is the president because this is America. Mm-hmm. And I think people need to understand the correlation to that as we continue to unravel this. And as far as what Donald Trump did, obviously it's abhorrent. Obviously it's an aberration. Obviously it's offensive. But the key is our reaction. Hakeem Jeffries, I heard you. He's literally my congressman. What I want to know is, will there be a demand at a minimum for a formal apology? Where your F Donald Trump energy, where is it going? Because I appreciate the fact that this seems to have lit a fire under your ass. I don't know where that fire has been, but ultimately, if I'm going to see you and Democrats and Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats as anything other than unserious in this moment, I want to know what you're going to do. What are your demands in terms of pushing back on the president? Because, Don, the most important thing in this moment that I submit is not what the president did, nor how the White House responded, because the White House's response was a function of what they saw from the public. When Tim Scott comes out and says that this is something that is the most racist thing that he's seen from this administration, then that says everything you need to know about the fact that this administration understood I really missed the mark on this in terms of my supporters backing me up. And so the deletion has nothing to do here in terms of the level of importance. It is truly the unrelenting response that must come from the public, because anything less normalizes this in a way that gives license not to Donald Trump, but to all of his acolytes and sycophants out there who would otherwise seek permission to further denigrate Black people and people in America who are not like them. And that's why our response in this moment is of paramount importance, and it must be unrelenting.
Anna?
So most of the headlines say that it was deleted because of the backlash. And that might be part of it. And if it's backlash, it's a backlash from Republicans. I don't think he cares what Hakeem Jeffries, what you say, what anybody says, other than some Republicans. So the fact that Tim Scott, who's been with him through a lot, is speaking out. The fact that Roger Wicker, okay, I mean, that was not on my bingo card, calling out racism. But let's remember, Mississippi has almost 40% Black population. But I think there's something else going on here, because let's remember, this is an administration who won't apologize or delete tweets and truths calling Renee Good and Alex Pretty white domestic terrorists and assassins and what have you. I think the reason, or one of the reasons, the primary reason he took it down is because he was supposed to have a really good press day today. They were supposed to come out with Trump RX. Anything that has the name Trump, he's always real big on, right? And we were supposed to all be happy with Trump today because we were going to be able to get our weight loss shots for $500 instead of $1,200. And nobody's talking about that because everybody was so shocked by that meme and what we saw. I'll tell you what offends me the most about that meme. Everything is pretty horrible. Seeing, J.B. Pritzker portrayed as an elephant and the Obamas and all that. But that lion that Donald Trump says he is looking pretty healthy. If it's going to be Donald Trump the lion, that lion should have bruises on his paws, should have swollen fat ankles, and should be looking like it could hardly stand up on its forelegs.
Why don't you say how you really feel? So you mentioned Roger. Go ahead.
Frankly, the thing that's most surprising to me is that they took it down and that some people have spoken up against them. And I wonder if it's because I think January in Minneapolis has been such a turning point. The thing that gave me the most hope that I heard today wasn't Tim Scott, wasn't Roger Wicker, wasn't Hakeem Jeffries. It was the voter, the regular voter who voted for Trump, who called into C-SPAN and said, this that I just saw today is racist shit.
Yeah.
And look, we all know that we could sit here the full hour of your show and go through racist shit Donald Trump has done. Starting back in the 70s with the housing lawsuit, the lawsuit from the housing department, the exonerated 5 calling for the death penalty for the Central Park 5, Obama birther scandal. I mean, just this week, okay? Do you know what level of racist you have to be to promote Kid Rock over Bad Bunny? I mean, you know the level of racist you gotta be to pretend that Kid Rock can actually be alternative programming to Bad Bunny. I mean, you know, that's like, so there's been so many examples of racism. Bad hombres, Mexicans are criminals and rapists. I mean, over and over and over again, and they've just refused to see it. So the fact that it's like, you know, that moment in the Bible where the scales are coming off of Paul's eyes. It is Paul, right? I'm getting my Bible reference right. It's like, okay, maybe there is something to this, and maybe something has changed where people are seeing the lies by this government when they try to label somebody a domestic terrorist that we have all seen getting murdered. Maybe something has snapped. Maybe something has changed. Certainly not on the strongest of his base, but on enough people that it's going to make a difference in the upcoming elections.
Let's go through this because you mentioned Tim Scott's tweet. Tim Scott put out this tweet that we'll put back up. Tim Scott saying, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing that I've seen out of the White House. The president should remove it. That was earlier. Susan Collins responded to him by saying, Tim is right. That was appalling. Okay, that was very strong, Susan Collins, whatever, a strongly worded note.
They're cucks. They're all cucks, especially Tim Scott, too. Like, when he says this is the most racist thing he's seen out of this White House, like, yes, there's truth to this because it's like, it leaves no room for doubt what he is doing. But, like I repeatedly said, I mean, he campaigned on saying Haitians were eating cats and dogs. J.D. Vance went on national television and said, sometimes you have to lie about things to get people to pay attention. Like, I think right now is an opportunity to organize, to utilize the anger and the resentment that a lot of people feel on the ground, and realize that if nobody else has us, we have one another's backs. And Don, you were on the ground in Minneapolis. I'm sure you saw that momentum. This is not just a base of support amongst the activists of the Democratic Party. That's one of the things that I have seen, at least in all of my protest coverage, that there is a unified front that is building right now that is even expressing their discontent with the Democrats that will not do the right thing and actually hold Trump to account and gum up the works of his fascist tyranny to the best of their ability. So I think, like, outside of, you know, the Susan Collins and the Tim Scotts expressing their discontent with Donald Trump on this moment and then going back to voting for his agenda every step of the way, I think that this is a real opportunity for, once again, to push back against this administration with our communities and organize at the basis of the community to make sure that we are still continuing to protect our neighbors if the administration tries to come back and do the same thing that they're continuing to do in Minneapolis right now.
I also want to stress.
Hang on one second. I want to ask you, do we have the thing that I asked Andy? Yes, we got it. So Hassan, I want to ask you something. I want to play this and then ask you about something that you just said. This is the call that that Anna mentioned just moments ago.
I am a registered Republican. My dad was the president of American Pipeliners Association, so I came by it rather naturally. Voted for the president, supported him, but I really want to apologize. I mean, I'm looking at this awful picture of the Obamas. What an embarrassment to our country. All this man does is tell lies. He is not worthy of the presidency. He takes bribes blatantly, and now he's being a racist blatantly. They were supposed to deport the dangerous criminals. They were not supposed to go after small children, storm schools, bring terror upon, the little kids and the women and children, not just the immigrants in the school, all the children are scared. This is not a decent man. This is not an honest man. He openly takes bribes. He's pathetic as a president. And I just want to apologize to everybody in the country for supporting this rotten man.
John, did you vote for him in all 3 elections?
I did. I was sucked into the stupidity of creating jobs, and there are no more jobs in New Mexico. Things are worse than they were before. You cannot find a primary care physician. Our governor just passed some laws to try to help. If you are a young physician, we want you in New Mexico. Come here. There's a great need for you.
All right.
Okay, so you said it's going to take a coalition, right, on the left and progressive, and then, but what about? Is there enough of that to help change the outcome in 2026 and 2028? Being there on the ground.
Look, all I'm going to say is this, okay? A lot of blue ticket, straight ticket Democrat voters have, in my opinion, radicalized in these last couple of months, which is a good thing overall, because they are demanding more from their representatives on the Democratic Party front. I apologize if you guys are hearing my phone ringing in the hotel room that I'm in currently. I believe I have a guest that was supposed to be coming right now, but I'll tell him to wait. But
okay, the dogs often bark on this show. And it's, it's no big deal.
But the other point that I was going to make is like that guy's apology is great. It makes us feel like we had the right mindset all along, right? But in my opinion, those apologies are hollow if he's not actually standing out on the streets alongside the rest of his community. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, how could you have done this? You voted for him 3 times. It's not like he was any different the first time around, and he certainly wasn't different the second time around, and the third time around, it was all the same. Having said that, if this is his turning point, if this is his wake-up call, and he takes this energy from apologies to action, then that's great. I'm not going to cast aside allies in this fight. Anyone and everyone that will oppose the fascism coming from this administration is good by me, but once again, he has to turn this momentum into action, in my opinion. If there are Trump supporters who are watching the show, I doubt it, but they should also take heed of what I'm saying here and turn this apology into action.
Mm-hmm.
Don,
quickly, because I need to run to some. I have my legends who are on, my members who are coming up, but I love hearing from you guys. So if you guys have final words, last parting words for us, please.
Yeah, respectfully, and I usually don't do this on this platform, Don, but fuck that apology. And the reason I say that is because we told folks as much as we could about what was in this moment and what was coming. And so I don't need you to call anywhere and say how you feel. If anything, your apology is your activism, is your organizing. And that leads me to my second and last point, which is in this moment about organizing. The one message that I would like to send out around coalition building is stop waiting for other people, because if at this point they have not come and they have not shown up, they're not coming. And anyone who needs to see something more is not someone who you need to be worried about being in coalition with, because there's already been a very wide body of evidence showing you everything that you should need to be on the right side of right in this moment.
Yeah. Well, in this moment, I think a lot of people need to realize, especially those of us who came from cable news, people aren't looking for both sides, because they know that there's one side is objectively awful.
Yeah.
And I think they're sick of people saying, well, this, and you got to listen to this, and doing panels on, MAGA voters and all that. I just think that people, Hassan is right. And I've been saying it for a while. The energy on the Democratic Party, the energy is on the progressive side. People want younger, fresher voices. There is nothing wrong with to say that, because you want universal health care, that's not a left thing. That's a human thing. To say that you want a living wage for people, they should have a decent minimum wage, a decent salary. That's not being a lefty. That's being a decent human being. It should be being a patriot to do all those things. So the people who have been promoting that the longest have been, whether you like it or not, Bernie Sanders. And from Bernie Sanders came AOC. And from AOC and others came Mamdani. And look at the people who have the most influence in media. If you ask anybody, who would you like to get on? AOC? Who do you want on your program? Bernie? Who do you want to hear from? Mamdani, because that's what the people want. And Donald Trump in 2024 did, sadly, what the left did not do. He went where the momentum and where people were animated and energized and excited. And he electrified a new demographic that is now turning against him because now they realize that they were hoodwinked.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
Don, two really quick things because I know we got to go. One, if that guy sounds like he needs Affordable Care Act really badly. No shit, right? So he's probably feeling that. That's why he talks about the physicians in New Mexico. And two, if the economy was better, Triple Trump guy would not be calling into C-SPAN. End of story.
Yeah.
If the economy was better, you wouldn't be seeing the response you're seeing across the country with a 36% approval rating for Donald Trump, which is the lowest in 2 terms. Sorry. I mean, I don't want to burst people's joy bubbles here, but.
Well, you are. So let me inflate it a little more. Let me try to put some air into that joy bubble. Look, I'm probably the only person on this panel, I suspect, who voted Republican all my life until 2016. It is very hard to change from your traditions and your habit. And I will tell you this, you want that guy to go out there and organize. That guy took the proactive step of picking up a phone and calling into a C-SPAN show and has now given a testimony that has been amplified a lot on social media, on cable channels, on this show, and on many other platforms. And so I think we need to invite people. We need these people to vote with us this November. So instead of telling them all, fuck you all, you voted for him 3 times, it's nothing you can do and say now is good enough. I think we need to say, come back, come in. The water is warm, and let's be allies at least until November 8th. But also, listen, I think it's really important that everybody understand that everybody has a platform and there's many ways to protest and to take action. It doesn't necessarily mean being on the streets of Minneapolis, even though I respect those people enormously. I don't know if my Nicaraguan ass could be out there in negative degree weather.
It's cold in Minneapolis. Ask Hassan.
Cold in Miami.
Oh, yeah.
It is cold.
It's cold in Miami. I haven't left my house all day. So I do think, I know I sound like a little bit of a, kumbaya, and that's not my nature, but we need these people, and we need to embrace them and amplify these people who are having second thoughts and who are regretting their vote. There's a lot here where I live. There's a Cuban guy here who's like a podcaster. He has got an image of Donald Trump tattooed on his body, and he's about to get his ass deported.
He's deported. I saw that guy. I saw that guy this morning.
Him yet. I found out.
He's one of those. I will vote for Donald Trump. That guy, and then it's crying. So go ahead, Akila. Look, you can say what you want, but I'm asking you guys this: is this going to change anything? Do you think this has changed anything with MAGA?
Listen, things are getting worse, so how will we know? Right? I think that the trajectory is downward. Like, the stock market's in the shitter. People, rich people, poor people, everybody's feeling the lack of opportunity. It feels like, recession o'clock. So I think that, will we be able to pinpoint it to the moment where Donald Trump was racist? I mean, it could have started a few months ago, if that's the case. We don't know for sure. I am really happy that there are people who are willing to invite these people in. I expect that guy to vote for Donald Trump in 2028. But I do think we need people like Anna who will welcome them in, because I can't do it. I'm very tired and I don't want to talk to them. But I'm glad that he picked up the phone, because I think, C-SPAN doesn't really get huge hits often, but they do stick like grits when it's like an older person who's a little bit seasoned, who clearly has, reluctantly made this phone call to be all right, finally, I can say it. I was wrong. I'm sure tomorrow he'll feel differently, but it felt good today to have that guy say monkeys is a step too far.
Don, you gotta give the discount code for that thing to match you with a therapist.
Yeah. Can I say something? I know I've said a lot, and I'm sure people are tired of hearing from me, but
no, we're not tired. Actually, I've been trying to get you on forever, and Jen Welch told me to give you shit about not coming on.
I know. I'm sorry.
She told you right. That's right. Go on.
But the thing I was going to say is this. There's this calculation that takes place every election cycle in the midterms, only in the Democratic Party, by the way. This never happens in the Republicans, what I'm about to say, which is, how do we get these racists on board? Oh, we have to become a little bit more racist. Oh, we have to become transphobic. Oh, we have to do this. We have to do that. No, we want those voters to come and vote for the Democratic Party or to vote for the most progressive politician that's available. We want them to do that. But we don't want them to do that by conceding on these ridiculous lines. We want them to do that because we're offering something to every American unconditionally. Medicare for all is obviously a great example of this, because at the end of the day, racists need health care too. Racists need a roof over their heads too. And if they have that roof over their heads and if they have that health care, maybe it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to act out on their racist desires. Or even if they don't, it doesn't matter because they voted for the non-racist option or the less racist option in that election. So my argument always is, instead of trying to bargain with them and instead of trying to concede on these, culture war narratives, offer them something to vote for the first time ever, instead of taking a defensive position and allowing the Republicans to dominate the conversation. This was a major issue in the last election cycle as well. And I really hope that this is a opportunity for restitution from the Democrats. I'm specifically talking about the Democrats and what they could do in the upcoming election, in the midterm election, and what they should be doing already. Because there is a reason for why the Democratic Party's disapproval rating is also incredibly high right now. There's a tremendous amount of discontent towards the Democrats as well, and one must ask the question why. And I think that's because people are frustrated with their inability to address the things that Donald Trump is saying and doing, and mount a serious defense against everything that Trump is doing, which sometimes means playing hardball, which sometimes means continuing the government shutdown, for example, when the momentum is in your way, when the momentum is on your side. It sometimes means playing hardball and not conceding to some of the demands that the Trump administration will say yes to, like with respect to ICE, instead of immediately launching an opposition towards the base of support that's saying abolish ICE, instead of turning around and saying, no, we're not going to do that. The moderate position here is to reform ICE, to say, you know what, we should abolish ICE. That we should go back to the previous standard that we had when the Department of Homeland Security did not exist. Because it's a 23-year-old institution in this country. We act as though it was around since the beginning of time, but immigration at the end of the day is simply a paperwork violation, and it should not have this incredibly militant response. That you can go back to the INS and Border Patrol and Customs being three separate agencies rather than under this mass state surveillance apparatus that is very clearly being used to not only dominate our migrant neighbors, but also American citizens as well. And then potentially in the upcoming midterms will be utilized against American voters as well. This is a real fear that I have, and I hope that the Democrats will address this before it gets to the point, and they don't launch an opposition that is a day late and a dollar short.
Thank you all. Thank you, Hassan. I appreciate it. Thank you all. And look, these are the guys. I just want to introduce you to guys. These are my legends. This is when you get to the highest tier of the membership. You get to be on. And so legends say hello to the guests. They're excited about all of you coming on today. And so it is their show after this. So thank you all. I appreciate it. Hassan, Katie, Akila, Anna, and Charles. Appreciate y'all so much. Okay. I'll see you soon.
And you all better go watch Bad Bunny on Sunday.
Oh, I was just going to say Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny. Bye.
Bad
Bye,
Bunny.
guys.
Bye, guys. See you. Thank you so much. So now we're going to bring the legends in, but first we're going to get a word in from.
Okay. That was an interesting experience. I hope I was able to, soft pedal my more radical perspective here. Okay. This is the guy that got deported. Yeah, the yo voy a votar por Donald Trump guy, right?
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump.
Yeah, me. I'm the guy who got deported. All right, hold on. I gotta pee. Can someone send me the playlist link one more time? I gotta pee real quick. And I got to bring up Noah and Brandon of the Blowback podcast because they've been waiting downstairs. But yeah. Is that dancing AI? Nope, that's me. Nope, that's me. Also, this has been disabled. There goes the YouTube VOD. Nah, that's fine. It's for 1 second. It's all good. All right.
Mayor Mamdani and
here, I'll play this real quick while I
his
pee
pick
and then
for director
bring
of
up
the
Noah.
Office to Combat Anti-Semitism. It comes as the NYPD says Jewish hate crimes surged last month, up 182% in January compared to the same period last year. And as Lisa Rosner reports, Jewish leaders are mixed over whether the new director will actually keep Jewish New Yorkers safer.
Mayor Mamdani has named 39-year-old Felisa Wisdom the executive director for the mayor's office to combat anti-Semitism. She most recently served as the president of the progressive organization, the New York Jewish Agenda, which has criticized Israel's conduct in Gaza. She's a member of the Reform congregation Beth Elohim in Park Slope and the left-wing Jews for Racial and Economic Justice.
I really believe that Felisa will, in good faith, bring people to the table across our very diverse community. And it's a moment where other voices that have been excluded are also going to be included.
Differing from Mamdani, Wisdom believes in Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state. But both she and Mamdani oppose defining anti-Semitism through the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Their definition classifies most forms of anti-Zionism as anti-Semitic.
We see that a lot of the anti-Semitism happening today is coming from anti-Zionism, is coming from people who are justifying their hate towards Jewish people by blaming on what's going on in Israel. My hope is that Ms. Wisdom will not take her politics into this office.
In a statement, the Anti-Defamation League said in part, we have serious concerns about this office's ability to confront all forms of anti-Semitism under its new leadership. Some Orthodox Jews are critical over her past work with Yafet, a nonprofit that has been outspoken over the level of education being taught at some yeshivas. Former controller Brad Lander says she's perfect for the role.
She both loves what New York is as a diverse Jewish city, and she loves that and wants to fight for it. And at the same time, she knows that we keep each other safe, making sure that we're working with Muslims, with African Americans.
This is a awesome pick for a very funny reason that a lot of people are oblivious to, except for what they just mentioned, which is that she's a yeshiva education reformist, okay, which is 100% the correct position. It's just really funny because this is Zohran Mamdani fucking over the Orthodox Jews that voted for him. because that is like a non-starter, okay? In New York politics, like, yeshiva education reform is considered a big no-no to broach. A big no-no to get invested in. So, I mean, and it's totally valid, for the record. It's totally fucking valid to demand this, to want to make this happen. It's just funny that it's funny that Zohran Mamdani is doing the classic socialist move here, which is forcing literacy rates to improve. Do I know if she's pro-Israel or not? I'm not entirely certain on her background. I looked into it when I first found out. I don't know. I hope she is like at most like a Brad Lander type. Oh, hold on. I got my guess here. Hold on. Okay. Not dressed up for this. Where are you going, like? Oh, okay, nice. I don't know. I don't think I have a third chair unless we bring that really big one.
I won't even stay that long. I can kind of.
Okay. All right. I was looking to. Hold on. Let me. Brandon and Noah's in the building. Everybody. We got the Blowback Boys in the building. Should have brought him on during Don Lemon. Yeah, you guys missed the Don Lemon show.
How was that?
It was very interesting. I did not know that Anna Navarro was going to be there.
Yeah, I tuned in briefly.
Yeah, and then he said, "My
He's
good."
actually an old friend of ours.
Yeah. Yeah, that's That's so sick,
isn't it?
Yeah,
Isn't
that's. I mean, what did you bring me from Cuba? Is the real question.
I admittedly forgot the tchotchke that I got you.
Fucked up.
I know I curved you.
That's fucked up.
But I promise you, I'll give it to you later this week, and you can show it off on air.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me like move this way, maybe. Is this a little bit better? Can we? Do you want to bring that big chair over there to the
I think
corner?
it's so low that it'll look weirder. I can just.
Okay. Well, then this,
This is good. Actually, this kind of looks.
Okay. All right. Well, you went to Colombia and Cuba. You went to. Did you go to both as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So these guys are just back from a fresh trip into real existing socialism, and they were in Cuba, experiencing communism for all of its glory. Even though it is a unique time to be in Cuba, considering that the federal government is openly showcasing their interest in fully starving out Cuba after half a century of blockades and actively trying to starve out Cuba by basically taking out the remaining allies of the Cuban nation. First with Venezuela, cutting off oil from Venezuela to Cuba, and then also forcing Claudia Sheinbaum's hand to also stop sending oil to Cuba. And I believe at this point they got like 20 days left on the island. And it's a pretty devastating situation. But I wanted to hear from you guys with respect to like your feelings like going to Cuba and whatnot.
I mean, there's no putting lipstick on it. The situation is very sad. It's very dire. And it is, the thing that makes it most dire at this moment is the combination of the cumulative effect of many years of crisis, of many years of economic crisis induced by the American sanctions and sort of a cascading effect from the beginning of Trump 1 during the first wave of sanctions that Biden did not really do much, if anything at all, to undo. And then it's this more recent crisis, which has been induced by, as you were saying, like the pressure that the United States and Trump in particular have put on other governments to just choke the Cubans, to just choke the life out of the island as much as possible. They've been doing this gradually with Venezuela, and Cuba had spent in recent years shifting to Mexico as its primary source of oil. Cuba is able to get some oil for itself, but the oil has a very high sulfur content. There's not a ton of it. It's very thick oil. Refining it's difficult. The fact that the oil is the quality that it is part of what helps damage and keep obsolete the Cuban grid. And now with no Mexican oil, they're preparing. President Diaz-Canel gave a huge press conference yesterday in which he described and began, rolling out publicly what the rationing plans are going to look like. They are preparing on Cuba for life with as little electricity as possible. And I'm not really sure there's much modern precedent for something like it, without like a kinetic war going on at the same time. It's really quite shocking and appalling.
I was there in 2020.
You got to yell a lot more. Sorry. The noise gate is off, even though, hey, chatters, the noise gate is deactivated. So shut the fuck up. Okay. Unfortunately, there's not much difference between the noise gate being active and the noise gate being inactive. Okay. So calm down. So you gotta yell more. Sorry.
I was there in 2022. And while that was not a great time either, the Trump turbo sanctions had already taken effect. Biden had not gotten rid of them. I cannot remember seeing the number of homeless people or people begging that we saw this time around. That was very new. That was new to people who had also been before. I don't recall any blackouts, honestly. I'm sure there might have been blackouts back then, but they were, if they happened, they were fairly irregular compared to now, where every day we had a blackout. Some were scheduled, some were unscheduled. They could last for up to 16 hours. And I would say we had power probably less than we did have power, less often, maybe about the same. So it is just in the couple of years or a few years since I'd been there. And we were speaking with other people who had been to the island many times over the years. It's different, and it's probably worse than the special period at this point.
Yeah, and the only other thing I would add to that, like the whole portrait that we've given, is that there's not like a sense of disorder in the streets beyond, again, there's trash pickups that aren't happening, and this kind of public, this visible poverty. Society is functioning there, and people are terrified. People are really scared for their futures. Um, I mean, these are very, very dark days, and the Trump administration is doing. I mean, part of what makes it so dark is that it's one of like 50 million things competing for world attention right now, and on top of being one of 50 million things competing for world attention right now, small countries tend not to rate, and you already have to break through so much of the ignorance and prejudice on the part of not just everyday Americans, but like our fucking political elite, which still labors under many, many delusions about the character of Cuban society, the character of the Cuban government. And we're now in this really like awful position where the Trump administration is doing, almost a pincer thing. They're doing the Mexico thing. They're intensifying sanctions, essentially threatening massive retaliatory tariffs for anybody. They're implicitly directed to Mexico, but anybody who sells oil to the Cubans. They're pressuring Caribbean islands. There was an announcement today, I forget the country, but they're pressuring them not to take Cuban doctors and not to send their own people to Cuba for medical training. And they're also beginning major reconnaissance flights off the coast. They're not entering Cuban airspace from what we've seen, but they are going to Cuba. They're spying on it. And, the Cubans are preparing not just for this economic calamity we've been describing, but they're also prepared for
an invasion. Right?
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
This is as dark and scary as any moment as has existed there in 60 years, and that was back when fucking like there was a live nuclear dispute involved, that took place there. It's a very, very intense and insane situation.
It's a dire set of circumstances that is completely in the hands of the American government. It's just rank naked American imperialism, American cruelty. But the question I've had in these last couple of days, especially, is will it take a Samud-style flotilla operation to try and to break through the American embargo and to try and offer aid to Cuba in a similar vein to Gaza? I know that there's it's illegal in the hands of Israel to do such a thing, to bring aid to Gaza. But I feel like there's more of an opportunity to do that in Cuba, given Cuba's proximity and given America's direct involvement. If America tries to Gazafy Cuba in a similar capacity, I feel like there's more organizational, there's more of an opportunity to organize around this issue, given the direct violence that we are subjecting the Cuban population to, and potentially break through that blockade. What do you think about that?
I mean, look, the United States government is already using aid channels that were created up in the last few years since the Obama initiated thaw to bring in like $6 million of aid, cents per person really, in Cuba, but it's like a mild amount, and they're already trying to sow the division and say, oh, listen, we're sending aid through these channels, through the Catholic Charities or whomever we've designated as appropriate conduits there. And they're trying to, again, de-sovereignize the fucking country already in like subtle ways more than they already have been. So any amount of aid that people on their own, organizing through.
Well, it's not necessarily about the aid itself, just like with
even
the
demonstration.
flotilla.
I mean, look, it's the one difference I will say with Gaza though is that like you can get on a flight and you can go to Havana now. You can't do so on a tourist visa. It's cost prohibitive, of course, but if people want to go to Cuba, they have the ability to go there and see it for themselves, even in these difficult times.
The reason why I don't know if that's the appropriate measure in this circumstance, because you're already adding additional lift to the island that is like suffering by kind of being there, right? And that's why I was saying, like, what if you were just like, is there a world where you get a bunch of barrels of oil and try to bring it to the island, or is that too fucking insane to come up with?
I mean, we're talking, these are ideas beyond my pay grade.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Because right now, the only two countries on the planet, I think, that could potentially use as an opportunity to stand against America's imperialist endeavors, and Cuba is Russia and China, and they are either one agnostic to American empire like China is, and more invested in trade maxing, or two have their hands too tied up in Ukraine and their own personal, irredentist ambitions. So I don't think that that's going to happen anytime soon either. But like, is there something that can break through the American pressure that will recreate recreate the same like ascetic foundation of principled help towards the Cuban condition, like in the way that Mexico was doing, right? Like, is there anything that gives them more confidence to be able to engage with Cuba?
I think at this moment, what everyone is hoping for is at least a return, a dialing back to where we were before our trip. Even, I mean, the Mexico thing happened while we were there.
Yeah.
Mexico has been very helpful to Cuba, and up until recently, because I'm sure Mexico doesn't want the U.S. to invade its country under the pretext of cartels or whatever.
Yeah, narco-terrorism,
which hasn't been lodged as a complaint against Cuba. The only thing that's been lodged as a complaint in that fact sheet that they put out was Cuba harbors Hamas and Hezbollah, which no one understood.
Well, they said that about Venezuela as well.
Yeah,
they love adding that in. I mean, it's awesome. Like we basically taught first the Nazis and then to Israel like all of the worst behaviors, and then now we're just like stealing their work somehow.
I will say, just on
it's a group project.
Yeah, it's a never ending cycle of like they take our notes and then they perfect it, and then we turn back and we're like, well, maybe you went a little too far, and then we take their notes and then we perfect it ourselves. It's great. It's endless. That's the real imperial boomerang. Actually, it's not the violence that we subject others to, and then that very same violence coming back to the domestic territory. But this is the other imperial boomerang.
They are probably. I mean, there's a lot of speculation right now about will there be a Cuba deal with Trump, and the American government says that they're talking to the Cubans. The Cubans, who would be very eager to have that conversation, deny that that's been happening. If what it takes is to build like a Trump Tower in Havana, like I'm fairly certain that, I mean, I can't speak for the Cuban government, but like I feel like that would be a more favorable deal than being fucking starved out.
There's a deal to be had. The trouble is that there is, and I'm working on a story about this that I'll be reporting over the next couple of days, or at least come out. But like, it's worth observing that Donald Trump has on multiple occasions, at least twice in the last month, he said, we are talking with the Cubans. We're talking with the highest level Cubans. And the Cuban government has said in as many different ways as it can. A deputy foreign minister on CNN said this recently. He said the same thing in an AP interview. The president himself has said it, which is that, listen, like, there are no talks. Like, we engage in some technical matters. I mean, Christ, there's Guantanamo Bay sitting in the middle of Cuban territory. They have conversations about who picks up the trash, I suppose. But there is no high-level bilateral negotiation or discussion going. There is only the, fierceness, the ferocity of the American boot.
I just don't understand how other Latin American countries, other South American countries don't recognize like the territorial ambitions of the United States of America and try to create like a somewhat reasonable line of defense against the now Don Road doctrine that is imminent. It almost feels like they don't have any real options, I guess. And so
we were
or they feel
trying to observe any possibility of that. I mean, it was this conference called Nuestra America, and my cranky, getting up in my ears, cynical line or takeaway from it was it was a lot of statements about standing together against American hegemony.
Yeah.
But just 2 days later, the Mexicans stopped the oil shipments.
Yeah.
Or the commitment, rather.
Yeah. What about my goat, Gustavo Petro?
And Petro is also, though, dealing. I mean, this is where it's like what Scheinbaum and Petro, like the knife's edge on which they're dancing. I mean, more so Petro because there's an election coming up, and Petro is he's term limited out, I guess, and meaning that there's a political environment there in Colombia. Colombia is a country that is like historically it was not a part of the pink tide. there's a domestic situation there, and the idea of like drawing the eye of Sauron of Trump there is particularly freighted.
He did dangle that as well when he was when Petro was speaking out against Trump, especially during the Venezuelan actions. I guess once again, we are at the mercy of some of the cruelest, most incompetent tyrants out there, and I guess like the only thing you can lean on is their ambitions of making themselves more wealthy.
Well, and that's where I do think that there is some like the Cuba policy that is taking place. Like I think we can intuit, even if the hard facts haven't been reported yet, but I think we can intuit that Marco Rubio is really the person in the driver's seat with a lot of this policy. I think a pretty revealing magazine story recently about like the structure of the court politics in the White House right now was that one by Ben Terrace in New York Magazine about Trump's health. And it was one of those articles that like it's about one subject, but really ends up giving you kind of a keyhole view into the whole scene. And we see that there is this kind of like, all right, well, post Trump, there are kind of two camps that, you know, are beginning their quiet war of succession. One is JD Vance and one is Marco Rubio. And JD Vance right now has I guess shit in PR detail doing the Olympics or whatever. And Marco Rubio is balancing the jobs of Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, and Chief Archivist of the nation, by the way. And he's balancing all these jobs. And what it is giving him, I think, in effect, is an enormous amount of latitude to press the diplomatic, to the extent you can call it that, side of it as much as he wants. And I don't think that Trump is probably getting the straight talk on like, oh, when he says, like, for example, when he says, oh, we're talking to the Cubans, you know, to me, it's possible to the point of even likely that Trump does earnestly believe that people in his administration are putting out feelers to the Cubans. They're trying to be like, can we make a deal, Mr. Deal.
You got to get Jared Kushner out there ASAP.
I mean, whoever, like just somebody who's not clearly doing the Rubio line, which is then to kick back up Trump. Oh yeah, sure, boss, we're talking. When in reality, of course, what they're doing is squeezing and squeezing and squeezing, because this is, this is just the heightened continuation of all the policy of all the administrations before, which is if we squeeze these people enough, the thing will fall apart, and if it falls apart, then we can take over.
It's why Biden did nothing to reverse the Trump policy first time round.
Well, I'm sorry, until the very last moment
when he took them off the state sponsor list.
The last fucking day of the administration when he did that,
and then they got put right back on it as soon as Biden leaves the White House. And Rubio views this as his chance to make his mark on history in the way that he's always dreamed. Venezuela's interesting to him. The mere fact that he's ascended to Secretary of State, I'm sure, you know, he's riding high. But Cuba, for him to be responsible for the fall of the revolutionary socialist project of Cuba would be the end all and the be all.
Yeah.
And he's not all powerful, but he has crafted this policy of strangulation. And I'm sure he will go down fighting over this issue. One just hopes he does go down fighting with Trump, and Trump gets disillusioned with Rubio's tactics, and then cuts a deal with the Cuban government.
Because there is also, by the way, like one of the things that, there's the Venezuela operation, like that raid kidnapping Maduro. It had a defined outcome in the sense that they kidnapped Maduro, even though now their excuse to do whatever they want to Venezuela has been removed because Delcy is not Delcy has not been charged with narco trafficking or made out to be that in the same way.
You never know. Trump say he might strike again.
They may hit again. However, I think in the case of Cuba, there's now this like how to put it, like one of the things that has struck me like especially that's been like especially disarming in seeing like the race to Cuba is that like they've abandoned any sense of pretext. Like there's not any sense of a particular reason for this. It's just like choke. We don't have a particular goal in mind. We don't have like an actual policy objective beyond inducing a political collapse. And you know, when we went to Cuba, one of the things that I got to say that like two things I got to observe that really struck me. The first is that when the entire time we were there, and we were really just in Havana and in the surrounding area. We were in Havana and the surrounding area, and I only once saw a gun, and it was a handgun on somebody's belt standing outside a military installation off the highway between the city and the airport. When we were in Bogota, I mean, their guys are kitted up like ours. They got assault rifles and body armor, standing next to the tourist stalls. And that's just not the case in Havana. There's no gun, there isn't, or in Cuba, like there aren't guns flooded everywhere, etc. And simultaneously, when we went to, sort of witnessed and walked with the March of the Torches, which was, which was an event first organized by Fidel and his comrades at the University of Havana in the 1950s to celebrate the centenary of the birth of the great Cuban patriot Jose Marti. And we went on this walk. The person leading the procession was Miguel Diaz-Canel. Now, I'm not saying that there's no Secret Service in Cuba. I'm not saying that he didn't have protection, but I am telling you that with my own eyes, I saw this guy in a crowd of thousands and thousands of people, and he wasn't mobbed up with security preventing anybody from being around him.
Yeah.
If this was some crazy dictatorial country that was intent on suppressing its people at every turn and making it completely impossible for them to live their lives, then why was the so-called dictator of this country walking around in open air without being touched?
Yeah.
There was a real, it's
different. Like it's totally different than even like the because people make the comparison to like Damascus and Assad and be like, oh, well, Assad did this too. It's like, no, there's a level of separation at any given point in Assad's governance of Syria versus Cuba. It's a totally transparent, totally naked lie, the way that the American media keeps up the appearance that like Cuba is a despotic, tyrannical government and not a country that is simply trying to survive in spite against all odds that America's placed upon them.
And there's now this, which is to say that like America is betting on like a vague notion of collapse at the end of like a lot of economic summering. Maybe they provoke a coup or something. And I'm not going to pretend like, oh, well, I can predict what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. And like I have, some sort of answer to that. But I will tell you that I did not see a population that, though they may not be as happy with their, they may not be happy with their government the way people everywhere are now always happy with their government. You don't see people like baying for the blood of their political leaders in the street.
Yeah.
And it's, this process of like squeezing the Cuban people may not have the desired effect, at least initially, at least for a while, in terms of getting people to turn against their government, particularly when the U.S. is so aggressively messaging it as the exact thing that they want to do. The Cuban-American congressman, that woman Elvira, I forget her name. Elvira sticks in my
Florida.
Yeah. She, they're saying like, we want to, yes, it's a tragedy when you hear a baby, cry because it's hungry, but the price is worth it.
Or Scott Bessent, who's like openly now, I mean, a lot of the things that the liberals have tried to present as good for the international order, a lot of the things that were presented, especially in the Treasury Department with our sanctions policy, that for years and years was considered a humanitarian, having a humanitarian purpose, are being openly promoted as regime destabilizers, as openly being promoted as like a way to starve out the population until there's complete economic collapse and they see no other way out of this other than to like try to kill their leadership, to not exactly great success either.
Well, I was about to say, like, I don't want to say that like it can't work. Like I think like history is full of sieges that are successful. However, like let's go through the list of all the countries that we've targeted aggressively with sanctions in this way, in an attempt to hope that it will successfully destabilize them and that the government collapses. Iran, still there. North Korea, still there. Cuba, still there.
Okay, my goats at Jusha, Marxist-Leninist Jusha is 100% the appropriate, real, existing anti-imperialist thought. That much has been proven. My apology for him to the Kim dynasty. For the longest time, I was like, maybe you guys should try to focus on development. I was wrong. I think you should always focus on developing nukes first, and then you can build as many fucking public housing initiatives as you want to. That much is clear to me.
It worked for the Cubans.
They
borrowed them, but it worked for them. Another thing about, by the way, about humanitarianism, the idea of what type of government.
Apology to Khrushchev as well. There's a lot of apologies to be given out on this day. Big apology to Khrushchev and big apology to the Kim dynasty. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say it's a stray thought, but it's one that I do think people should keep in mind when thinking about whether or not we're in the final chapter of the American strangulation of this island, which is not attacking us and has in fact been very, very eager for normalized relations for many years and almost reached it at the end of Obama, which Biden never thought to open back up, even though he could have just draped it in the Obama tones that everyone, and certainly in the Democratic Party, would have celebrated as continuing his work. Maybe the next Democratic politician will take the easy win that would be normalization with Cuba. But while we were there that night, the March of the Torches, we assembled in front of the University of Havana, and then began this march through the city until we got to the water, with people cheering from their apartments, and just banners and flags. And there were two flags. There was the Cuban flag and there was the Palestinian flag. And I think that was more spontaneous, but it became a sort of co-march or demonstration about letting these places breathe and live and have self-determination. And the last time I had been in a march, it was outside of Columbia, a march for Gaza. I had just gone along with a friend, and we assembled outside Columbia University, where everything was boarded up because they didn't want anyone to be seen in front of the university at that point, of course, doing anything like this. We marched to the city, escorted by cops to make sure nothing got too spicy. And in this case, it was the government that was our host that was encouraging and putting on this march, not the one policing it and possibly trying to shut it down, as they had done in the New York, terrorism task force they called in to shut down Columbia protests. So think about that when you're thinking about what sort of horrifying government needs to be overthrown in Cuba, and what kind of government we are hoping, the United States government would be hoping to take over and not be like that.
And the last country that I was going to mention that we targeted with sanctions and then ultimately successfully destabilized and induced the collapse of was Iraq. And the thing was we starved that country to death in many respects with sanctions through the Iraq Liberation Act, famously in the 1990s, famous if you listen to Blowback podcast. But the effect of that, right, was when we begin on these, when you set up a policy regime, when you set up an entire orientation, an entire edifice of policy that says you can't do business with this country, you can't do business with businesses that do business with this country, and then the sons and daughters of those people are forever marked as terrorists. It's like when you've so made these people out as to be just complete malefactors on the world stage, in contravention of obvious fucking reality, that they're sending doctors, that they're trying to develop Alzheimer's cures, that they're just trying to do, they're trying to participate in the world as good moral citizens, contra every other fucking government.
Which one of the first things that Marco Rubio did was literally to try to stop that practice. And for years and years, our pliant State Department servant mainstream media has presented that as not a positive fixture around the world, and how foreign policy should work, but instead, what do they call it? Like the enslaving of doctors?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Oh, the indentured.
Oh my
It's like we're in
God.
indentured servitude. I mean, but again, it's all of this stuff is a path of escalation. Like, again, this insane crisis that we remain now in may not result in a land war on Cuba. It may not result in Delta Force getting deployed to the embassy to begin some prolonged street battle for Havana. It may not end in that way just yet, but what our leaders are putting us on a path toward and what they are promising is to get to a place like that. And the only way to stop it, I mean, you were asking earlier, like, what is the thing that we can do to bring, to realistically address the plight of people in Cuba? There is something, it's not totally dissimilar to the case in Gaza, where it's like, well, actually, like, the aid is important in identifying what are the opportunities to help people with your wallet. It's important to find those. But really, the most important thing for Americans is to just demand constantly in clear voice and without much compromise at all that we got to end this blockade. We got to talk to the Cubans. We got to normalize relations with this country 90 miles off the coast of Florida. And by the way, Florida's a fucking red state now. So there isn't a political cost every 4 years for this.
Yes.
It's not like we don't have to live with Elian Gonzalez syndrome
There's no
anymore.
excuse for the Democrats if they want to, if they can plug it into whatever anti-Trump algorithm is working, if they want to lead with the Trump, put Trump's name all over it. But I mean, it'll be interesting if he actually gets a deal that relieves Cuba, and I'm sure Marco will be unhappy about that. But let's say that doesn't happen and Trump sticks with the Rubio line. The Democrats can just say, Obama wanted to end this collective punishment. We do too. This is part of the creeping authoritarianism of the Trump world, where everything is bully politics and everything is gunboat diplomacy. It's not who America is. I don't. People say they hate when people say that. I don't care about the messaging so much in my old age now. Just put it in whatever language you can to end the blockade of Cuba. Anytime there is this conversation about what can be done, look at all the suffering. The first question should be, do we currently have crushing sanctions on that country? Which is usually the case.
And it's never discussed. It wasn't discussed with Iran. The only time you get a mention from a person of notoriety, a person that like has proximity to power, is when the Republicans are flexing, when they go out to Davos or when they go out in front of a congressional hearing and say, our sanctions are fucking awesome. It has collapsed their economy, and now it's leading to the destabilization of this government. Like, that's the only time you hear about it, and the mainstream media does not report on it either. It's fucking mind-boggling. For years and years, these guys have presented our position, like any sort of anti-imperialist position, as like, hating America and lying and saying that like that's not the function of sanctions. Meanwhile, in this current naked, vulgar, colonialist style imperialism that the American government is engaging in, they're openly talking about it as a positive, having like the positive outcome that they wanted to create, which is making the economy scream.
Yeah. Well, and now we're in the phase though where I believe, and this is where things again, like the political choices available to Americans may start to become clear here as it becomes about like, okay, they successfully, and Cubans already have had, millions of Cubans have left the island in recent years. Millions of Cubans have fled conditions of economic privation, and like the remittance economy of people that has been set up to send money back to people on the island to support them and so forth. It's real. All that, you end up like lighting all of that on fire. Things that are like lifelines for the Cuban people as they are now. Fine, and Brendan is rightly pointed out that like this is one of those contradictions that may be very tolerable to Republicans because they get to dine from both ends of it, so to speak. But it's that, okay, we destabilized Cuba, and we're now in this phase of deporting Cubans. By the way, historically, we've never deported Cubans, or we've never prioritized it because
the yo voy a votar por Donald Trump guy is now fucking getting deported.
And so it's like, all right, you fuck with an island 90 miles off their coast. Where do you think the people there who are fleeing are going to go? The young working age men, or the people with children who decide that, what, I can't see a future here for any of us. We got to go. Whether it's getting in a raft or whether it's going to Panama and taking the jungle route, as it's known. I mean, this is where it's like the actual rational logic of this policy has never really made it's indefensible. Unless there's a base indifference to human rights, there's a base indifference to, a complete rejection that any of these people have lives worth defending and protecting.
Yeah, I mean, that was a spectacular success with the Venezuelan policy too, though. Like, basically collapsing all the economies of the neighboring nations, or like applying tremendous pressure to neighboring nations, as like we made the Venezuelan economy unsustainable. Only to have a bunch of Venezuelans like escape and go to neighboring countries or even to the United States of America, offering them temporary protected status, only to use in the next cycle the very same people that we gave temporary protected status to, which Donald Trump extended on his way out, by the way, to regard them now as like vicious criminals with a whole cloth made up Trendaragua like narco terrorism charge that we applied to every single Venezuelan. So it has, I guess, in that regard, a very short-term focused, narrow-minded domestic electoral benefit, because you can then use the very same people that you invited into the country for political reasons as now political pawns once again discarded as enemies of the state that are presenting a real threat to the legacy Americans.
I think the craziest thing I heard, or at least one of the ones recently, it shouldn't have been crazy. Like I should have like intuitively understood that this was the case, but was talking to our friend, somebody we interviewed in our show, Marta, season 2. And I was visiting with her in Havana, and most people who are most Cubans on the island, not most, but many have ties with Cuban Americans. People live in Miami, live in Florida, and they're in touch with. And she was explaining how all of these new Cubans who have shown up in Florida and particularly in Texas in the last couple of years, how the people who are snitching on them to ICE are other Cubans who came from an earlier waves of immigration, including, you know, like, so of course, like the 50s and 60s waves of immigration, but also including Marielitos, you know, the people who, when they came over in the 1980s, were also not totally unjustly tarred as, you know, criminals and deviants and what have you. So it is like, to me, like there is no honor in this shit. There is no loyalty.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, I don't understand how you can ever identify with a movement that very clearly is branding people that look exactly like you, that sound exactly like you as the primary, like as the arch villains of American society. But I guess people got that same fucking hog brainworm that you see all around the world, you know?
I mean, the DHS, when they released the names of the DHS guys who killed
oh yeah.
Yeah, Freddie, I was like, oh man, this is that's about, I mean, I already know what the stats are about how many Latino people work for DHS. I know. Shouldn't be surprised. However,
I think you guys are discounting what I've been saying now, which is that Donald Trump read Sakai and he's doing JD Pon. He's doing real JD Pon, which is to take the dispossessed masses of the third world that are finally engaging in the justifiable and revolutionary act of permanent first world genocide, taking that violence directly to the suburbs and
slaughtering heritage
and slaughtering legacy Americans, heritage Americans, in the most honorable way possible. That's what's going on. I think
we need to get. They're gonna get to Red Army level Christian genocide. Hopefully.
Yeah,
you know, people have been saying like abolish ICE, and it just seems like actually we just gotta swap out the logos, like throw a red star on it, and explain like no. These are
this is the real cultural revolution, and it's more effective. No more struggle sessions.
Like aggressively like crossing out the lumpen part of the JD Pon there.
By the way, we were there. We gave a talk, and you know got to do a Q&A. The questions were really great, and people are tuned in. Like they were asking us about. For younger people too, there were some blowback fans in the audience.
Do they watch the Hasanabi broadcast?
They actually, they said they hate. They don't know about you.
Well,
or
they said they watch you, and it's because they hate you.
I was like, oh,
he's bullshit.
No, he's good, and they were like, no, we don't like.
He's
him.
not. He's
and
betrayed.
Like, no, really, you should give him a chance.
Oh goddamn!
I know if you can like, we understand if you hate looking at him.
But they were asking about Mamdani. They were asking about ICE. They were asking about Minneapolis. So, like
Mamdani, who famously said Cuba is a despotic, tyrannical.
And I brought that up. I said because.
You did? You're You're a narc.
I said the way I said it was, even a progressive politician in America like him is boxed in by the political culture around, among many other things, including Israel, but also including Cuba, you know, toxic politics in the extreme. And that's why you would, you know, maybe need to watch with a careful eye some of these people who look very promising in America, because you can't turn the heat off. And, you know, we did discuss that openly, but they were, the idea that this was a totalitarian island, which probably your viewers don't entertain, but this is a totalitarian island in which they're cut off from the real world and are fed communist slop or whatever, is so far from the truth. Not only, while things are very difficult right now, not only is there just a basic decency and normalcy about, you know, the island, how day-to-day life works, they know about the rest of the world. They're curious. They're incredibly gracious hosts as well. And we got a really interesting conversation with just people who attended the talk, who knew about all this kind of stuff.
Except for me, because they know that I'm a shepherd of the Democratic Party and that I participate in bourgeois elections.
Yes.
And also the real pathway forward is the ACP.
Right. Well, they said the ACP is right about everything.
Yeah.
It was a nuanced.
They were MAGA communists, I heard, in Cuba.
What was kind of interesting is also, I mean, and this wasn't just when we were in Cuba, but also in Colombia, like the extent to which, again, I mean, and it's worth observing. It's like worth sitting with, not in thinking that it's like, wow, we're the models that everyone looks up to. It's like, no, shut up. That's not what we're about to say. It's that people see, like, they pay attention to American politics with like a lot of clarity. You know, like they see Mamdani, and when they see him say something like when they see him cave or they see him compromise on something like that piece of rhetoric, it was very interesting to me to the extent to which, like, they're not happy about it.
But they kind of get it.
They already implicitly, they're like, oh yeah, well you have
That's how I felt.
You have that whole Israel lobby. Like when you have people in like Latin America talk to you about the Israel lobby, and like they're and you know, and like again,
they get it.
Yeah, well, and like in measured tones too, like with like way less in like frankly way less anti-Semitic tones than you see in Anglo Twitter.
Yeah, that's how I felt about I felt the exact same way with my conversation with Chinese people, where like the expectation is that they're like the average American that they speak to, especially because like many Chinese people go to the Western world and like go through the higher education there, especially like, you know, sons and daughters of like wealthier Chinese people. They know like there's an expectation that if you're American, if you're Western, you're gonna come at it with like a healthy dose of skepticism. So much so that when I would talk about like my opinions on Mao Zedong or Xi Jinping, they thought I was being sarcastic at first. Like they literally were like, "You're making fun of me for like having a more, you know, reasonable stance on, I guess, the excesses of the Cultural Revolution, while simultaneously understanding that, like, you know, Mao Zedong did a lot for the inception of the, you know, nation state, the People's Republic of China, where that's unexpected because the expectation is you're just gonna have this like Mao Zedong is Hitler but Chinese, like Chinese Hitler.
Like, well,
they had that, but his name was Chiang Kai-shek.
Yeah,
and he went on to become some government. I don't know which one.
Yeah, it's a.
Well,
I mean,
the Hasanabi broadcast.
Government.
The Hasanabi broadcast does not recognize the cessationist movement. You know, we have a one China policy here.
I mean, also look, one of the things with Cuba that's also, you know, again, unlike other parts of the globe, is that like Thomas Jefferson said, we should make Cuba a state. Let's do that. Like the American lust for annexing Cuba is something that is, you know, like I don't when I say
and punishing Haiti. Like I feel like those are the two consistent positions in perpetuity for American foreign policy in the chauvinist term, our backyard.
Exactly. Well, and this is where it's, you know, that and like and punishing Mexico, I think, are like really the holy trinity, because it's about, you know, again, like these are all, I mean, it's the legacy of like a white settler colonial state that recognizes none of the like indigenous nor like Spanish colonial descended institutions and political authorities that cropped up in Latin America in the 19th century, the Bolivarian revolutions and so forth. I mean, there's a real again, like chauvinism is the polite word for it. Racism would be another accurate and more charged one.
Yeah.
But it like a complete disregard for any of these countries' sovereignty and rights or whatever. And it's something that's extended, again, unlike the 20th century like aspirations of American empire. It's something that has like been with us from the very beginning and is foundational to what is like our self-conception as Americans.
And if it weren't, if you know, people took these things, what
Great to see you've got Will Menaker and Will Menaker on the show today.
Dude, this fucking sucks. Everywhere we went in Cuba, people were like, oh, wow. Brothers?
Oh.
You could be brothers.
Oh, I thought you were going to say this sucks. Everywhere we went to Cuba,
everybody
like,
says we fucking look
Chapo
alike
Trap House? Chapo Trap House?
Well, this is why I'm dressed up and he's in a jersey. So we have to have an Oscar and Felix, not that Felix, an odd couple, increasingly odd couple style double act, in order to be differentiated at all.
Yeah, like next season, Brendan's gonna wear a tuxedo the whole time.
Yeah,
and
while we're recording.
and I'll be in like a
barrel.
Yeah, with suspenders.
You'll have some
he'll be representing the real communist garb, which is what you're supposed to wear, a fucking barrel around your chest. Otherwise, you're fake.
There's different schools of thought, but no, but the idea of also how easy, if it was really about republicanism and the idea of that kind of shared tradition of independence and self-determination that Americans believe the country has stood for. Bolivarian Revolution, Jose Marti and Cuba's revolution, which really begun as a bigger tent and not just a Marxist-Leninist revolution top to bottom. These would have been very easy ideas were there an assumption of equal
universal principles
and universal principles between sovereign nations that could have been like, I mean, almost like comically compatible if it were about that. But it's not. It was not about that. It was about the ideas of manifest destiny, if you like, about the backyard, about the right to do whatever you wanted as the big dog. And so the Cubans, I think, in the history of, post-revolutionary Cuba and its relations with the United States, I think they began very taken aback by how strange it was the Americans didn't have a more favorable view of the political tradition, the political culture.
But isn't that so consistent throughout all of the countries in the periphery? Ho Chi Minh, who was like
cited the Declaration of Independence,
who loved the founding fathers and thought America would be helpful in their anti-colonial ambitions against France, and then learned the hard way that was not the case. Or
we don't care about any of that.
Even a modern iteration of this would be like Iran, when they were shocked by being presented as a part of the axis of evil post 9/11, where they were like,
as they were cooperating with us at that very moment with Afghanistan.
I mean, there's a real we don't give a fuck about those people. We don't give a fuck about those places. We don't give a fuck about their projects insofar as they are either useful to us or genuflecting. In many respects, I think some of this also, or at least the way that this is going to. One of the things I'm curious about, one of the things I'm noticing as time goes on, is that Americans, there's a common and correct diagnosis of the American position in the world today is decline, and I think that's it's a correct word, but decline, I'm sure people watching this many of you have dealt with family members who've had memory issues, and they maybe have Alzheimer's, and there's the kinds where it's you sort of decline,
and at times you're fine,
or it's just it's calm, and then there are other people where it's your mind and your body waste away, and it's very difficult and it's very painful, and it's an incredibly trying ordeal in many respects that requires a lot of involved care. And which do you think America's doing right now? There's a way in which it's we're experiencing this decline, and it's a show with deadly consequences for many of its viewers, but it's a show being watched by governments in countries all around the world. And some people are trying to, your Bukeles and whoever, who are trying to, ride that decline to their own preferred outcomes. And then there's a lot of other governments, like you were talking about China trade maxing earlier, China or Vietnam, and a lot of other countries, particularly those from the periphery that are trying to break into middle income status, that are just saying, please God, let this not end in nuclear war.
Yeah. It's a really interesting predicament. Matthew Petty says, nobody ever plans to get into a quagmire. Every stupid thing the U.S., my favorite libertarian, perhaps the only libertarian that I tolerate, every stupid thing the U.S. has ever done abroad was fueled by some combination of, it will be easy for you to go in and out, and people will think you're a pussy if you don't. It's the thing that America has, I think, coasted off of, especially in this last iteration of managing the decline of American empire, has been the fact that most of these other smaller nations in the periphery have no interest in fighting back. Because, and for the record, obviously it's easy for me to say, sitting in the imperial court, to be like, oh, why don't you fight back? I understand the calculations that places like Iran are making. The governments of Iran are choosing to engage with America in a much more restrained way, only acting out when it comes to the absolute last moment. And but the reality of the matter is, I think all it would take for the house of cards to fall is if one country was like, fuck it, we ball. It would be tremendously cruel, and it would punish that country endlessly. But I do think that it would expose the weakness of America if any country at all decided to say, no, we're going to defend ourselves.
It's about the battle.
No matter how small it is, too. Even Cuba, I think.
Cuba has essentially been doing that for 6 decades consecutively.
Yeah.
But I think part of what I mean about it's about the battle is that there's we're in a series of different crises or situations that present themselves with different and specific contexts, and almost all of them, as of yet, have so far, arisen in such a way where the U.S. nuclear trump card, the American trade and economic sanctions weapon, the American this, that, and the other, remains incredibly effective at not just dissuading one country from taking such a stand, but for making it clear that if a country were to take such a stand, all the other countries that even if they're back channeling, being like, "Thanks a lot, that's really good of you," they're actually in reality very, they're not going to publicly go with them. I mean, we see it with Mexico.
With right now, Mexico has a real, genuine threat against its own sovereignty by the Trump administration, which unfortunately I think is probably why they took that threat about the oil and the tariffs and probably more consequences for that. They took it seriously. Venezuela is now, I'm sorry to say, a compliant, pseudo puppet of the United States, just in the gutting of that oil nationalization alone. And you have to be able to see a way forward. But Sheinbaum, she's done a good job of handling Trump up until now. I think she's been able to make him feel as though he got concessions.
Zoran Sheinbaumi.
Well, exactly. Ideally, but she at the moment, she's
modest expansion of welfare and social safety nets in an effort to, fix what's broken in the country, but also maintaining compliance with the powers. Mossad, I say Zion. I don't say that. Other people say Mossad Dani. I think that's really funny.
There you go. But that was why the Mexico thing hurts so much. Is that more or less it's what you're describing.
Yeah.
I mean, Mexico was defying the United States while remaining relatively safe from any kind of meddling in its own country's sovereignty. And Venezuela for a long time was also incredibly defiant, and now here we are. So Cuba is going to be this next case.
Look, dare I say it also, like the U.S. had just spent like the last few months just like blowing up fishermen from the fucking sky off the coast of Colombia and Venezuela.
Yeah.
Like they're already, they're already killing the people of these countries, and these are not academic questions about like what might the U.S. do. Like the U.S. is already doing quite a lot of it, and particularly in the case of Mexico, I think that one of the things, it's just so evident that like the Trump administration, especially, so like something that comes up on Blowback all the time is that we've in the shows we've made, no matter what situation you're looking at, in which theater of the world, which area of foreign policy, there come points in the determination of what America's doing there that have absolutely nothing to do with what goes on in that part of the world. It's entirely about like domestic political considerations. And, there's a classic formulation in domestic American politics of wagging the dog, of trying to find ways to start wars, to drive the news cycle to your favor. George H.W. Bush, probably the most accomplished practitioner of this in recent memory, simply because he did it so often, and to some success, granted, but not enough to get through to win re-election through a recession. But like in the Trump administration, he's gone through hell in the last year on domestic policy in every respect. Nobody is happy with the economy. Nobody's happy with the ICE policy because the Nazis want them to go harder, and most of the country says, fuck off, do less. And now it's like, all right, where can he find a win? If I'm casting about, if I'm looking for where I can secure a fucking dub for my legacy, it's not going to be in the Kennedy Center. It's not going to be renaming Penn Station. It's not going to be any of that other insecure shit. It's going to be the stuff that like Marco Rubio is whispering in my ear about, saying, hey, what if you're the guy who killed Fidel Castro's Cuba?
But because of the unimaginable weakness of the administration that does not have a popular mandate, and that's very obvious at this point, I feel like this would be a perfect opportunity for any like political operative to really exhaust the contradictions, to say, this is what he's fucking doing. All he cares about is like blowing up fishermen off the coastline of Venezuela, or trying to further starve this tiny island country.
Hundreds of elected Democrats, and they love not saying anything.
I know. It's like, it makes me so fucking mad that there is no like opposition to this, even from a like savvy political maneuvering that the Democrats could do to really drive home the argument that Donald Trump is feckless, he's tyrannical, he's lost his sauce, he doesn't have anything, he has no motion, no bitches whatsoever, and all he's doing is just like trying to dominate all these other countries in the periphery for no real discernible goal. But unfortunately, the Democrats are also on board with whatever the fucking Donroe doctrine looks like.
I think that because of where Biden left everything, where the politics around Cuba are still in this suspended animation of like post Trump won, where he got rid of all the Obama stuff, but nothing new, no new Democratic or Democrat Party or progressive line on Cuba, that all they can really talk about Cuba like is, well, let's make sure we're following the rules. Let's make sure are the new round of sanctions, can we get a look at them in Congress before you pass them?
I want to fucking die when I hear that shit.
Of course, but they don't have a politics around Cuba dating after January 2017.
I mean, look, it reminds me of, remember how smug everybody was about Sarah Palin and I can see Alaska from my house and shit?
Yeah.
And it's
she
like,
could see it from her house.
And I would say, like,
what the fuck?
The thing that drives me crazy is how
My
many self-identified progressives, how many self-identified people who are trying to, say that, like they care about living in a world that, Dangerous Donald has not been spoiled or whatever the fuck. Like, they can't be I mean, it's the cowardice, and that's what it is.
And by the way, Obama, not to interrupt you, but Obama himself could be talking about this. I mean, I know he pops up every 4 years when he has a new documentary, but he himself, it was a very admirable policy. Was it
Yes.
Juche? No, but it was a pretty good move to thaw and to normalize relations with just cutting away a senseless and completely unreasonable Cold War conflict that never should have even existed. And he did it. Now, he did it with that classic Democrat style of, I'm on my way out the door, hope everything goes well, see you at the Emmys or whatever. But it was a good and constructive policy that Cuba and Cubans, the government, the people, if you do want to make delineations between the two excessively or not, they loved it. And they were ready for it. And then Trump just got in and he had a bunch of whatever. I mean, I don't really know. I still don't know exactly who was in his ear besides the Marco Rubios, but they killed it dead. The Obama people that are still in positions of power, they could be banging the drum about why we're doing this to Venezuela.
That or Iran.
Or Iran, the
or
Iranian.
even with Iran.
But
they won't step up to defend their own accomplishments from that era, which we view as piecemeal and insufficient and whatever, but that they could at least use as a cudgel to say, remember Obama's times? Those were good, weren't they? Why don't we pass the torch?
Yeah, Adam Jendelson loves humping Obama's legacy so much. Why doesn't he pick that one?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It also is a sign of the times that 3 people who have never shied away from criticizing Obama are saying, like, come on, can we get back? Can we draw the clock back to Obama time?
I mean, but it's important.
I mean, from the position of Cuba's.
No, I know,
but it's also an important point about like how much I think the Democratic, the Democratic voters and people who affiliate with being who when they have to go cast a ballot, they typically do it for Democrats. Like in this country, their attitude on Gaza is not like what Democratic electeds' attitude is. In foreign policy more generally, the class of person who's seems to be getting elected more and more over the past 8 years, 2017 on, are people who, whatever their private opinions about issues like Cuba or Palestine might be, are publicly way less willing to get on a fucking limb. I mean, Obama, again, like, I'm not saying that the John Kerry mediated talks between the Israelis and the Palestinians.
Noah hated the apology tour. He told me. He hated it. He was like, why is Obama apologizing for Hiroshima?
It was a complicated situation. I think in the Obama, he tried to do like a bunch of like bullshit limp dick things. But the thing is that like in the very act of at least trying them, it was a directionally different thing from what even the Democratic Party like stalwarts have been advocating the last 8 years, which is essentially to do like, well, okay, how about we just do the Trump stuff, but like at a little softer volume. We fuck Maduro, we fuck Venezuela, we fuck Iran, we fuck Cuba. We do all that except like we do it at 30 decibels instead of 90.
Shout out Chris Murphy. We tried to do a soft coup on Venezuela and Trump fucked it up.
It is one of the sort of Brandon born realities that we're not rid of yet, which is that there was not a new politics developed in the Brandon years about things like this, about things like Cuba, about things like Iran. They just, like they did with everything, including overseeing the genocide of Palestinians, they just kind of said, what's that mean that people do nothing, win, right?
Yeah, no,
They thought they were doing that.
Even Afghanistan, which I would say was like probably the most courageous thing that the Biden administration did, was a continuation of Trump's policies. Trump's negotiated retreat.
And they fucked it up too. That's the amazing part. It's like the one thing, say what one will about the Obama nuclear deal stuff. Like it was like they successfully executed the policy. It just so happened that they got succeeded by like the person who came after them. Similar with the Havana stuff. I mean, you know, the worst possible administration came after them instead of the Hillary Clinton administration. Not that like that would have been such a picnic, but like again, in this case at least, now it's like, all right, the Biden standard is when we do the right thing, we do it like we're quiet quitting. Like it's awful.
Yeah. A complete continuation of the sanctions policies, a complete continuation of the sanctions, like no sanctions relief on Iran, not even like turning the clock back to Obama era in terms of foreign policy. No investment in that maneuver.
Bro, you had the chance to reorient politics after the supposedly apocalyptic Trump term. At that point was just one that everyone thought was a nightmare we had all woken up from. You had the chance to reorient American politics for the next generation and say, we're closing that door. We're all grateful to be done with it, and
we're getting back
to stuff we're getting back to.
We're getting back to liberal international order. That's what we're getting back to.
It was, and they decided that the only thing that they really wanted to correct was a few things about manners, a few things about the perception of the Democratic Party from an optics level,
and the NATOization of Finland,
and NATOizing as many countries as possible.
They only had like the whole Build Back Better thing, and they had this like limp dick reindustrialism. I mean, it was so pathetic that they like essentially after the pandemic suddenly woke up to the fact like, wow, we like gave all our industrial capacity to China. Isn't that crazy? Signed everybody who helped write NAFTA and ship it across the finish line, 30 years ago for the Clintons. I mean, I think that there is this like it's what this is also just representative of is like the complete exhaustion of the liberal international order era, that they don't have they have no ideas. They've got nothing. They open the fucking pantry and the best that they can do is like, well, what if we have like a slightly warmed over thing?
I'm just hearing now a 2028 Pete Buttigieg answer about Latin America or something playing in my head of just, well, look, I just think we obviously have to be clear that there's no room for any kind of
let me depress
dictatorship. But at the same time, we have to know that we live in a world, and that's a world where we're going to have relations with not only our friends but our enemies. They're
gonna ask him if he'd sign off on a nuclear first strike on Cuba, and he's gonna say yes.
It's not even gonna be Pete Buttigieg. It's gonna be, I mean, like, look, I hate to say it, but like, it's gonna be fucking AOC's giving that spiel. She's going to Munich this week.
She will.
There's going to be like the aggressive effort to assimilate her into like the Atlanticist NATO establishment.
They won't have to.
It's gonna be, and that is again, it won't be that tough because it's so easy to not actually have to like militate against like the fucking like the firmly held dogmas of this bullshit.
So we're attacking friends of the show.
No. I mean, yes, but also no. A lot of people yelled at me when I had Matt Duss on, but maybe I have his ear. Who knows? And then I'm whispering sweet nothings about changing the trajectory of American foreign policy in Latin America. Probably not. I'm joking, but I don't even know if Matt Duss will be.
I mean, I don't think like
Wasn't there a conversation about Daniel Bessner doing
my argument
foreign policy for AOC?
My argument is not even that like again it's not about Matt Duss or even like AOC that specifically. It's about like this is what is revealing itself to be like a generational project that's also a symptom of the decline, where it's going to be a long time where there's some even more crazy things are going to have to happen in the world. And it's going to have to be more of a generational shift as people come to adopt the position that, you know what, the basic assumptions and alliances that we use to like structure our understanding of the world are not the same anymore. And the base position that we have to adopt is like, as the next inheritors of American power, if that's who we believe ourselves to be, is to think about, well, what does it mean to do that shit humbly? And not just with the expectation that like we have the right to assert that other governments have to be a certain kind of way. And that's going to, without, again, like something resembling international consensus through recognized institutions like in ideal forms, obviously not the reality, the UN and so forth. And it just doesn't seem that like, again, there's any class of politician that has risen to national prominence, outside of
we don't even have the cranks. We don't even have like the lone, like true anti-imperialist politicians anymore. Like, I guess the closer you get to that is like on the singular issue of Israel, like a Thomas Massey, who just like, who's awful on everything else, obviously, but like on that one issue, he's like a standalone figure.
Yeah.
I don't want to cause any more
Okay,
awkward
Go ahead.
dynamics
Give
than
it
I already
off.
have, but I will say that it is not only the politicians but their advisors and think tank types that I think were perceived as a breath of fresh air in 2016, maybe even 2020. I don't think they grappled with the nature of where we are and what America.
I don't disagree with you at all.
Yeah,
I was just joking about
No.
the
I
thing.
know. I just I've had back and forths with this chat in the past. Let's just say I vaguely am agreeing with some of the remarks in it about certain people whom we have mentioned. I do not think they have a sufficient vision for what people expect of a progressive or, I don't know, just sensible, reasonable policy. Anything that includes NATO or preserving the alliances that we need to have in the world and come to the aid if someone is threatened. All that language is basically still unquestioned, even within the progressive or quote unquote
100%.
dem socialist
No,
orders.
I think it's not an accident that someone who has spent many years working within the DSA, who literally has its own caucus that's specifically designed around ending the blockade around Cuba, will then turn around and say Maduro and the Cuban government are like tyrannical. Like, that's not an accident. That's you trying to play ball because you think that there's an you don't want to disrupt these forces at all because you consider foreign policy to be the untouchable third rail that is wrapped around endless military quagmires and endless American imperial dominance. And what's really interesting about that is, ironically enough, the one third rail that Zoran Mamdani did touch was the reason why he's now the fucking mayor, straight up. Like, if there's one standalone moment that you can point to that everyone universally agrees was a holy shit moment, was when he said he's not going to fucking Israel. Now, of course, he did that in the most in the nicest, most liberal adjacent way possible, where he was like, well, I'm going to be the mayor of New York, so I want to stay in New York. But everybody understood that it was such an unspeakable moment. Like, it was such a moment of breaking away from the rest of the candidates that is quite literally the fucking reason why he's the mayor right now.
And I think pragmatism and presenting yourself as less ideological and more whatever kind of sewer socialist stuff. I think that's all fine. I just think it's very important not to confuse the idea of a pragmatic and humane or decent progressive line or new thinking with just repackaging this kind of 20th century liberal cliches about how America needs to govern the world at all times.
Yeah.
And just do it in a more in a way that's more conventional, or a way that shows greater respect for international institutions meant to choke Cuba, or discipline and punish liberation movements, or kill Palestinians in a drip rather than in a flood.
Yeah.
And I think that there has not actually been an arrival in the Democratic Party, the Bernie wing or whatever, of something that's beyond that.
No, if anything, I think one of the things that is going to reveal, again, it's why I try to think of, I'm going to describe this as a generational project, is because if there is anything that is part of the price of admission to getting to participate in organized establishment elite politics at a municipal level, on a national level in this country, it is about a certain kind of fealty that has to get paid toward a lot of specific truths about how American power gets wielded in the world. And the moment that Bernie in 2016 most won my heart is when he got on stage and said Henry Kissinger's no friend of mine. And I think that there is a kind of, I'm not going to pretend you could just make a whole presidential platform out of that and that's something viable. But
I do think that. No, I do.
I don't think it's the whole thing, but I'm just saying. I'm saying that it is to me inextricable from what a successful one would look like.
The reason why I bring up the Zoran moment of I'm not going to Israel is because similar moments have happened that were very advantageous for Donald Trump. The moment where in 2016 or 2015, when he looked at the rest of the stage and said, I paid for all these guys. I'm a billionaire. I paid for all these guys. Like, these guys all would beg to fucking have phone conversations with me because I was giving them money. That is a moment where everybody goes, holy shit, he fucking said the quiet part out loud. And I think there is an untapped avenue. And the reason why I go back to the Israel situation is because Israel is the perfect representation of this like untouchable construct that so perfectly captures American imperialism and like the fascist violence that we subject people in developing nations to. Like, that never would have become a rallying cry for so many liberal Democrats, even, right? Because right now, in the base of support in the Democratic Party, it's not even a question. 80% of the base of the Democratic Party want us to sever our relationship with Israel. Maybe to a different degree if you ask, like, I don't know, some boomer in the fucking suburbs, but like, people don't fuck with Israel anymore, right? But that never would have happened if it wasn't for the consistent, resilient advocacy of the activist base that the Matty Iglesias types fucking despise. That never would have become a major point of contention that actually now wins you favors if you oppose Israeli influence in American politics. And we're seeing that happening right now, even with the special election that took place in New Jersey. Like, that would not have happened if it wasn't for a consistent push by people, like the people in this chat as well, who looked at the bravery of the Palestinians who were speaking out and who were showing in their last moments, in many instances, the violence that they were being subjected to, and then channeling that frustration and showcasing that to as many people as possible, was the reason why, in such a short period of time, and I do think this is objectively a short period of time, over the course of 2 years, 80 fucking years of foreign policy is now in the toilet. So much so that it started being such a contradictory position that the American government had to react and like do this fake ceasefire bullshit, right? Where does that go? I don't know. But as far as like advocacy goes, I think bravery and leading by presenting a moral example on endless amounts of American military adventurism around the globe, and speaking out against that could very well be a slant on its own that will allow you to cut through the fucking noise.
I disagree only in a specific way, which is to say that, like, part of why that worked with Israel in the last couple of years is because Israel spent 2.5 years committing a genocide in plain sight.
Yeah.
Americans, in a very real and explicit way, and this was a theme of the conversations we had there. I'm not saying that, like, I'm not trying to go down the path of like Treatler theory or any shit like that. I think though that like Americans have an astonishing ignorance, an astonishing ambivalence and ambivalence toward and insulation from what happens on the world stage. And so when I say that, like, oh, like running against the military industrial complex, running against the conversion of plowshares into swords, it's a great campaign platform, and it is something that, yeah, has 80% approval and so forth. But the reality is that, like, it is not part of what populates the consciousness of the American mind. And so to me, the project,
it breaks you through. It shows
it differentiates
earnesty.
Exactly.
It shows earnesty.
But even
saying fuck Israel is one of the best possible ways to present yourself as a earnest politician, even if you're not, even if you're fucking phony, even if you're doing it for cynical purpose. Like, there's a reason why people fucking love Tucker Carlson now, and they're like, oh my god, I can't believe he's woke, or whatever the fuck people say about Tucker Carlson. It's largely in part because
he's trans.
Yeah, he's woke, gay, and trans at the same time. But like, or Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, the reason is because it's a way to signify that you are not like the other politicians in an environment where, by and large, no matter how selfish Americans are, they see DC as a blob. They see DC as like this unit, regardless of party affiliation, where everyone is only invested in, I don't know, whatever the interests of the wealthy are. And there's in the base of support in either party, there is bipartisan consensus on that. They do recognize that. Most people look at DC and think, oh, you're just doing this for wealthy people.
I'm sure, and you guys follow this stuff day to day more than me, I'm sure that I know that there's been progress over the last 3 years or so with regard to how tenable it is to support Israel as a democratic politician.
I mean, Gavin Newsom's like, oh, I'm gonna not take any APAC money, you know, like.
But see, it's still, and I'm not saying this is bad or the worse the better. It's still around things like APAC.
Yeah.
The leadership doesn't want to admit it at all. Schumer just said the other day, my job is to work for Israel basically all the time.
That was like, it was, look, I gotta be honest.
That's
like,
the most dynamic I've ever seen.
Let me hold on.
The Elders of Zion meeting is not supposed to be taped. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, well, you should tell that to the American Jewish Council, which seemingly does these things on a weekly fucking basis.
They did the Bohemian Grove Alex Jones tape and just snuck in. And,
yeah.
But my point being, there's obviously been progress made. I wouldn't say, as encouraging as that is, that it is the level and like depth of progress you should expect during a live taped genocide for the past 3 years. It's still rather modest, considering what people were responding to. Cuba, a different instance, is not like Gaza in its violence. It's very subdued. It's very quiet. As we've said many times, it's really the smart imperialist way to get something done is to quietly make the economy scream. People don't see dead bodies. They don't see blood. They don't see bombs. It's a slower but much more effective and easier to justify and explain away, and it's easier to just ignore for most people who, as you were saying, in America, because we're the top dog, we just have the ill-gotten gains of the global South or the third world, and we don't have to think about it too much. That means that you can't rely on the shock value the way that you can with Gaza, and you can't rely on politics shifting due to the shock people felt after 2023 in Gaza. So it's much more difficult to imagine the Democratic Party going through even a modest shift the way they have on Israel. I'm not talking about people who are younger. I'm talking about the party leadership and the middleweights. They've only gotten this far on Israel. How are we supposed to envision them getting anywhere on a more all-encompassing approach toward America's foreign policy? Certainly with things like Cuba, with Venezuela, with Iran. The TV screens aren't even full of horrifying imagery for them to confront that shift.
My opinion on this is, I mean, you're absolutely right. What I'm simply saying is that, like, the reason why I think people soured on the global war on terror is the same reason why in such a short period of time people soured on Israel. And it actually has nothing to do with the death and destruction. I think it has everything to do with it has everything to do with the domestic interference, like, or the domestic disruption. Because like I said, we all recognize that they're very selfish, right? But we talk about the labor aristocracy. We talk about the imperial super profits coming home and how that's part of the reason, or we're sheltered from all of the impact to a certain degree. But I do think that Americans, by and large, recognize after 20 fucking years of bloodshed that they didn't get any of the fucking benefits, really. Mm-hmm. The only benefit was that you weren't under the boot. You were simply...
Trump thing. He said, we didn't even get the oil. We were supposed to get the oil. We didn't even get the oil. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, fuck. Why were you in Iraq?
Exactly. So my point is, I think that a similar through line, like a similar argument could be made. Like, why do we not care about the RSF's ethnic cleansing in Sudan? Because there is no, at least for the time being, domestic Emirati lobby that is saying, oh, if you speak out on this stuff, like, you're going to get punished, or your free speech is going to get taken away. There aren't like the same entitled, arrogant ambassadors of this country that is, at least for the time being, running their fucking mouths on national television on a daily basis. I genuinely think Americans would not have moved on Israel as hard as they did if it wasn't for the likes of Rabbi Shmuley and Jonathan Konkunkrius or Hagari, the fucking big-eared rear admiral general.
I'm getting some of them.
All the stars are here.
Yeah. No, but my point is, like, it was that arrogance that actually, I think, pissed off a lot of people that normally would not give a fuck.
Yeah, they overplayed their hand.
So I think it's pertinent on people like ourselves to make that connection with Cuba as well. Like, what are you gaining out of fucking starving the Cuban population?
And I would also add to that there's like this, again, it's not like it's obviously not like the most morally salient thing. The most moral, like morally pressing detail of this is that we're like slowly torturing a tiny island nation, etc.
I've given up.
However,
you're welcome.
At the same time,
you're welcome.
Yeah, it's fine. But the other piece of this though is that it's like, we torture Cuba, and this is like part of why, at least like one of many reasons why I believe that like making the case in democratic circles, making the case in polite lib society for Cuba is a lot easier and a lot more straightforward than it is for many other like, you know, foreign policy passions and human rights atrocities that the left stands against or whatever. Because there is also the fact that the more and more shit you throw at this place, the more and more it will come back to us. And it's not going to come back to us like jihadism, or it's not going to come back to us in the form of like, you know, how we conventionally think of, dare I say, blowback. It will come back to us much more in the form of all of the fucking problems that people already are pissed off at the government about in the first place.
Yeah.
To me, the moment, the one politician and the one moment, and really it was more of a moment that he did this than it has been like defined his career in the last decade, but was when there was I think it wasn't the Manchester bombing. I think it was like a knife attack by somebody, and Jeremy Corbyn just like he got up and he did the speech that we've all wanted to hear for like 20 fucking years, where he's like, okay, you want to know why this happens at home? It's because of all the goddamn, you know, it's all the JDAMs, all the bombs, all the shit that we export to these countries. If you want to see peace at home in this way, we have to make sure that there's peace abroad. Finito. Like he tied the bow on it. It was very nice.
And then the top pedophile of the British government was sent in, was paradropped into the fucking Labour Party to carefully excise Corbyn and like the 8 Corbynites from the ranks, purge them from the ranks of the Labour Party.
Did you see Felix, by the way, in the latest Chapo had an amazing way to describe Epstein?
What?
Human Dubai.
That's awesome.
Isn't that incredible?
That is great.
It gets the whole thing. I was very impressed.
Yeah, and the Cubans themselves, or at least people that we've spoken to, there was the anticipation in Trump 1, okay, Trump's a businessman, you know? So this isn't ideological. It's just, there's open markets here.
Tourism.
We're down with that. And then of course, you know, what was the reason for turning that away? I think because honestly, the stakes aren't that high in Cuba for him. And he just thinks he was persuaded by somebody, no, there's a greater value in you presiding over the fall, passively presiding over the fall of the Cuban Communist government, which will slap a bunch of sanctions on to get that effect.
Yeah.
And then you can say I'm a businessman for freeing the island. But if he can maybe be disillusioned enough by Rubio's tactics not having worked up until now, by saying I don't want to have to invade another country or risk another operation that went so well already in Venezuela, it's possible. I doubt it, but it's possible some logic could penetrate Trump himself about how, look, maybe we take the screws off a little bit here and see if we can have some business between us and Cuba. And then someone can say, hey, you know, we worked with them against narco trafficking, actually. And they were pretty fucking reliable and their guys weren't corrupt. So maybe we can go from that angle. And then maybe people can just start talking about, as you said, oh, we'll get some exclusive rights to Trump hotels or blah, blah, blah. That is possible. I don't know how possible it is, but anything other than the Rubio line is going to be good news for Cubans. And they're well aware of that.
And there is like Trump, there are these moments where, because Trump is such a fucking crazy weirdo, and because he is able to command the complete discipline still of like the right wing, where if he says something is the law, then, you know, like Lindsey Graham will turn on a dime and say, well, that's the law. Like he'll, you know, like it'll be like Kim Jong-un is the greatest man I've ever met. Like, I believe in this instance with Cuba stuff, there is like a way in which Trump has unique leverage compared to like any other Republican president.
Well, he'll set the policy, you know, as he does with anything for all the little grubby, you know, guys like Graham. Although I think I saw Graham the other day getting spicy with him for a second.
Oh no,
he was like he needs to follow up on that promise for the. I think it was about Iran.
To bomb Iran.
Correct. Yeah, no,
he was getting spicy with him about it.
That's because he went to Israel and his Mossad handler showed the latest photos they have of him with children, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Graham, allegedly. Yeah, probably.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Because you see that photo? And he's like, this is me and the head of Mossad. Oh, no, he literally posted.
Oh, so Kenneth the Page went to Israel?
They flicked up. He got flicked up with his handler.
Just throwing up signs with his hand. Yeah. I mean,
is that a Halo mouse, by the way? John.
Yes.
Spartan one.
Yes, it is.
I do think there is, though, like it's again, like it's just easier to imagine Trump saying like this is the way it goes with Cuba and people like Rafael Diaz-Balart and all the, because that's the other thing. Like Trump is fundamentally, he's a resort operator and real estate guy with half his fucking holdings, if not more, in South Florida. And so he is intimately familiar with like as he would say, like the passion and the ardor that these fucking, Miami Cubans feel.
I just realized the way that Rubio, because there's been a great contradiction over the past few weeks about this translating Rubio's neocon policies into MAGA, which is, I'm sure we've all discussed before about how it's kind of a square peg round hole situation.
Yeah, no, it is actually America first to dick eat Israel into oblivion. You guys don't understand.
Right, exactly. Obvious case with Israel, but the letterhead
or Venezuela
The top of the announcement was like, this is a MAGA government. We're doing this new policy of strangling Cuba for the sake of always the American people and their national security. And then the rest of the document, once they cleared their throat, is all stuff about how we're trying to rescue the Cuban people. We're trying to bring the yoke off of the necks of the Cuban people. And it doesn't make any sense. Then you get the Hamas and Hezbollah stuff. Doesn't match as MAGA and, Paul Wolfowitz ism. But if Rubio wanted to sort of make the nation understand how that is, I just realized he could be like, our nations are families. We America are one family. But sometimes you have another family. It's still your family. You're part of several families. You have several families, and Cuba is another family that we have.
Going, sometimes council of grandmas.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. But like Rubio could take some of his, let's say, personal life and apply it to the idea of how to effectively communicate the analogy of both serving American MAGA interests and being a freedom-spreading neocon for Cuba. Is you have multiple families.
Cuba's like the phone party that you want to go to.
Yeah.
With a bunch of sexy Cuban twinks. I don't know where I'm going with this analogy. I just wanted to mention that.
You're thinking of Lindsey Graham's head again now.
Well, Marco Rubio also did the phone party.
He did.
Now I'm thinking though of like Lindsey Graham, like Blue and Old School. Like that's, which I guess. I haven't seen that one. Really? Well, it's not a phone party, but it's like lube wrestling.
You're thinking of.
I'm thinking of just Lindsey Graham in that situation. Yeah. In sort of from all sides.
Good.
Figure we could sit with the imagery for a second.
Yeah, but I agree. I think that there will be, if short of a military operation, I do think that there's room for Mexico to move some stuff around, have another conversation with Trump to try to pull back on this. And every day that the government doesn't actually fall is another like demerit for Rubio.
And that is the real play here, where it's like if I think that part of it is that, again, like Rubio is making a lot of promises to Trump, not just about Cuba, by the way. I would not be surprised if he's in the driver's seat on a lot of the stuff, particularly around Iran as well, or at the very least is like a very effective conduit between Israel and the U.S. because Israel, it seems like, is in the driver's seat on the U.S.-Iranian policy. But the thing that is so clear to me is that, again, like the longer the Cubans are able to hold out, the longer that it just doesn't like dissolve as a country, the more and more it's going to end up being like Marco Rubio probably promised President Trump a lot of shit. And there's going to be, again, it's who the fuck knows like how consequences get felt, because literally like jackbooted government thugs shot two heritage Americans in a white city, and like MAGA's like, give me more, sir. Give me more, please.
Yeah, this is what I voted for.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
They said.
Yeah, I voted for dead white blood.
Yeah.
It's also why
I love when the woke wise get punished.
It's also why we talked about this while we were there. Like, if you did carry out some kind of kinetic policy on Cuba, you would get an influx of immigrants into the United States, which would seem to be a contradiction. But I personally don't think that would be a contradiction for them, because they would just say, oh, great, we get to crack more
Republicans
heads.
love a border crisis.
Yeah, I mean,
this
is great.
It's and on top of which, they're also now like they believe that they're immune from consequences, that there's no such thing as a consequence that'll affect them again. Blow up Lebanon, end Hezbollah, fuck with Iran, whatever. Just because, you know, like, to play tariff, like, you know, Russian roulette with the whole fucking world. And because America literally hasn't, like, fallen into the sea yet, assume that we're actually not going to have consequences. Never mind, like, what's going on with the dollar. You know, never mind that, like, our entire economy is just, like, a few AI companies in a trench coat. Like, just pay no attention to that. And so, like, the longer and longer that Republicans are able to, like, have exist in this environment they've created where consequences to actions don't break through, I mean, it prolongs the peril, is how I'd put it.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave you two to it. But thank you for letting me hang out.
Thank you for coming on.
Bye, chat.
Good luck on your endeavors.
Yeah, good luck with the funeral.
Yeah, you look very dapper.
I hope no one brings up my involvement with how the person died.
Yeah.
Being directly responsible. All right.
Joe.
Okay.
Have you seen the Olympics vids?
Yeah, I was just about to pull it up. The whole stadium
I
booing
haven't
Israel.
so I haven't seen the Israel one, but I need this in 4K and in surround, you know, Dolby.
I'm a little worried about playing this because I'm dual streaming on YouTube as well right now.
Oh, so there's a copyright strike potential.
Yeah, I am a little worried about that, but apparently, just take my word for it, they were booing pretty fucking hard. Okay, they were booing pretty goddamn hard. Please use this to treat Noah to something. Thanks, says Prince Punk with a $10 dono. Also, Cedar Down Under, thank you for the 10 Hasanabi gift memberships on YouTube as well. What do y'all make of the fires in Patagonia? Oh God, oh brother.
The fire. What do you make of? I think they're good. Actually,
have you heard of the? Oh no, the reason why they're asking is because
they're claiming immigrants at them or something.
Immigrant of a specific variety.
Oh no, I did hear about this. I heard about this
from a Middle Eastern country.
It's from a certain country with a history of awesome and respectful tourists.
Yeah. That's I mean, I've seen the footage. I've seen the way that people are communicating on Argentinian Twitter.
Yeah, that's what I've seen, and I'm like, I'm not sure what the truth is here.
I don't know. I don't know what happened here. I mean, but you know, I don't know. I'm not touching that. I already have enough anti-Semitism allegations. Okay, I feel like that's enough for me. I've already done my part. Oh, he's going to a funeral? No, he's not going to a funeral.
No, he's not. He's
going
fucking
around.
He's doing a different thing.
Yeah. JD Vance apparently got booed as well, but once again.
Oh, this one I saw. This one's hilarious.
Sport, what an honor for her.
There is the Vice President, JD Vance.
You got to hear the announcers.
Yeah.
The announcers are who make it.
Well, but I'm just. Also, Democratic wins media. This is where they hate America. You see that?
Yeah.
You see that?
See, fucking, they hate us. They hate us. What now, pussy? Yeah.
Why are you celebrating? Why are you celebrating them booing America? They're booing our country.
They're not. Those are a lot of boos for him. Whistling.
Those are a lot. Like, you hear like the weighing, like, do you acknowledge it? Do you not acknowledge it? But it's like, it's all around me.
Yeah.
Like,
also, chance against Jeffrey Epstein today in Sanaa. Oh, all the peoples of Islam, silence his complicity in the crimes. Oh, all the peoples of Islam, rise up against the crimes. America and the Zionists, the accursed Jeffrey summarized it. The accursed Jeffrey summarized it is a bar.
The accursed Jeffrey is a really good.
Yeah. It's God, just like I wish more nations had backbone, dude. Like, I mean, I can't say anything. I'm fucking American again. I sit in a nice hotel and I'm like, oh, why did you fight for? Why did you fight?
Remember when Petro did the speech where he had those glasses and he was just like he talked about like the pedophile cabal?
Yeah, he was right. He cooked. He was right, and he should say it. Except then he called up the pedophile and was like, "Please don't kill me and my country.
Please don't do a coup. We're trying to like raise the minimum wage."
Yeah.
for my country that was in the civil war, for my country that was in the Civil War.
No, that's what I mean. That's why I was like jokingly saying, you know, Claudia Sheinbaum and Zora Mamdani are trying to implement modest social democracy. And the only way to do that is by sucking up to the pedophilic cabal to the best of your ability, to be like, hey guys, please, can we just have this? Like, it would be nice if we could do universal childcare. And if you let us have this, like, you know, I won't say anything else.
I mean, there's definitely, I do think that there is like a real, like Mexico in particular, like Trump and the Republicans have actively threatened Mexico and said like, we like on the campaign, as you said to me, like which of the countries, and you know, based like if we're still in 2024 and you're saying like, oh, what are we gonna, under Trump too, what country would we go fuck up? Based on what they were campaigning on, it sounded like Mexico. And I don't think the Mexicans have forgotten that essentially, like when the Republicans feel like we don't know which war we want to wage next, that the place that they want to go is to, like, you know, do Sicario shit in northern Mexico.
Yeah. Also, the current position of the Mexican government for oil in Cuba. President Claudia Sheinbaum reported that her government is carrying out diplomatic work so that Mexico can send crude oil to Cuba without being subject to sanctions from the United States. As you know, we are engaged in the diplomatic efforts to be able to re-forward oil to Cuba. Obviously, we do not want Mexico to face sanctions, but we are in that process of dialogue, she explained. Pressure from Washington. President Donald Trump signed an executive order approving additional tariffs on products from countries that sell crude oil to Cuba. Last Monday, Trump stated it's a failed nation. Mexico is going to stop sending them oil. In 2025, Pemex sold $496 million worth of oil to Cuba, which represents less than 1% of its production and 0.1% of its total petroleum product sales. Victor Rodriguez, head of Pemex, explained, we do it for humanitarian reasons, also for commercial reasons. It's part of our trade.
And like, you know, there is like one of the goals of like the current Cuban government, and this was something that, you know, President Diaz-Canel was emphasizing yesterday in his press conference, is that they are trying very, very hard to move away from a system where they have to import much oil at all. You know, it's everybody talks about wanting to do a green transition and like putting in solar panels and all those things. And it's like, well, let me tell you, China ain't giving those things away for free. And moreover, you know, even if even if they were, obviously, like the US would clearly like want to strategically intervene in some way. But what Cuba is trying to do, but just simply does not have the resources, is to, you know, do a lot of what Vietnam has done and try and give people solar panels that they can generate power themselves, even sell some stuff back to the grid. I mean, these are ambitious modernization projects for any poor country, and it's just not feasible without, you know, essentially like the US taking its boot off the throat a bit. So I feel like part of like what the US is trying to do timing wise is get in under the wire. 81% of I mean, I like how they've never viewed him favorably, which makes obviously a lot of sense considering like he called them all rapists.
Well, there was a point where he got down to 69 disapproval. And
he got to 20 approval.
When was that? May of 2025? Why the fuck? Did he say like Claudia Sheinbaum,
solar
she's so
panels
beautiful?
Are cheaper than oil? It's well, you tell the Cubans that. I'm sure they'll get right on it. I do think that one of the other pieces in the Mexico equation is like also fucking like, it's not just like the military disruption that the US could do. Like the US, if it wants to, could tank the Mexican economy with whatever it does in northern Mexico. You know, it could do like it has enormous capacity for disruption. And Lord knows that there's a bunch of like tattooed assholes who carry around, you know, who wear beards and have big guns and are obsessed with the Jeffrey Donovan character in Sicario, who want to just like immediately go in there and fuck shit up. Like I do think like I want Sheinbaum to do more, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't understand pretty explicitly like what are the pressures that she's under and what she's probably being threatened with.
We can't even give other countries permission by like at least creating enough internal ruckus here at the domestic front with like a loud movement that is saying enough to military intervention, enough to these sorts of sanctions, that's demanding an uncompromising position on sanctions relief, that like that, you know, we give courage to other countries to lean onto it by, you know, maybe even leaning onto the Democrats if the Democrats like listen to the demands being made by the public. But the demands are not being made by the public. The Democrats are not even remotely invested in doing any of that. So the expectation can't be that like foreign countries decide to fucking go out there and take a shot in the dark to help.
If there was, and this is where it's like, again, if Democrats, like if the if Democrats or the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, as like the ascendant force electorally, it seems, within the opposition party of the United States, can't be fucking bothered to even say, well, that's not good, then like why should other countries that are led by people who are under direct and explicit threat and who are responsible for the lives of millions, you know, act in such a way without the knowledge that there's going to be a corresponding force in the US to like at least try and meet them? Because, you know, in the case of Cuba, that's where it's like, you know, there's just, it's fucking crickets, man. I've been spending the last week, you know, both like talking to people in Washington, talking to Cubans, talking to people in the media here, trying to figure out like, you know, like some nexus of the three to get people just like talking, to educate people who don't know much, to get something of a conversation going. And there's a lot of people, far many more people than me, who are with way more knowledge and expertise and connections working overtime to do the same thing. And just what you find, you know, what the news is not great. It's incredibly difficult to reach people.
Yeah, I just
on a happier note.
You know what?
I'm just reading the headline.
Oh yeah. He's telling Machado to fuck off. White House advisor people close to the Trump administration are growing frustrated with Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, viewing her recent remarks about when elections could be held as potentially undermining their work in Venezuela.
Yeah, dude, because they're not gonna have any fucking elections, and you're not gonna be a part of that fucking government.
Yeah,
that's awesome that they made Lady Guaido and they got her the fucking Nobel, and then like, oh no, wait, no, you're not supposed to get that. No, that was supposed to be for our guy. Fuck.
Yeah.
No, that was awesome.
Okay, let's see. A new banger coming out from Tom McDonald. Well, once again, I don't know. He might copy strike me if I listen to this.
They always said that Charlie Kirk was a Nazi. Then they said
I can't. Well, listen to this. Never mind. That you guys spared because of the YouTube copyright restrictions. If we're being real, okay, you just got spared, chatters. Otherwise, I mean, Noah got spared too. Otherwise, I would show this.
It sounded kind of goated.
I found a candid picture of Noah and Brandon arriving back in New York.
That looks like that picture where like where Stalin's with the when they, you know, they
get Stalin, Trotsky.
Yeah,
and then Trotsky's gone.
Yeah.
It does look like that.
It's got a little bit of that flavor. But that's a photo of Is that? Oh, that's the. Is
that grandma?
Yeah, I believe so.
In the background.
I hope it's not La Brigada.
This is a canon event, Hassan. You have to listen to it. Blink 1488.
Blink 4, that's good.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I'm tired, dude. Plus, I got obligations to attend. I got something going on. After this, I gotta. It's the Grandma Landing.
Yeah.
Kyle, most mentions in the Epstein files. That's true. What is this? Cornell University let Nazis visit in their main thoroughfares and whitewash their genocide. I still haven't eaten yet today, and it's fucking 8 p.m.
Bro,
are you hungry?
I could eat.
All right, let's see. Should I order food? I mean, or oh, let's do this. You want to? Have you? Do you know anything about the anti-Semitism?
I know that I relate to her. She's because all the right wingers and all the like Jewish right wingers are going in on her, being like, she said like
Yeshiva reformist.
Yeah, she was like, oh, I'm like I feel like such a bad Jew or whatever. And they're just like, see, look at the person they got to represent the Jews. Isn't this a crime? They got somebody who doesn't obey all the laws, because as we know, the majority of Jews are fucking sticklers for the goddamn fasting rules.
Yeah, but also,
come on,
Zohar Mamdani, basically Hugo Chavez forcing the yeshivas to learn how to read, improving the literacy rate.
God, listen, man,
that's why people are mad at her.
Well, because she said that like
she's a yeshiva reformist, like education reformist.
Listen, man. I mean, it's a complicated subject, okay?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really complicated. There's a lot in Jewish like people think of, you know, Jews as like people of the book, right? But sometimes there's too much book. Yeah. You know? Like sometimes some people just aren't supposed to know how to do anything more than like add and subtract. Like multiplication tables, that's not in the Bible.
I'm just saying
it's not in the Bible. Learn gematria.
If she pulls off education reform, I feel like Zoran's gonna lose the block that he had.
No, I still think I'm a believer against. I don't have any evidence for this beyond like what I remember seeing on election night, which is that there were like these neighborhoods in Borough Park, like the heart of like ultra Orthodox Jewish populations in New York City, where like Zoran just won outright, and it like makes, and it's like, oh, like he won not just because like the Rebbe told his people like vote for Zoran, but also because like
they want fast and free buses.
Yeah, they want fast and free buses. They're like, hey, he looks like a guy who likes being alive, or like like, hey, like I think it's good that we care about our fellow man, and whatever. I'm optimistic that such measures will actually win over people in that community for Zoran, because that's the other thing, by the way, like the ultra. Let's not pretend that like the fucking like psycho patriarchal hegemonic control of like ultra Orthodox sects and Jewish life are not like it's like the people are crying out for this shit. Like there are whole nonprofits and other groups that are like staffed by ex-Orthodox Jews or people who are still in the community but are ostracized, whose like entire purpose is like trying to lobby politicians in the media to like give a fuck at like the slightest fuck about like, hey, listen, I know you love the Orthodox Jewish vote, but could you please like help us? We've been like the gender discrimination is obviously substantial, but also like a lot of us don't know math and read, so it's not like the calls are coming from a lot of people who are trapped in that particular house, I should say.
Yeah. Well, he's doing it. He's combating anti-Semitism by doing anti-Semitism, education reform.
Work with Yafet, a nonprofit that has been outspoken over the level of education being taught at some yeshivas. Former controller Brad Lander says she's perfect for the role.
She both loves what New York is as a diverse Jewish city, and she loves that and wants to fight for it.
New York.
And at the same time, she knows that we keep each other safe, making sure that we're working with Muslims, with African Americans, with Latinos.
Wisdom did not respond to our request for a comment, but in a statement said she'll continue to ensure that Jewish safety and belonging remains at the core of this administration's vision. At City Hall, Lisa Rosner, CBS News, New York.
I'm not gonna lie, I looked up her background a little bit to be like, I wonder if I ever do a collaboration with Zoran ever again, if like the ADL backed, if the ADL backed newspapers are gonna like call on her to make a statement about my anti-Semitism. Oh, have you seen this?
No.
I'm going to Canada, University of British Columbia. And the Canadian Jewish Advocacy Group has urged MPs to stop my hate from crossing into Canada.
Canadians are so annoying, man. They're like, oh, we're a separate country. We have like all these other customs. Then you pay attention to them, and this is what you get.
Yeah. It's messed up. Will you and Noah be posting blue squares in solidarity with the kid from the commercial?
Bro, I'm already blue square gang.
Yeah.
That means that we can bully the kid, right? That's what that means?
First you get to bully him, and then you put the blue square on top of it.
It was really funny. Like that commercial, like it has to be said that it was.
Did you see that the name of the black kid was Bilal too? So it was a double Monty. They hit both Muslim and black at the same time.
I'm like, in my head, I'm just like hearing like a Swish 3. Like that is so beautiful.
Yeah, why not take the post-it off? Doesn't make any sense. Also Robert Kraft was Epstein's neighbor.
I mean, Robert Kraft, he's a lot more than Epstein's neighbor. Yeah. In fact, he's a massage enthusiast.
Yeah.
And you can Google Robert Kraft massage to know what I'm talking about. I mean, it's also just so like, that wasn't like when I got bullied by my friends, in like this was more of a fun way, kind of like teasing or whatever. Like the anti-Semitism was way more advanced.
Then a post-it note. This
Yeah,
is
dude,
Dirty
Borat
Jew.
had just come out. Like that gave people so many ideas.
Yeah. Anyway, Zoran's new anti-Semitism czar is Felissa Wisdom, a liberal Zionist who was formerly the ED of the New York Jewish Agenda, genocide denying org, which explicitly condemned DSA in the wake of the Al-Aqsa flood. Yeah, I mean, Kathy Hochul also literally over and over again supported Israel's right to do a genocide, and Zoran called her a disgusting genocidaire on numerous occasions.
A 17-year-old has been charged with making a terroristic threat as a hate crime after emailing hundreds of students at his school a promise to kill all the Jews.
Yeah, I feel like that's like way more advanced.
That's like
nobody's doing like dirty Jew stuff.
Yeah,
anymore.
it's just like you thought you had like the little
Like,
leave it. You had this little leave it to Beaver anti-Semitism.
you
Nah,
guys-
fuck the we're in, like that's crazy.
First of all, it's really fucked up that they're calling out.
Wait, also at 2 p.m. school walkout, we kill the Jews.
Yeah, it's like
Come
that's,
on.
Okay, listen. Just because James Fishback is a unique opportunity for the governor's race in Florida. Okay, just because he does stuff like this every now and then doesn't mean that we can't have a more reasonable approach.
What? So why is
to our advocacy with James Fishback?
Okay, explain to me this. Like, I understand he's not polling anywhere significant.
He's
like
1%.
He's like just a groiper who has a bunch of weird sex stuff in his history. Like, to put it gently. Why is he? Are we aware of him?
Because he's just like constantly. He went to a college campus and said they're feeding children goy slop. Yeah, Pop-Tart. He said Pop-Tarts are goy slop.
He said that.
Yeah.
Remember the best version of that? I still remember. I feel like Felix has definitely spotlighted this. I think about it all the time. The guy complaining about the cookie that they give him on the plane.
Oh, the Delta, dude.
There's
that's my
the
favorite.
goy brick.
The goy brick. I love that so
Dude,
much.
goy brick was the first time I saw like a goy portmanteau, and it's like, it's like a real before and after for me. Like, that was unreal.
I love that, dude.
Goy brick. Oh
Calling the Delta Biscoff cookie the
Oh,
goy
I
brick.
saw this video. This is the one where he's like, "This is a disgrace." Like,
No, he's saying
what we feed our students.
Yeah. This is when he says we're feeding him goy slop.
Our high school cafeterias should be run by great local businesses, small business restaurants.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
That have local labor, that use Florida cattle, Florida produce, Florida fruit, and yes, Florida orange juice. They should take over our cafeterias. What's with the Pop-Tarts in the Broward County Public Schools in the cafeterias? I'm not saying that the test scores are a result of the Pop-Tarts, but if you wanted kids to fail, if you wanted to set up our kids for failure, you would feed them the absolute goy slop in our cafeterias.
Oh my God! And you see the kids immediately like, oh, great.
Yeah, they're like Sig Heiling too in the background.
Like,
hell yeah, they were so based, dude. I love fucking shitting on goy slop.
Oh my God, Aiden Ross, if he was here, would be so cool.
Yeah.
I would be so
Also,
happy.
I just want to point out how diverse the crowd is once again.
I mean, bro, I think about that Matthew Petty tweet all the time. You know the one about like Honduras.
Yeah.
That guy.
Oh, the Honduran Nazi.
Yeah, the Honduran Nazi who like posts like it's like a photo of a Honduran Nazi with like a swastika. He's like, so Honduran Nazi's been asked to leave parliament, and he's the whitest motherfucking alive.
No, they haven't developed yet to reach it,
It's how you know how underdeveloped they are. Their Nazis are still white.
Yeah, exactly. We've moved past that point. Like, now the modern neo-Nazi movement is comprised
of Jews,
of
Jews and people, Jews, South Asians mainly.
Yeah, the fucking guy that put the Sonnenrad on the Ron DeSantis.
Oh yeah,
campaign.
Hockman. Yeah,
yeah, that dude is Jewish.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
He's Jewish, and he's like like a hanger on. Like he's like still has a career.
Yeah,
because this one was I saw
lethality maxing, low cortisol locked in lethality maxing. I mean, how do you look at this and not think we deserve nuclear holocaust? Like, actually, what the fuck are we doing?
I mean, it's so stupid. It's just stupid. Like, these are dumb fucking people.
And it's not even going to be like
They're
Russia.
dumb.
It's going to be us. Like, we're going to accidentally deploy the nukes on ourselves. You know,
like in the 1960s, it's like, oh yeah, like we were saved from nuclear war because of like the heroic actions of like a Soviet submarine captain in the Caribbean who realizes that he's being hit with depth charges and that we don't have to initiate a nuclear exchange and so forth. And like the contemporary version of that is going to be some like lanyard fat ass who's gonna like be like, oh, see a false alarm, and then immediately hit the nuke Kansas City button because American Hannibal doctrine has been activated.
Yeah, but
like,
on ourselves.
Exactly. That's what. Like,
yeah, nowhere else.
No. We are going to be.
We're gonna deploy our nuclear warheads on ourselves, on the American heartland.
Like they will, like fucking, like it's. They'll like as a. I mean, fuck, man, we're already doing it. Like, remember when they did a live fire exercise over I-5.
Yeah.
And they were like people whose like windows, I think like their windshields like broke, and people found like live. I think they found a live munition.
Was it Broken Arrow already? There's already, and that was when we were more competent.
No, exactly what I'm saying. We've had these episodes when like the world was just objectively like a smarter, if granted, even more violent in many ways, but still a smarter place where like people spoke in complete sentences and hadn't like the concept of brain rot hadn't applied yet. And now, like, trust me, like I'm gonna like put like fucking bottled water in my basement, and it ain't gonna be because of the fucking Chinese. It's gonna be because like a missile launch from Arizona went fucking awry and then went the other way.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh.
Notice how they hide their heroes' faces? Yeah, because that's not a real person.
Yeah. Also, it is funny that we are. I keep saying this over and over again, but like United States, the ice reel with like the DHS,
dude, it makes them so mad.
Yeah. Oh my God. There's nothing.
Nick Fuentes getting all butthurt because
that was
hilarious.
Nick Fuentes and every liberal that's like Israel first lost their minds for the entire week where they're like, wait a minute, like we're supposed to just get mad at ICE, or Nick Fuentes was like, no, we're supposed to love ICE.
They're two different things.
Why would you make
can't put peanut butter and chocolate together like that, man?
Like, why would you make this comparison?
It's unfair, man.
And then Hen Mazik was defending Nick Fuentes when I called him a gay Mexican manlet neo-Nazi. That was awesome.
No, this is literally, they're going to be like, say what you will about Adolf Hitler. At least he wasn't Hassan Piker.
Yeah, no, that's where we're
That's where we are, man. I fucking hate this shit, dude.
Yeah, no.
I fucking hate this shit.
I mean, yeah, because, Benjamin Netanyahu did a version of that when he was like, Adolf Hitler didn't want to kill all the Jews.
No, Adolf, listen, Adolf Hitler, he actually had a plan. Yeah. It was eliminating the Jews.
Madagascar is a beautiful place.
But
the Jews
he
would have been better
only
off.
went there because Israel did not exist yet.
Yeah.
What does this tell us? What does this tell us?
He's like, yeah, the Grand Mufti taught him to hate the Jew.
Yeah, that one I love.
That's what I was talking about.
Adolf Hitler, actually, he was a great fan of Marc Chagall. The paintings of Marc Chagall and the stories of Sholem Aleichem. But then he met the Grand Mufti.
Yeah. The Grand Mufti taught him anti-Semitism. He would not have been anti-Semitic. He just wanted to give the Jews a nice vacation to Madagascar. That's what it was. It's called the Madagascar Plan. What is this? Newly resurfaced kid clip of Kid Rock at Woodstock 99 saying Monica Lewinsky is a fucking hoe and Bill Clinton's a goddamn pimp before launching into a song Balls in Your Mouth. Kid Rock is performing at TPUSA's Christian Focus All-American Halftime Show. I mean, everybody knows it. He's a fucking...
Wait, Kid Rock isn't a Family Guy?
Yeah. Oh, did you see the deep undercover Benjamin Netanyahu's?
Oh yeah, this was awesome.
I love this.
I mean, it's also what I really fucking hate though now is how everybody, since like Elon Musk like turned Twitter into this shit, like everybody just writes these like fucking essays.
Yeah.
And so there isn't actually a voice to it anymore. And so it's just like, oh, cool. Like this is, I'm already bored reading this, but it's like
now Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein, when they were talking about Israel's demographic concerns around like the growth of the Arab population.
You see, Ehud Barak, he wanted to make everybody Jewish.
Yeah.
And if everybody is Jewish, then Hassan, nobody is Jewish.
Yeah, I could be Jewish in that situation, and I'm worse than Adolf Hitler. So you can't have that.
No, and like it's also just such a. The Barack stuff is like such a. I'm not going to say it's a get out of jail free card because I do not think Israel is coming out of this Epstein shit looking all that good. But it is extremely clear that like why it's just so obvious what he's fucking doing.
Yeah.
Like he'd be better off not acknowledging it at all. Like I think anyway, instead of like making it really obvious that he's like just trying to play like footsie with Barack on this.
Yeah.
Or play play footsie with the issue by like blaming everything on Barack.
All right. That'll be all for today. I feel like this is a good point to end it on. Shouts out to Noah Colwyn. Thank you for coming on. Another 6-hour half-day stream for you guys with Half Day Hossie. Yeah, that's all I got. And tomorrow, I'm not entirely sure. I think tomorrow I'm gonna do the Claire Valdez or Claire. What the fuck am I saying? My brain is fried. We're tomorrow, I think. Wait, what am I gonna do tomorrow? No. Okay, well, tomorrow I got IRLs. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do an IRL tomorrow at some point, and we're going to. I'm gonna have Felix Biederman on as well. But I'll let you
Felix
guys know.
Biederman.
I'll let
He's
you
not
guys
Jewish.
know.
He's not Jewish.
The Don Lemon crash out sucked your energy? No, it wasn't. The Don Lemon crash out wasn't even a crash out, except for Anna Navarro's presence on there. That wasn't great. But yeah, that'll be all, everybody. Love you all. And yeah, tomorrow's another day.
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
Peace, everybody. Bye bye.
Starting off.
Damn, this guy's good.